too high just to touch the sun. On my mission, no prescription, shoot for number one. Start a riot, won't keep quiet, I'm a ride or die. Heart is pumping, keep it coming, better run it high. I was born for this, I was born for this. I was born for this, I was born for this. Keep it coming, better running high. I was born for this, I was born for this. I was born for this, I was born for this.
So, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Capcom oder so soll erst 23:30 beginnen, ich weiß. Jo, aber Diggi, wir nehmen alle mit. Das heißt um 18 Uhr, ich bin gerade hier schon auf dem E3-Channel. Um 18 Uhr fängt es dann an. Und da bin ich jetzt gerade schon auf dem E3-Channel. Ich schalte jetzt nur noch nicht rüber, weil die voten nur, die reden nur. Und da hat es gerade wenig Sinn, dass ich da jetzt schon drüber rüberschalte. Deswegen, ja. Deswegen mache ich das jetzt noch nicht. Aber ja, ich weiß, Capcom soll erst dann anfangen. Ich weiß. So. Easy going. Easy going. Ganz ruhig weg. Das wird ein langer Abend, Freunde. Macht euch was zu trinken. Wenn ihr so lange dabei sein wollt, holt euch irgendwas. Chillt einfach. Wir werden schon lange hier sitzen. E3-Wecker hat geklingelt. Ja, das ist kein Witz. Ich hab's nur jetzt ein bisschen früher angefangen. Warte. Ich stelle den jetzt mal auf 7:42 Uhr. Wenn der angeht. Warte. Nein! Digga, allein gestern die Microsoft-Show. Mann, das mach hin, Handy. Allein die Microsoft-Show, Digga, da hat mich die Hälfte davon gecatcht. Ich werde nur am Aufnehmen sein. Ich kann kündigen, ich beantrage Hartz IV, ich werde nur noch aufnehmen. Bis ich gefühlt am Ende des Jahres 2000 Videos habe. Plus nächstes Jahr schon 5000. Safe. Ich werde nur aufnehmen. Ja, spring doch mal um. Bist Kack-Handy. Markensau. Spaß. Warte mal. Kann man das erkennen? E3 Stream Digger Yo steht da. Stand da eben. E3 Stream Digger Yo steht da. Ja, meine Kamera kann nicht fokussieren. Ich brauch so dringend eine neue Webcam. Ja, ja, das war mein E3 Dings. Ja. So, umgehauen hat mich auf jeden Fall. Sorry, dass gerade keine Musik läuft, aber ich genieße gerade ein bisschen die Stille die Ruhe vor dem Sturm, sagen wir es so, weil das wird nachher ein bisschen, ja, von Take-Two erwartet bitte keine Spiele. Die werden wahrscheinlich nichts mit Spielen raushauen, die werden wahrscheinlich eher so finanztechnisch und so Sachen, Consolettis etc. zeigen. Die werden wahrscheinlich keine Spiele machen. Ich weiß es aber auch nicht, das ist jetzt nur eine Insider-Information, die ich mitbekommen habe. Deswegen, also umgehauen hat mich auf jeden Fall Forza Horizon 5, das neue Plague Tale. Ich habe hier so eine ganze Liste. Ein Zuschauer von Gronk, echt eine nice Arbeit hatte gemacht. Ich muss nochmal rausfinden, wie der heißt. Der hat eine ganze Liste erstellt von allen Spielen mit Release-Datum und so weiter. Plattform ist ja eh egal bei mir, habe ja alles und deswegen easy. Aber Forza Horizon 5, übelst krass. Plague Tale, übel krass. Finde ich, also was heißt krass? Ich finde es nicht krass, ich finde es einfach hübsch. Ich finde es gut. Dann Happy Game. Das war ein bisschen so Psycho, so Psycho, so alles ist glücklich und so und wird immer mehr, so zum Horror. Finde ich auch witzig, nehme ich mit. Dann haben wir auf jeden Fall noch viele weitere Spiele. Und zwar, also jetzt nicht nur E3, auch die Summer Games habe ich mitgenommen. Ne? Ich habe auch die Summer Games mitgenommen. Genau, Age of Empires 4. Dann haben wir noch Back 4 Blood. Auf jeden Fall. Heißt das so? Ja, Back 4 Blood. Haben wir auf jeden Fall noch das Geiles. Dann haben wir noch, es sind so viele. Diablo 2. Resurrected. Das Avatar-Game auch da. Das ist auch nice. Ja, Far Cry 6. Ja, nicht das beste Far Cry, aber ich habe es noch nicht gespielt, sagen wir so. Aber von den Bildern her, jeder ist irgendwie auf Far Cry 3 hängen geblieben. Deswegen, ich werde es mir sowieso holen. Dann haben wir noch, das sind so viele. Wie hieß das? Warte. Auf jeden Fall, was ich mir auf jeden Fall hole, ist, warte. The Wandering Village, The Outer Worlds 2, The Light of the Darkness, und so weiter und so fort. Also es sind einige, die dabei, Battlefield 2024, das auch, ja. Aber wie gesagt, ich bin von Shootern, ja. Ach, alle hypen das neue Call of Duty, was angeblich dieses Jahr eh nicht rauskommt. Weg. Brauche ich nicht. Hab ich keinen Bock zu. Cold War war für mich das letzte. Punkt. Wenn die es nicht in irgendeinem Black Ops Teil noch mal hinbekommen, dass ein guter Zombie-Modus da ist, weg. Kaufe ich mir erst gar nicht, wird kein Auge drauf geworfen. Vielleicht mal ein Video gucken, aber sonst weg. Meine ich. Ich konzentriere mich mehr jetzt auf andere Spiele. Aber Battlefield nehme ich mit. Aber Story. Deswegen wird schon easy. Nicht wundern, warum ich immer noch nicht umschalte. Wie gesagt, die sind immer noch hier am Labern. Die sind immer noch hier mit den ganzen Vorstellen, wer jetzt hier alle Moderatoren sind von Game Crumbs und die ganzen anderen Leute. Es ist nur witzig, den Chat zu lesen bei den 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Das wäre 7-mal das Wort Fortnite. Und 7-mal auch Inhalte wünschen sich Leute immer noch für Fortnite. Es gibt andere Spiele auf diesem Planeten. Hier, ich habe eine Liste, da sind 311 Spiele drauf. Es gibt andere Spiele außer Fortnite und COD. Es gibt andere Genres. Es gibt nicht nur das Spiel. Gottes Willen. Ich werde bescheuert hier. Im neuen COD soll eigentlich Treyarch den Zombie-Modus machen, ja hoffentlich. Also wie gesagt, wenn kein Zombie-Modus drin ist und wenn der Zombie-Modus nicht gut ist, hole ich mir das Spiel nicht. Punkt. Dann war's das mit COD. Lange genug eigentlich diesen Rotz gespielt. So, egal. Wir wollen gute Laune haben, denn heute kommen Spiele. Spiele. Oh ja, Leute, die brauchen das hier im Chat gar nicht so spammen. GTA 6. Es wird wetten, nicht mal ein Staubkorn von GTA 6 erwähnt werden. Wollen wir wetten? GTA 6? Nee, machen sie nicht. Obwohl, die haben ja gesagt, dass sie GTA 6 nicht releasen wollen, solange Trump Präsident ist. Da er es nicht mal ist, seems legit, aber man kann ja mal schauen, was das sich jetzt so ergibt. Gucken wir mal. Ein neues Resi wird wohl noch dauern. Da bin ich mir nicht sicher. Wenn die nicht genau das gleiche machen wie viele Entwickler. Das ist ein Hauptgame, es ist jetzt Resi 8 draußen. Und dann einfach noch ein Remaster hinterher klatschen. Ich frag grad einer, wann gibt's endlich mal ein Remaster von Windows XP? Stimmt, Windows will ja eine neue Version rausbringen. Windows will ja, wie hieß das? Windows Sun Valley. Windows 10 Sun Valley Design. Hab mir es angeguckt und muss sagen, ja, kann ich mit leben. Kann ich definitiv mit leben, muss ich schon sagen. Also, warum nicht? Kann mit leben. Remastered oder so ist Remastered oder so ein Mist. Ach, kommt auf das Remastered an. Das, was Diablo 2 jetzt angeht, das ist ja Resurrected. Oder nicht Remastered, sondern Resurrected. Da muss ich sagen, Diablo 2 und Diablo 3 sind so Games, die habe ich gesuchtet, bis ich umfall. So, und deswegen, ja. Schalte ich jetzt schon mal um auf besondere Events, weil wir sind just chatting und ihr wisst, was das bedeutet. Guck mal, der ist ein Mensch, lass ihn mal runter machen. Prost. Das ist arschkalt, die Dr. Pepper. Das ist saugeil gerade. Das sieht man nicht in der Kamera und die ist voll überall so Kondenswasser hier. Was meint er? Sollen wir schon mal rüberschalten? 10 Minuten vorher oder wollen wir wirklich bis Stich warten? Oder wollen wir schon mal eben rüberschalten? Wenn ja, schalte ich eben rüber. Ja komm, ich glaube, wir können rüberschalten. Die labern jetzt ja nur ein bisschen, das ist ja in Ordnung. Auf Diablo Immortal warte ich schon noch ewig drauf, ja. Ist aber ehrlich so. So, willkommen bei der E3, auch für YouTube, willkommen. Ich habe das jetzt noch ein bisschen leiser gestellt nebenbei, deswegen hört man das ein bisschen schlechter, weil ich will erst richtig loslegen, wenn die Games kommen. Dann schalte ich lauter.
Sometimes they're able to take bigger risks than a AAA game that's tens of millions of dollars in the making. It's usually a smaller team. Lots of pixel art. There's just so much great pixel art happening in the world of indie games today. I grew up on pixel art, of course. The pixel art that's happening today wouldn't have been possible in the 80s and 90s. It's such a cool look. They're doing fantastic things. It's a visual style that's going to look good 100 years from today.
Michael, what about you? Why are you excited about the show?
Independent games have the ability to be telling more personal stories, and I think that's what I gravitate towards a lot. So I mentioned She Dreams Elsewhere, which is an upcoming indie game from a good friend, Davion Gooden, but I think that's a microcosm of why I gravitate towards independent games. So you mentioned music, and you can do a lot more. You have the freedom to kind of make what kind of music. You don't have to check with anyone. You don't have to check with anyone if this is the type of story you want to tell, whether it's personal, if it deals with mental health, or if it's an expression of something you're just feeling. You are, if you're making an independent game, you are your own storyteller. So you are the last. I imagine that you would be the last. You got the last say in what your game says. So,
Von dem Studio höre ich auch das erste Mal, was auf der E3 dabei ist, sonst vorher nie gesehen. Von wem? Von Indie-Games? Oder von welchen? So, jetzt ganz kurz hier was einstellen. About that game, and especially that soundtrack, which Toby Fox also made, as well, is just like a throwback to all the old school RPGs. Obwohl Indie-Games ist kein Studio, ne? Nicht, dass einer denkt, ich habe jetzt Indie-Games als Studio angesehen. Das sind Indie-Games. Das ist kein Studio. Ja, Take-Two. Indie-Games, das ist kein Studio. Take-Two ist ein Studio, ja. Aber Indie-Games, das sind halt... Ja, wie soll man das beschreiben? Indie-Games. Es sind halt Games. Einfach Games. Punkt. Keine Ahnung. Fall Guys ist ein Indie-Game. Speed Lucky oder keine Ahnung. Deep Rock. Das sind zum Beispiel Indie-Games. Sort of idea of a singular creator in some cases, like Concerned Ape with Stardew Valley. That was someone who just loved publishing so much that he's like, I need to make my own. And he did over the course of 5 years, and it turned out great. But you get so much other stuff out there too, it really opens up genres that might get passed by a larger publisher. Things like visual novels, you get a lot of unique narratives there. Some really strange ones sometimes, like Hot to Full Boyfriend, where you get to date a bird. But that's also cool. Take-Two sind, aber hä? Du kennst Take-Two nicht? Und wie du Take-Two kennst. Und wie du Take-Two kennst. Und wie du Take-Two kennst. Bestes Beispiel, Bioshock, GTA 4, Eleanor haben wir haben The Outer Worlds, wir haben... Wen haben wir noch? Kerbal Space Program, wir haben Civilization 6, das sind jetzt so die üblichen, die mir gerade einfallen. Aber das ist Take-Two. Ja, GTA. Und auch GTA 3 und GTA Vice City, soweit ich weiß. Take-Two Interactive heißen die. Fall Guys sagt mir, was soll ja auch noch für Xbox kommen und Switch, ja. Aber Fall Guys es ist ein witziges Spiel, aber es ist nicht meins. Müssen aber meine eingestammten Zuschauer wissen, ich bin nicht so dieser Fall Guys-Typ da. Freedom Games sind aber neu, ja, da hast du recht. Freedom Games sind neu. Ich habe mich gar nicht so richtig informiert über Freedom Games. Ah, okay, wie ich gerade sehe, die haben die Pixel-Spiele, ne? Die haben viele Pixel-Spiele, also, Freedom Games. Zum Beispiel Dreamscaper, das habe ich mir angeguckt. 2020. Das Game schon gefeiert, als für PS4 und PC rauskam. Okay. Ist ja jeder Geschmackssache. Oh. Ist ja Geschmackssache immer. Binge. Ja. Binge. Habe ich auch mal was von gehört. Muss ich mal gucken auf der Webseite hier. Also ich werde mich da auf jeden Fall auch nochmal mit Spielentwicklung ankündigen. Die werden auch vieles heute ankündigen. Da freue ich mich auch drauf. Da freue ich mich sogar richtig drauf. God of War war auch ein so heftig geiler Titel. Ist er immer noch, aber boah, God of War.
自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是作为游戏文化传播者，如果你在全球各大手机应用市场上篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者团队。
Dankeschön, JustLu05 und LuLiv. Dankeschön für die Follows. Vielen Dank. Willkommen in der Gruft. Auch wenn ich gerade nicht gruftig angezogen bin, aber jetzt in Schwarz rumzulaufen, Gardine zu, Alter, dann habe ich gleich Seepferdchen, dann schwimme ich. Nein, meine ich. Aber willkommen, Dankeschön.
Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences.
Ist der Sound so gut oder lauter? So als Frage eben. Hey, ihr braucht Wasser?
Who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot,
Was machst du,
and as a
Luca?
part of E3's official broadcast.
Ist der Sound so, wie gesagt, in Ordnung oder schon ein bisschen lauter?
Welcome back to E3 live from Los Angeles, and team, we are just moments away from Verizon's presentation. Obviously, you know, with a mobile carrier, you think about mobile games, and you know.
Ach komm, ich mach einfach ein bisschen lauter. Ihr wollt ja auch was wissen. Kroatien bis zum 9. Juli. Nice, meine Tante ist gerade in Kroatien. Seit Samstag für 2 Wochen. Kroatien ist schön.
And so at IGN in like 2008, I remember Levi Buchanan walking around and be like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, mobile games are about to be massive, they're about to take over. It's so big in Japan right now, it's going to be that way here. And you jump to it now, and it is that, like, as somebody who never played mobile games, I have Apple Arcade. Right, I have the backbone controller to throw onto my phone, whether it is for a mobile game, whether it is to go play something through remote play. You're seeing games I'm already excited for, stuff like Cozy Grove, go from a mobile platform to PlayStation.
Yes,
and it's that idea of like you start playing it on a console, you're like, this is a great game. Chicory right now. You start playing it on a console, and you're like, this is great. And then it's like, oh wait, I could have been playing this on my phone a long time ago.
I know, it's incredible how much mobile gaming has evolved. Mobile networks are so important as well, folks, and the wait is over. So let's go ahead and kick things over to our friends at Verizon.
Zweite Impfung. Nice, ich habe nicht mal meine erste. Let's go.
Hello everyone, I'm Diego Scotti, CMO of Verizon, and it's great to be here. This is my first E3, so you might be wondering why am I here and why Verizon is here at the industry's biggest gaming conference. Well, let me tell you, this past year changed everything, including the world of gaming. The pandemic sparked a massive growth for the industry. New players came in droves, and for many, gaming took on new meaning. It was a source of comfort, a creative outlet, and a means of connection. In fact,
Sound so gut, wenn irgendwas kacke ist, dann müsst ihr sagen, ne? Bitte.
The US have played a video game at some point in the past 6 months. That is amazing. And this growth has propelled the gaming industry towards massive new creative opportunities and cutting-edge ideas. Gamers know better than anyone that cutting-edge ideas demand new technologies that can keep up. And that's where Verizon comes in. Because here's the thing. In our increasingly fast-paced, interconnected world, we need technology that can transform every aspect of gaming. Technology that is not limited to a single console or platform. What we need, it's a network. And that network is Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband. That is why we're here today, to tell you about Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband's high speed, low latency, massive capacity, and the power of mobile edge compute, or MEC, and how Verizon is powering a gaming revolution. We're going to talk about 3 gaming communities that will benefit the most. The first community is the developers who create the games. We'll see how developers can make the most graphic-rich multiplayer games ever created. And immersive gaming formats like virtual reality can come to life in whole new ways. The second community is the sports teams who play them. We will look at how players can download games in seconds, and data-intensive multiplayer games typically reserved for consoles can now be played on mobile. And third is the community of fans who engage with them. Fans can stream games on the go with no additional downloads or consoles needed. So in all these 3 areas, Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband is the innovation that makes other innovations possible. Let's take a look.
Jetzt bin ich mal gespannt. Jetzt bin ich richtig gespannt. Doom.
Wow, the 5G
Hat
gaming
was,
revolution is on. 5G Ultra Wideband and mobile edge compute are literally game changers for this industry. And to prove it, we'll hear from friends I'm proud to have here with us today. Dignitas, EA, Team Liquid, and Riot Games. It's an amazing group. All the games, all the programs, the hardware being announced here at E3, all of them require a powerful network. And Verizon 5G will take all of them to the next level. We're talking about capabilities that include speeds that can reach up to 4 gigabits per second, latency measured in milliseconds,
Okay, das ist
the
krass.
potential to support more connected devices than ever before, and smaller handsets with extended battery life. It's simply incredible. I'm so excited. To bring this to life, let's see how 5G will change everything.
Ach, come on! Bugs in Real Life, Alter, ist das geil. Ich finde das gerade ultra geil. Ich finde das richtig geil. Fett. Einfach geil. Richtig nice gemacht.
Amazing.
Richtig
I really
nice.
loved that video. So now let's talk about the people who are using this technology to create the games, the developers, and how this new technology will change the way they create and publish games. So to do this, I want to introduce Nikki Palmer, Verizon's Chief Product and Development Officer. Take it away, Nikki.
Thank you so much, Diego. To get an even better understanding of how Verizon 5G is making permanent transformations within gaming, I want to tell you about something called Mobile Edge Compute, or MEC. It's a technology that's having a huge impact on those game developers that Diego mentioned. MEC involves putting compute power that would have otherwise been in the cloud or on the device itself into the edge of the network, where those capabilities are most needed for low latency performance. In 2020, Verizon became the first company in the world to launch MEC. We did that with Amazon Web Services Wavelength. So far, we've deployed MEC in this fashion with AWS in 10 major metropolitan areas across the United States. We've also announced a private MEC solution teaming with Microsoft Azure. In addition, we announced 5G and
mit
MEC
Azure.
co-innovation collaborations with
Das ist
IBM,
krass.
Cisco, SAP, and Deloitte. So in short, Verizon is where the tech superstars go when they want MEC done right. So, what does all this mean for developers? A lot, as it turns out. For starters, with MEC and 5G ultra-wideband, processing can happen closer to the user, reducing the time required to upload or download a massive file or crunch a huge database. So, say goodbye to the days of high-def games bogging down the network. Not only that, truly immersive gaming in formats like virtual reality can be enabled, and that reduces the lag and the jitter in the experience that may have prevented the adoption of VR in the first place. This technology also provides a platform for hardware developers that can change the size and weight of a headset, untethering gamers from the clunky hardware of the past and unlocking the huge gaming potential of virtual reality. With augmented reality games also on the rise, there are even more implications for game developers, especially the ones who are so creative that the current platforms can't keep up. Until now. The platforms are here. Thanks to 5G ultra-wideband, even the most visually complex cloud-based games can come through beautifully on any user device, just as their creators intended. Developers can now focus on making the best games. They can rewrite the rules for creating eye-popping, graphics-rich multiplayer action without worrying about hardware or network limitations. So, now that we've lifted the creative limitations for developers, I want to shift gears to talk about the second community being impacted by the power of 5G, and that's esports teams. esports has been one of the fastest growing entertainment categories in the world. With access to Verizon 5G ultra wideband and mobile edge compute, new games can be played with higher fidelity and lower latency, creating new opportunities for esports leagues, especially mobile esports.
muss ganz kurz vorhin.
Our
Moment.
5G labs have been the perfect place for esports innovation. These 5G and mech-enabled environments are cutting-edge incubators for forward-thinking companies that are ready to build and scale the future of gaming. In early 2020, Verizon's 5G lab right here in LA became home to the Verizon 5G Gaming Center. This first-of-its-kind facility was created in partnership with Dignitas, serving as their West Coast headquarters, home to its League of Legends teams, and place to co-create the future of esports engagement and content. Since then, we've expanded our capabilities to include a world-class XR stage, cutting-edge volumetric capture, and a space for player analytics. We are taking it to the next level, exploring how 5G ultra-wideband network can enhance player performance, enable new fan connections, and empower the next wave of gaming and esports experiences. Let's see how.
I don't think any other organization or company has what we have here at the Verizon 5G lab. It's the first in the world. So it's really exciting to be a part of something so innovative and seeing where it can take esports. Verizon is definitely elevating the game to the next level. My name is Emily Garrido. I go by Emilite in-game, and I'm the team captain for Dignitas' all-women's Valorant team. We have everything that we need here. We have streaming pod rooms if we want to connect with our fans on a personal level, boot camp rooms so we can really get down to business and prepare for tournaments. It's really nice to have the gaming center here and our own little personal streaming pods and basically have one-on-one conversations with all my viewers. My full name is Carolyn Noquez, and in the gaming community, I am known as ArtStar. I am a content creator for Dignitas, and I was formerly a professional player on the Dignitas CSGO.
Meine Augen brennen sowas vorhin, da ich seit Donnerstag schon die Shows gucke. Ich auch. Jeden Abend. Nur halt bei Gronk bin ich drin, ne? Aber trotzdem, und ich guck, ich bin teilweise... Außer Samstag habe ich nicht mitbekommen, da muss ich mir noch angucken, weil ich da saufen war. Aber sonst, ja. Ich fühle es.
Mobile games utilize either processing on a phone or processing in the cloud. 5G combined with mech is going to completely change that paradigm. The lab is a fantastic place for us to partner with game developers to learn how they want to build their games in the future in order to take advantage of our network. So consumers will be able to have multiplayer, augmented reality games and experiences on their mobile devices, so they will eventually be able to do that anywhere.
It is incredibly exciting to see Verizon really taking it to the next level. So innovative and always thinking of ways of how they can make it better. How can they make the connection better? How can they make your gaming experience better?
To me, what's really exciting is when we bring in creative people who are given access to this technology and they come up with an idea that we never would have thought of. And we're just at the beginning of how 5G is going to impact games.
Emily, ArtStar, thank you so much for that. I am so excited about the possibilities of the Gaming Center. I'm going to turn it back over to Diego.
Wow. Thanks, Nikki. I totally agree. It's fantastic to see that gaming center come to life. Now, let's move on to the third and biggest community that will be impacted by 5G. The fans and their experience. That connection between esports players and their fans
Team Liquid?
is so unique. There's no other
Ernsthaft?
sport that has the same real-time personal connection.
Krass.
And just like the players, these fans want innovation too. And to create the deeper engagement and immersive experiences they want, we are going to need to harness the power of 5G. To help me bring this to life, I want to introduce someone who truly knows fan engagement. She has fans both as a dynamic member of the Minnesota Lynx and as a streamer with Team Liquid. Ariel Powers.
Thanks, Diego. Hi, everyone. I love
Team Liquid, das sind die
competition, whether
E-Sportler
it's on the court
von
or streaming.
solchen Spielen wie zum Beispiel Fortnite, Hearthstone, halt sowas, also die ganzen MMO-Dinger. Oder PUBG, das ist zum Beispiel Team Liquid. Also die haben einige Spiele drin.
Innovating how we train, compete, and engage with fans. The fans obviously share that love for competition. This synergy between Team Liquid and the community lends to a critical connection, one that shapes who we are. And we've only just begun to scratch the surface of what's possible when it comes to community engagement and sharing moments around competition, both in person, which we're all looking forward to getting back to, and virtually. Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband is the key to unlocking the future of these experiences. With the power to enable teams and players to deliver the most immersive and personalized experiences ever, the technology is transforming the way fans play and consume content. Team Liquid has a 20-year history of changing the game through the power of community and innovation. And we could not be more excited about the next phase of gaming, brought to life with Verizon 5G. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ariel. This is really exciting stuff. Now, there is clearly new territory to tap into with fan engagement. I am convinced it is the future. And to help build that future, Verizon and Team Liquid are joining forces.
Drehen die Augen die ganze Zeit, das nervt wegen der Hitze auch noch. Ich habe hier ich habe trockene Luft im Raum, tränen die ganze Zeit. Mir ist so warm, mir ist so warm.
Whether you're there in person or watching virtually at home in real time. Let's look first at in-person events. This year, as live events return, Verizon and Team Liquid will give fans new experiences at the industry's biggest events. We have over 60 stadiums and arenas around the country with Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband. In here, fans can look forward to 360-degree portal views into the gameplay for a fully immersive experience, and the ability for top streamers to play live from venues during these events. Something that has never been done before. Only with that powerful connection can you unlock second screen experiences that immerse fans in the competition and that allows top content creators to stream live from those venues. And for those watching remotely, VR innovations will allow fans to experience live events together virtually, giving them the best seats in the house. And 360-degree access that puts them in the middle of the action. I can't wait to see what comes from our Team Liquid 5G innovation partnership. Now, Verizon's expansive collection of gaming industry partners is capable of reaching over 120 million of those players. And that's in the US alone. We want to show every one of them how Verizon's networks will benefit both players and developers in totally new ways. A great example of this was our partnership with Epic to create the Super Bowl 5G stadium in Fortnite creative mode. This was the largest branded experience ever built in Fortnite's creative mode.
Ich muss eine Sache in der Mitte anmerken. Wisst ihr, was das Traurigste an der ganzen Sache ist, die ich da so die ganze Zeit, was wir hören, was wir sehen? Sowas wird Deutschland nie haben. Sowas werden wir niemals erleben und sowas werden wir auch in 20, 30 Jahren nicht erleben, was die Amis haben. Und das ist so schade. Weil in Deutschland, selbst wenn wir solche Spiele haben oder auch solche Techniken, heißt es immer wieder, ja, aber das, hier, da muss noch was unterschrieben werden, da muss noch Buchhalter... Ach. Ich hab da immer so eine imaginäre Träne, weil wir werden sowas nie haben. Wir werden sowas nie haben. Leider. Außer es setzen sich mal mehr Leute dafür ein.
He is safety for the LA Chargers and a seriously engaged model NFL player, Derwin James. My man.
What's up, my man?
So great to have you.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thanks for coming. You know, you all know this guy. You know, he plays for the LA Chargers.
Yes, sir.
And your home field is the new SoFi Stadium, which is amazing.
Yes, sir.
It was created with the most cutting-edge technology in existence. And I tell you, it is home to Verizon's largest 5G stadium built in the country, built with 5G at its core. So ultra-wideband coverage can be found throughout the entire stadium.
I can't wait to get the fans back out there into the stadium for many reasons. The venue is incredible. The tech is built around is going to totally reshape how we watch and play with the game.
It's very, very, very cool. And listen, we can talk about these tech enhancements for a long, long time, but you're here today because you're not only a competitor on the field,
Yes, sir.
but you're also a passionate gamer, right?
Yes, sir.
A huge modern NFL fan.
I am. I started playing football when I was about 4 years old and Madden NFL when I was 7 years old. So you can say I've always been a competitor. I always wanted to be a professional football player. When I played Madden NFL, as a kid, I created my player. I wanted to have super speed, super size, and of course, handsome. So, you know, to be able to be the player I am, you know, it showed a lot of dedication.
That's so cool, and you achieved all of that. I don't know about the handsome one, but anyway, it's a great story. And I'm sure you've seen tons of changes in the game since you started playing, both on the field and also on the screen, right?
You could say that. The innovations around Madden NFL and the game overall are incredible. The tech advancements have enabled so much. When I started playing, there were maybe the color cords with the images were blurry, the networks were kind of slow, so you're constantly getting a lag. It's so different now. The visuals are more realistic. Networks have gotten better, and you can play with a group of people all over the world, so you don't even have to be in the same state or city. You can be playing with a friend in a whole nother country, which is amazing.
Oh my God, it's amazing, and you can't believe what 2 decades of innovation can do to the game. So as you think about the future, what do you want to see next?
Madden NFL is already delivering a lot, but I'd love to see more new modes and experience with deeper and authenticity and to what it's like to be on the field. You know, I want to feel like I'm in this moment as a player. I want to feel like I'm out there. So more engagement with opportunities to connect with people and other people across the world. So being able to be mobile, because I'm constantly on the go as an athlete, so I want to be able to connect with my friends mobilely too.
Oh, that's really cool. And listen, I'm glad that you mentioned mobile because we believe at Verizon that mobile is the future.
Yes, sir.
We ended the year, and I'm going to hear this number, with 17,000 5G small cells all across the country.
Wow.
And we expect to have by the end of the year 30,000 so everybody can enjoy 5G. So I tell you, this kind of expansion means that the powerful connection you need for console quality gaming experience on mobile, like the one you want, will continue to grow very quickly. And here's another thing. We are taking it also to the next level because we are combining this power of the Verizon network with the creativity of the developers of EA. Their team will work with our 5G labs to innovate using 5G to focus on creating the most dynamic player experience ever. Yes, so together, our goal will be to produce optimizations for EA Sports, including your favorite Madden NFL Mobile, using low latency to develop mobile experiences, the kind of the ones that Derwin, you, my man, and so many others are craving.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's literally changing the game. Seeing the networks and improvements created over the last 20 years, I can't wait to see what the next 20 years bring with the power enhancing of 5G power.
That is it, the power of 5G.
Das ist nur meine Bitpanda-Karte, die ist gerade ein bisschen
Thank you. Good to see you.
ausgepackt habe.
So, it's so exciting to talk about the new technology and how it is impacting the entire gaming ecosystem across the 3 big areas of developers, esports teams, and fans.
Was für Mobile Games sind die Zukunft einfach nur mal. Ja, da gebe ich dir aber recht.
There is also a 4th area that is very timely for us to talk about.
Also ich kenne kein Mobile Game, was mir gefällt, außer Aufbauspiele, wie sowas wie Age of Empires und solche Sachen gefallen mir halt einfach. Oder Jurassic World. Jurassic World auch, aber das habe ich auch für den PC. Der zweite Teil, Jurassic World Evolution. Uff, ich werde suchten.
And this is something that is very close to my heart. Actions to increase diversity and inclusion within the gaming community are more important than ever, more urgent than ever, especially those supporting female representation. Diversity has become a major force driving the industry forward. And as the players and their fans who are consuming these products become more diverse, it makes a lot of sense.
Ja, vor allem, weil du bei Jurassic World 2 einfach ja nicht nur Land hast, sondern du hast ja auch Wasser. Das heißt, du hast auch Plesiosaurier, du hast auch Mosasaurier, du hast alles so. Wasser, Land, Luft, ich freue mich so hart auf das Game. Also das wird ein schönes Let's Play, aber auch ein schönes Live-Let's Play hier auf Twitch.
The Valorant VCT Game Changers Initiative. It is a fantastic program that elevates women and other diverse groups within the esports community. And most importantly, it inspires the next generation of players. So to talk more about the need for increased female representation, I am thrilled to introduce now the executive
Gott sei Dank habe ich übrigens noch einen Red Bull im Kühlschrank. Den werde ich nachher brauchen.
Anna, welcome.
Diego, thank you for having me.
It's so great to have you here.
I've never been on the E3 stage before. This is really exciting.
Well, I'll tell you, that makes us two because this is my first E3 too. But I'm very excited to have you here, especially because you are one of the most influential women in an industry that is predominantly male, from players to developers to heads of publishers. So I really was looking forward to this conversation.
Riot Games, die sind auch schön.
What are some of the biggest challenges you see for female
Riot
players
Games,
and also for those that are trying to build their careers in tech?
It's a great question. It's an important question, and I really
Valorant macht mir aber auch Spaß. Als ich Valorant gespielt habe, hat es mir echt Spaß gemacht, aber ja, war ein schönes Spiel.
Nothing to do with skill. It's because they can't focus 100% on the game. Instead, they need to spend energy dealing with all the harassment they face. And having experienced it firsthand myself, it can be daunting and it takes away from the focus of the actual competition. And how is that fair?
No, it's not fair. It's not fair at all.
It isn't. And it's something we spend a lot of time discussing on Valorant and at Riot. And, you know, it's not a terribly easy problem to solve, but the problems we're solving are rarely easy. What I will say is that we're absolutely committed to creating an inclusive environment for competition and creating safe opportunities for women to compete without fear of identity or gender-based harassment. So that's the gaming aspect.
That's so interesting and so real. So let me ask you then, when we talk about careers, what's the situation there?
Okay, so when it comes to careers in gaming, there's definitely work to be done there as well. I was fortunate enough to have a really impactful mentor early on. I had just started a job at a temp company, and while I played games, I had no idea what a career in gaming could even look like. And then at this gaming company, one of the women I was working with told me she thought I had what it took to become a game producer. I had no idea what a game producer was, but I went with it, and now 20 plus years later, here I am. And as you mentioned, there are not enough women in the industry, so it means a lot that she brought me with her. I try to pay that forward to all the women who are coming up after me, but we need more.
Wow, I tell you, your story is so inspiring, and it's the first time that I actually hear you saying it like that. So thank you, and it just reinforces how important mentorship is. So a little bit of a follow-up to the previous question, but how can both then technology and commitments to allyship play a role in the changes that we still need to see in the industry?
So I'll tell you, one of the most
Bin einfach schon eine Stunde am Stream, wie die Zeit
Developer
eigentlich vergeht.
is that I get to be part of
Fällt
creating
mir
the
grad mal
future
auf.
of Valorant. My team and I spend all of our time dreaming and exploring ways to make the player experience even better. And then we get to go and actually build it. It's a really interesting mix of creativity and engineering. All of the technology you've mentioned on stage today is impacting how we work, and what we're able to create, so please keep those advancements coming. When it comes to specific changes that need to be made to protect women in competitive gaming, we absolutely need to keep investing and prioritizing innovations that help fight against harassment. And honestly, the gaming community needs to take a more
Darf ich mal eben was
active role
dazwischen
in the
werfen?
community that it's creating. If game developers can be allies, and I truly believe we can and should, then so can your teammates in game.
Ich muss ganz kurz was dazwischen werfen. Mir fällt das immer wieder auf bei den Vorträgen der Amis. Ich habe das öfter mal gesehen, wenn, es ist mal was anderes, als immer nur zu hören, so, ja, wir stellen jetzt ein Spiel vor, das hat das und das. Die Amis sind da richtig hinter, die sind wirklich mit jedem, mit Herz komplett dabei, machen so, ja, das gibt es, das, let's go. Ich liebe es. Die stehen wirklich hinter allem hinter, ich liebe sowas. Ich liebe sowas wirklich.
An expansion of our commitment to the Valorant Game Changers Initiative. We are launching together today a new training program dedicated to mentoring up-and-coming female esports casters. The program that is launching very soon this fall will team up them with professionals in the field to provide them with practical tools and knowledge to help advance their careers. It's pretty cool, huh?
Okay, so this is amazing. Game Changers is all about providing experience and exposure to women in gaming. We want to inspire the next generation of not only players, but any women who want to build careers in any aspect of the gaming industry. So this program fits so perfectly with our mission. It'll provide a pipeline of female talent that is so sorely lacking. I am so glad that Verizon is not only acknowledging the issue, but taking actions to push for change.
Well, I love what you say, but the reality is that no one can make real change alone. So we are equally thankful for your support and for Riot's support as well. Fantastic job.
Thank you. And
so Anna, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for the great conversation.
thank you so much for having me, Diego. And honestly, thank you so much for caring about it as much as I do.
It's great to have you. Thank you.
Thanks.
So now I have a final big announcement, and I want to ask Nikki to help me with it. So come on out, Nikki.
Yes, Diego. This is big.
Oh, Game.
And I'm so proud to help
Jetzt,
announce it.
jetzt
You know,
wird's witzig.
Verizon is deeply committed to building a more inclusive and diverse tech sector. Our work in this space has been going on for decades and frankly speaks for itself.
We are so proud of the work we've done, but we also know that more action needs to be taken to address the lack of female representation in gaming and more broadly in STEM. So today, Verizon is making a new $1 million commitment to increase female representation in gaming and STEM. For this, we are creating the Verizon Game Forward Scholarship. The scholarship is an expansion of the Future Fund, our initiative to support emerging female talent across entertainment and technology.
Nice.
That's right.
Finde ich gut.
And
Finde ich sehr, sehr
this
gut.
fall, Verizon will partner with 5 historically black colleges and universities to provide scholarships to 5
Finde ich
female
richtig, richtig
students
gut.
at each school who are active gamers and also pursuing degrees in fields that are tied to gaming development, such as computer science, graphic design, software engineering. And those 5 schools are Dillard, Delaware State, Morgan State, Texas Southern University, and Howard. We'll build
Howard,
tech centers on
okay.
each of these campuses that will be open to the
Krass.
entire student body. And we'll
Krass.
also provide the scholarship recipients with access to the Verizon 5G Gaming Center for training, as well as mentorship.
And I tell you, here's the best part. We are guaranteeing the students internship opportunities at Verizon and with our gaming industry partners. It is these kinds of deep commitments that will help build the diverse talent pipeline the tech industry needs. We are really so proud of this and for the opportunities it will give these women.
Absolutely. And you know, I just cannot wait to see what these students do.
Nikki, thank you.
Thank you.
So I hope the last 30 minutes have clarified why Verizon is here for 2 big reasons. Number 1, technology. Verizon has a vision for how 5G and related technologies will bring an entirely new level of creation and experience of gaming for the developers, for esports teams, and for the fans. And secondly, we see this next gaming generation wanting and needing inclusivity, an industry that is more diverse and more welcoming of new faces, new voices, and new perspectives. We are here to help make astonishing things happen in gaming and esports. But we're also here to listen and to learn. Gaming is a sector of bold thinkers, free spirits, and wide open creativity. Verizon wants to
Ich
support
werde gerade
that
angerufen.
and
Bleibt mal
empower
bitte.
it
Ich
even
mach mal
further.
kurz stumm.
So we look forward
Moment.
to working with you and playing with you for a long time to come. Thank you.
Welcome back to the E3 2021 caster desk. It's me, it's Jackie, and Jackie, two very interesting announcements there at the end for Verizon, right? Number one, Verizon and Riot teaming up for the Game Changers Mentorship Program, huge. And then, of course, this Verizon Game Forward Scholarship. 5 historically black colleges, 5 gamers at each one getting not only a scholarship for school, getting guaranteed internships at Verizon or game partners. It's a $1 million program. It's about building the tech sector and obviously getting women and minorities involved in this. How important is this, Jackie?
Honestly, they kept on echoing that we need action.
Yeah.
To create change, like we need to start doing things like this. And you think that we've made so much progress, but I can't even tell you how many times people come up to me and they're like, "You play video games?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't think that you would be into that." And I'm just like, man, it's crazy. Gamers come from all walks of life. And, we heard Anna Donlan talking about this a little bit, but sometimes when you're a woman, it can be very discouraging. Twitch chat can be extremely harsh. Social media, it can be extremely painful. But seeing something like this that is uplifting and encouraging, I'm so excited for it. And, they kept on talking about the next generation. So many young women out there are watching this. And I'm sure that they're like, wow, there's scholarship money out there for this. Someone's like, you can do this. And it really warmed my heart. So
100%.
happy to see it. Really happy to see it.
And one of the things in there before I toss for you, of course, is that Anna was talking in the Riot segment, right, that the gaming community needs to be better about building the community it's in.
Yes.
And I can't agree with that enough. If you know anything about Greg Miller and Kinda Funny, being better is a big part of what we always talk about. It's be better to each other and don't be a jerk. And I know right now, on our very own Twitch page right here, a bunch of people are being jerks. And everybody who's a good person, which is the majority of gamers, need to step up, ladies and gentlemen, and of course show that the
Tut mir
positive
leid, wurde gerade
outshine the
angerufen.
negative.
Das war gerade wichtig.
That's my rant. Goodbye on that
Thank
one.
you so much for that.
Verizon and Riot, what a team up for the future. Let's talk about esports, though, right? And speaking of esports, I want to hear from more of the voices on the scene about how esports has evolved over the years and where it's headed.
For the longest time, I didn't even tell my friends and classmates in school that I was a professional gamer.
Back when Blockbuster was still open and we had MLG events.
People that organize tournaments, people used to drive around vans with computers and off their own money just to set up these LANs so people could play, so there could be an experience of, people gaming against each other.
And I would go to my local Blockbuster and compete in getting the high score in different Nintendo games. And I would always win.
I always compare it to like a fight club, underground, like super secret. And over time, it's blown up.
The industry and the people in the industry who were once, made fun of for being nerds and playing video games and, the stereotypical living in their mom's basement, are now the cool kids on the block.
And I think now that we, as people that are involved in gaming and esports, can actually dedicate our time properly to this, that shows me just how far we've come.
Once I started to play competitively for League of Legends and realized there was an opportunity to also bring kind of my heart and my energy for the game and make it lucrative, I had to follow my heart.
I'm just very excited to see more and more people being able to turn their hobby, turn their passion into their jobs and making a living out of it.
And now you can legitimately be a kid and tell your parents like, hey,
Was haltet ihr denn von dem Verizon? Was haltet ihr davon? Von dieser Technologie, von dieser und was sie machen? Also ich finde es ehrlich gesagt krass. Ich find's gut. Ich find's sehr gut sogar. Also ich persönlich find's halt richtig gut.
Nerds play video games and jocks play sports, but now you have like NBA players and NFL players that are streaming and making videos.
People are now coming out about it, like come out your gamer closet, you know.
Das sieht man aber auch, was viele Leute leider verpassen. Viele Leute verpassen es einfach und das ist schade.
It's really started to mesh together and it's created like my perfect little child. This sports mixed with video games is like pretty much been me my whole life, but now the world can see this.
I think that's what makes esports so compelling, is that there is an opportunity for anybody, no matter where you're from.
Anyone can be a gamer. You know, you're not capped by your physical attributes.
It's pretty easy for people in esports to gravitate towards underdog stories. I think people love those, and there's a reason, because I think many of us in esports have felt like underdogs ourselves.
Growing up in a children's home without a support system, family, financial means, I just never thought that following my dreams was on the table for me. Like that just did not seem reasonable. Now here I am.
Wie gesagt, aber ich finde es, na gut, ich finde es schade, dass wir, ich weiß nicht, also ich glaube nicht, dass wir in Deutschland das so schnell haben werden. Leider. Also E-Sport haben wir ja. Auch wenn es jetzt nicht gerade die besten, also klar besser als ich und besser als viele andere, aber obwohl, doch, die League-Spieler aus Deutschland, die sind gut. Ja, ich weiß, das wäre schön, aber was ich ja eben meinte, ich weiß nicht. Ja, ich finde es halt schade, so dass viele in Deutschland, nicht alle, aber viele in Deutschland sind immer noch so, auf uns Jungen wird ja eh nicht gehört, ist halt so, Punkt, wird nicht gehört. Und wenn es dann um Games geht, heißt es ja, ja, macht ihr mal eure Ballerspiele da. Es ist so, wir werden nicht vorankommen. Das, was die Amis jetzt haben, was die Amis hier machen, was die Amis, wofür die sich einsetzen, was sie entwickeln alles, was sie für Technologien haben. Naja, also ich glaube, bis das in Deutschland richtig ankommt, bin ich 40 und ich bin 22. Dann bin ich 40. Wenn überhaupt. Ist so. Finde ich schade, aber ja. Auch wenn das ein bisschen übertrieben klingt, was ich sage, aber das ist halt so meine Meinung. Ich habe halt das Gefühl. Ich weiß nicht, ob es so ist, aber ich habe halt das Gefühl, dass wir nicht vorankommen. Weil die reden von 5G, die reden von Gaming über 5G, über sonst Virtual oder Augmented Reality und das. Und viele Leute gammeln mit einer 30K-Leitung rum, wo die nicht mal eine Upload haben. Hier. Ist ein bisschen kritisch. Ist halt schade, weißt du, so. Alles schön in 240 Hertz, 240 FPS und dann auch noch bei Internetleitung, auch noch in 8K mit sonst was können die gucken. Und wenn ich teilweise einen Film gucke, dann kriege ich die aus The Ring, aber laggend aus dem Fernseher. Die hakt dann hinterher. Weißt du, gefühlt. So. Und es geht nicht. Es wäre so schön, aber ich bin guter Dinge, vielleicht wird das ja noch was.
Blast from the past has come along with a new focus to bring gaming to your sofa. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Intellivision.
Kaufst du digital deine Spiele? Psychisch. Du meinst physisch. Nicht psychisch. Physisch. Physisch. Ich bin Sammler. Kommt auch noch hier in den Raum meine Sammlung. Wenn es nicht anders geht, digital, aber ich versuche immer physische Spiele zu bekommen. Oder die Spiele, die ich im Game Pass habe, aber viele aus den Spielen, die ich im Game Pass habe, hole ich mir wegen der Collectors Edition auch nochmal physisch. So. Alles gut. Alles gut. Passiert mir auch. Ich schreibe das auch öfter falsch. Das ist ein schwieriges Wort. Aber ja, am liebsten physisch wegen Collectors Edition. Und wie gesagt, habe ich sie digital und es kommt und ich finde eine Collectors Edition, hole ich mir die dann auch wieder. Für die Sammlung.
For Roblox. Don't hate me. In fact,
Da
I
haben wir
hold
das
the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud. But I'm here today to talk about Intellivision and our brand new video game console, Amico. Now, Amico is the Italian word for friend, and that's basically what
Davon habe ich ja gar nichts gehört. What the fuck?
System and games around. That friendship, that multiplayer, that couch co-op experience. See, when I was growing up, we didn't have the internet to play video games. So
Davon habe ich ja gar nichts mitbekommen. Okay, krass.
Eine
Konsole?
Everybody in a room. In fact, I bet if you're a hardcore gamer, you're probably like me, and I bet your fondest memories of playing games were when you were playing with other people in the same room together. That's what we're all about. Now look, I'm gonna be honest, for a lot of you out there watching this, I'm not gonna impress you with our teraflops and gigawatts and screaming processor and incredible lifelike graphics. That's not what we're about. What we are is a really simple, fun party machine that you can bring out when maybe some of your non-gaming friends come over. Maybe you have a husband or a wife who isn't into gaming as much as you are.
Ich müsste Hashtag 3 nehmen. Seems legit. Sad life.
Control game or a card game or a board game, dice, whatever it is. See, all of our games are built around fun and simplicity. That's the most important thing for us, and gathering
Ich müsste Liner by myself nehmen. Oder with Friends. Aber die sind nicht ganz so oft bei mir. Ich bin eher bei denen, deswegen. Ja, by myself.
600 years experience making some of your favorite games. Everything we do, we focus on bringing people together and having simple fun. In fact, we've designed our hardware entirely around those two things. So for example, our controller is really unique. It has a color capacitive touchscreen on it. It really comes in handy when you're playing others that might not be as good as you in gaming. So it's a great way to give them little hints. For example, here in Shark, whoever's in last place, it will vibrate because we have haptic as well. And then it shows the color of the clam that's going to release the next big bonus pearl. So only that player will get that information. And also having a screen on every single controller gives you a lot of really cool and unique abilities to do game and game design.
Das ist aber geil. Das ist aber richtig gut. Das ist richtig, richtig gut mit dem Rad auch und dann auch mit dem Screen. Das ist geil.
One of our 6-pack-in games that you get free on every console. You can shake it and you'll feel the vibration. We have haptic feedback. And watch, you pour it out, boom, and the dice pour right out onto the screen. Motion controls are also really important, especially for casual gamers. So a lot of our sports and recreation, for example, will use that kind of motion control. You'll see here with Cornhole, you're throwing the bag into the hole. By the way, this is another game that comes free on every console. Now our main disc is really unique as well. Most directional pads have 8 positions, up, down, left, rights, and the diagonals. It has 64 directions and touch sensitivity as well, so the harder I press down, it'll affect gameplay. Here's a feature I think a lot of gamers are gonna love. I can take my controller, I can go over your house, dock it in your system, and because it recognizes that it's my controller, we can now play all of my games that I own on your system at your house. As long as my controller is there, my games are there.
Hübsche Töchter hatten die. Muss ich schon sagen. Die sehen gut aus. Sehen die ja immer in den Vorstellungsvideos. Aber die Konsole wurde schon 2018 vorgestellt. Okay, ich habe gar nichts von der mitbekommen. Aber ich finde es eine gute Idee. Ich würde sie mir holen.
All of the controllers. We also have RFID built throughout the entire console, which means you can get a gift card, for example, tap it on the system, and it shows up immediately. You know what's really cool about having the focus be people playing together? I'll give you an example. Astro Smash is a 4-player game. At any point during the game, somebody can pick up a controller and just hit the ship they want and go right into the game at any point. Now, for all you collectors out there, you'll be happy to know that not only can you download games digitally, but we also have physical media as well, and we'll be releasing more information about that later this year. Now, here's something I think a lot of gamers are going to appreciate. We don't allow any loot boxes, in-game purchases, in-app advertising, or paid downloadable content. But what we do have is an online leaderboard system for most of our games, where you can go in there and check your scores against your
okay, die haben sich gerade richtig beliebt bei mir gemacht. Keine Ingame-Käufe, keine dies, das schon, was alle diese ganzen Spiele heutzutage haben, sondern und noch Leaderboards mit drin. Krass.
We're gonna email your certificate that you can go print out and hang on your wall. Now, as we all know, the most important part of any video game system are the games themselves. They all have to be super fun to play. And that's where we really, really shine. In fact, all of our games on our system are highly curated. All of them contain a single and multiplayer or couch co-op mode.
280 Euro sehe ich hier gerade.
Are exclusive or contain
Kaufe ich mir.
content. Like Retro Reimagine, where we take
Auch für die Sammlung, aber auch weil ich das eine gute Idee finde. Kaufe ich mir.
Give them new graphics, new audio, add multiplayer and couch co-op. Some of the things we have, for example, 12 of the best games from Atari like Breakout, Asteroids, Tempest, Missile Command. We have games like Burger Time and Bump and Jump, and even some of the best Intellivision games from the past like Cloudy Mountain and Night Stalker. We have edutainment titles for kids 7 and under, things like Sesame Street and Care Bears. Now, our original IP category contains brand new games that we've created, a lot of times around our unique controller. Some of those games are platformers like Finnegan Fox, Bomb Squad, Space Strikers, Flying Tigers, and we even got the original Echo the Dolphin team to create our new title called Dolphin Quest. We even take more modern games and add exclusive co-op modes. Games like Rigid Force Redux Enhanced and Dino Blaster. Now, our sports and recreation category not only has big sports like Major League Baseball and soccer, but also recreational sports like cornhole, skiing, pool, and many more. Now, our casual category contains many party games, dice games, board games, card games, things like spades, emoji charades, and even award-winning board games like Blank Slate, Telestrations, and Ink and Gold. Now, I've already mentioned some really big partnerships and licenses like Major League Baseball.
Kommt am 8. Oktober raus. Für die Leute, die es wissen möchten. 8. Oktober könnt ihr euch jetzt aber schon bestellen. Für 280 Euro habe ich jetzt eben gelesen und gesehen bei Amazon. Wer möchte also. So. Ich würde sie mir, also ich hole sie mir. Punkt. Ich finde es eine gute Idee.
We want to do something special. So we're going to give away 3 of these new prints. All of the team members signed it. All you have to do is email cow@intellivision.com with the subject line groovy. You have till the end of June to do that, and then we'll announce 3 winners at the end of the month. Well, thank you for spending a little time with us here today. Hopefully, as you can see, our approach is a little different than everything else that's out there. And we really don't view others as competition. What we're doing, we view as complementary to what the video game industry is doing. It's such an exciting time to be in the industry, to be a fan of the industry, and we are fans of the video game industry. And you know, if there's something that you've seen here today that might be of interest, or maybe you're a developer who wants to make some games for us, maybe you want to place a pre-order, please go to Intellivision.com. We want to hear from you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tommy, for that look at Intella.
Geile Sache.
Guys, what I appreciate the most is that he started the presentation with.
Wer würde sich die holen?
Like what you've seen
Mal in die Runde. Wer würde sich die holen?
We're doing something different. We're going in a different direction. What did you think of that?
Yeah, so, you know, I've been saying this a lot. I've always been a fan of the offbeat, the different. I always seek that experience out no matter what game I play. And I would say that this definitely, like, checked those boxes for me. You know, I owned an old Intellivision, a ColecoVision. You know, like, I had those as a kid. My uncle would bring them in and we'll play games together. It was always a fun time. It was a Smurfs game that I could never finish. It was like the bane of my existence.
This is your second chance.
Yeah,
you're going to
maybe
get
I'll get another opportunity of doing it. But I do like the idea behind it. And I also like, too, like, there's an opportunity here even for independent developers to like get involved and make something super unique on a platform that is unconventional in comparison to what you see out there, you know, in the modern gaming era.
Yeah, Jackie, how's it resonate with you?
So all I heard was Earthworm Jim, and I was just
You're like,
Earthworm Jim? I haven't heard that in forever. Oh my gosh, my brother and I used to mess with that all the time on Super Nintendo. Absolutely adored it. So I personally think that it's opening up a lot of accessibility. Like, if you purchase this is something that if your friends don't game, you could be like, hey, this is really simple.
Very true. Yeah.
I was gonna say it looks like a phone, but it's kind of like a 2001 iPod. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
with the
pretty
dial.
simple,
Yeah, with the dial.
right? Yeah. And I just think it'd be very easy for someone to pick up, and the games are also very accessible as well. So I think that this is something I could play with my parents. All I can think of is Mario Kart. My dad tried to play Wario, and you know, that was a slower character, and he was just, it was a struggle.
Yeah.
It was a struggle.
Yeah, I understand.
Maybe he could do better with the Amico. So for me, what stood out was definitely Earthworm Jim, and then definitely accessibility.
Yeah, that's their whole thing with it, right? And again, I like the idea that they're presenting something different at the end there. Tommy talking about the fact that we don't look at other people as competition because they're clearly in a different market, right? It reminds me how I talk about Nintendo all the time marching to their own beat, right? When everything started going to HD, really, you know, multiplayer focused, Nintendo didn't do that. There's a lot of interesting ideas with it, right? I think obviously talking about it being the party machine is an excellent idea, but then also the fact that, it resonated with me, the controller, that it's connected to your game, so that if you do have a friend who had this, that if you walked over and put your controller into their
that was really cool.
All the games you own, you'd be able to play on their system.
The dice was really neat when he was like...
Sure. Yeah, we got half. Well, I mean, they were definitely on purpose giving us very many callbacks to the Wii.
Yeah.
When I saw the little girl bowling, I was like, all right, I know what I'm getting.
I also like the price points they set for a lot of their games, very cheap. I think it was like $10 for downloadable. I think it was like $15 for physical or $20 for physical, which, you know that they're going to be coming in pretty cheap. But a lot of these things always boil down to that input, right? Like, and in this case, the controller is the appeal for this. I quite like it. We live in an age now, especially, you know, with the year that we had, where, let's be real, like having couch co-op, that's unrivaled. Like, we need more couch co-op games. Look, I love online. I love online, but more couch co-op. I'm all about it in television. Thank you so much for bringing that to light, and I hope it becomes more of a staple with a lot of the big name game companies moving forward as well.
Yeah. I love the idea too of that if you are the top in your country or whatever, at the end of the month they send you a certificate to print.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like very Twin Galaxies type vibe. I like that a lot. Yeah.
But yeah, cornhole. They make a cornhole game, so that's all we. Really
that's all you need. Cornhole, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, the year was 1995, and the Electronic Entertainment Expo debuted for the first time in front and center in the world of gaming. Lots of things have changed since then. 16-bit graphics have given way to HD renders in virtual reality headsets, but we wouldn't be where we are today without the developments and announcements of those early years. Here's a look back at the first adventure.
Oh, schön.
It is absolutely no wonder that E3 continued to live on after its very first show. The show was massive. There was a surprise console launch. You could get a Killer Instinct character tattoo while you played Game Boy. You could try out not one, but 3 VR headsets. And this is all in 1995. So let's take a look through a sometimes 4x3 lens at what the first ever E3 was like. May 11th through 13th, 1995, over 55,000 industry, retailer, and press attended the debut Electronics Entertainment Expo at the Los Angeles Convention Center. There was no shortage of games you could just walk up and play, especially at the Atari Jaguar booth. This would be the only year the Jaguar system would have a booth, but it came in big and even showed off a VR peripheral that was still in development. Or you could meet Rayman and try out his new game. This was one of the first times you could get your hands on the game that would eventually become a 45-game series. There's tons to check out at this booth, including Primal Rage, a violent dinosaur fighting game, White Men Can't Jump, a basketball game based on the movie, and my personal favorite, VLM or Virtual Light Machine. Just walking around the floors, you'll come across Mortal Kombat 3 characters putting on a stage fight that spills into the audience. You could grab a photo with Beavis and Butthead or a Klingon, ride Judge Dredd's motorcycle, or even check out the Batmobile from Batman Forever. And of course, there was no shortage of games that you would stumble upon that are worth playing, like the legendary RPG Chrono Trigger, Earthworm Jim 2, Resident Evil, Ridge Racer, and unique games like Street Fighter the Movie The Game, and a port of the Aerosmith game, Revolution X. There were also plenty of sports games, an industry that would explode in popularity. Games like NBA Jam Tournament Edition, NFL Quarterback Club 96, and FIFA Soccer 96, which is only the third FIFA game in the now famous series. The press conferences lived up to their name, with studio execs in suits at podiums presenting slideshows. The slides consisted mostly of goals, stats, and advertising strategies, but there were hints of the future in their presentations.
Side-scrolling games, for all the fun and success they brought us, will ultimately give way to newer, more complex genres.
And looks at the industry, then a $5 billion industry that is now an over $150 billion industry. One thing that hasn't changed is that classic E3 excitement when a game is shown. Sega's press conference was all about their new system, the Sega Saturn, and they even showed off a host of new games launching with the console, like Panzer Dragoon, a game that would launch a series and would even get a remake 25 years later in 2020. Sega showed off one of their commercials, one of the kinds that you would expect to only see in the 90s.
It's the sphincter.
And Sega even had the first, and it's available now, with the surprise announcement that the Sega Saturn is now available in stores.
We started our rollout of Sega Saturn yesterday.
Months before their original release date. Then they dropped the price and the new tagline,
Sega Saturn is not only here now, it's out there.
For Sony's presentation, it might surprise you that while Keanu Reeves made a more than memorable appearance at E3 2019, he made his actual first appearance as a key visual in Sony's opening sizzle in 1995. And this very 90s sizzle was pretty important because up until that point, Sony was still widely known as a tech company and hadn't released the PlayStation yet, at least not in the US. We were seeing the birth of a major gaming publisher and system through cheeky slides and clip art. But then came one of the most memorable moments in E3 history. After Sega had earlier announced the Sega Saturn's price of $399, the Sony Computer Entertainment president came up to the stage and simply said,
$299.
People referenced this moment as the price heard round the world. 3DO also had a press conference showing their successful 1994, how the 3DO console compares to the competition systems, and they even combated the age-old debate of PC versus console.
You don't need a dedicated system. A PC can do everything. That's a little bit like telling a family that they only really need one car.
They also showed quite a few next-gen visual demos of what their planned upcoming console, the M2, could potentially do. Nintendo spent almost their entire presentation directly discussing forgery systems and piracy that was plaguing the industry at the time. But what they lacked in any formal announcements, they made up for at their giant dome with big letters spelling out Nintendo. This is where you'll find a stage performance for Killer Instinct, as well as a place where you can get an orchid tattoo. Also, there was an early peek at the Ultra 64, which would officially be named the Nintendo 64 a few months later. Nintendo also had Earthbound, which was the origin of NES, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, and Nintendo's VR headset, the Virtual Boy. Also on display close by was the X-Band, seemingly the first online gaming attachment for a console. So that's the first E3. A look at what was, what could have been, and what came to be.
Game over.
At the first E3 in 1995, we wound up showing off an early version of the very first Unreal game. A lot of people who know and use the Unreal Engine don't necessarily know that there's a game that actually launched everything behind all of it. And I remember being there with Mark Rain, and he yells out, Miyamoto's checking out Unreal. Shigeru Miyamoto, my hero, like my idol, who's made so many games that have just fascinated me throughout my entire life from my childhood. And I remember going over there and shaking and giving him a demo of the game and trying to show him why this game is unique, you know, with weapons that can charge up and players that can dodge and alternate fires and enemy AI that can track you down no matter where you were. And he was very stoic, you know, but I hope that I impressed him. And yeah, I was still shaking for like an hour after that.
First E3, wow. 1995.
Sah aber schon geil aus. Schön alt. Gefällt mir. Finde ich nett, dass sie das reingebracht haben.
1995, midnight.
Finde ich gut.
We're talking about video game consoles. Yeah. Golden Boy, we'll start with you. Yeah. Were you a Sega kid or a Nintendo kid?
Oh yeah, I was a Sega kid. Sega kid.
So, Take 2 fängt um Viertel nach an. Ich gehe mal ganz kurz nochmal auf Klo. Bin gleich wieder da.
Super Nintendo for my brother. Sure. But she was like, well, I can't have them sharing it because we're just going to argue and fight the whole time. Yeah. So then, you know, she ended up telling my father, hey, you got to go get him a Sega Genesis. She took the credit for it, by the way. Boss mom. Shout out to you, Ma. And yeah, and then, you know, I had the Sega Genesis. But the only game I had for like the longest time was Sonic Pinball or Spinball.
Spinball.
So and that was like one of my favorite Sonic games.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. I was a Sega Master System kid. Ooh. I was walking through the store, saw the Ghostbusters game, said I want that, and my mom did no research, and she got me what I wanted. Yeah. But then I was a Sega kid, ride or die the rest of the way through the Saturn. I bought a Saturn.
I had a Saturn too. Clockwork Knight, by the way, one of the most underrated platformer games ever. Clockwork Knight, so good.
Jackie, I feel like I don't need to ask.
You want to know what's funny? So actually, the first console we ever got was a Super Nintendo, and it is one of the most vivid memories of my life, actually. I remember my dad came in with the box, and my brother and I were chasing after him. We're like, what is this? What is this? And it was this little TV like this big, and he was trying to get it all plugged in. My brother and I were sitting in front of this like gray screen, you know?
Yeah.
And then Super Mario World popped up, and my brother and I looked at each other, and we just screamed, you know?
Oh, wow.
And little did they know that they were going to start a full-blown video game obsession after that. But I messed with Sega, okay? I would go to my neighbors, and we would play NBA Jam. We'd be like, he's on fire! Oh my gosh, I loved it. And actually, my brother and I got a Dreamcast as well, but we were mainly a Nintendo family.
Well, yeah, the only reason I said I think I know is because you have an SNES game in front of you.
Actually, I did bring Chrono Trigger. I thought we were going to be talking about our favorite games from the 90s, and obviously, like, this one, it's near and dear to my heart. My brother and I played it repeatedly.
Sure.
And Robo's theme was my ringtone for probably 10 years, and then I got an iPhone, and I was like, wait, you can't make a ringtone for these, or can you? And I just haven't figured that out. But anyway, yeah, this story just always resonated with me so much. I was a weirdo. I played like Secret of Mana and Terra Enigma and Illusion of Gaia. But those were like heavy, dark stories for 7- and 8-year-olds to be taken in. So my brother and I are like, you know, we went into the Inca ruins and we found this corpse. And it was
Kaltes Wasser ins Gesicht, Haare kurz nochmal nass gemacht.
Searching for treasure, and I abandoned them, and my brother and I are like crying, you know.
Eieiei, es ist einfach zu warm. Ich bin gerade rausgegangen aus meinem Flur und hier knallt halt komplett die Sonne rein in die ganze Butze. Deswegen habe ich bei mir hier dicht gemacht, also zugemacht. Eieiei. Also geht man aus dem Zimmer hier und hier ist schon warm, wird es noch mal wärmer.
I don't think I've ever.
Do you want to put on white gloves before you handle it?
I feel like I should. I mean, like, I've never actually held a Chrono Trigger box.
I know.
I saw one in Tokyo in Akihabara. I walked around for a little bit and I saw one there and I asked the guy if I could grab it. He looked at me, said I was crazy, and then I left being, you know, in tears. But this is like a piece of history. This is super cool.
Greg, you can hold it too. I mean, I know this.
Yeah, no, this is. You're setting me up for like when that guy shows the Woodstock ticket and tears it in half. I'm not touching that. I'm not ending up on live stream fails.
Oh my god, I love it. But I feel like you can just feel the energy like coming off of the game. You know
and it was one of the greatest RPGs.
I know, seriously.
Till this day, is still one of the greatest RPGs. Like top 5, I think.
Oh, easily in my top 5. What's in your top 5, y'all?
I want to say real quick that, and this is a reformed Sega kid speaking, that like video games made me who I am today. Obviously, it's my entire life, my entire career, my entire passion.
Yeah.
But like, I always looked so longing for Nintendo kids. Because you have, like, because I feel like you guys had a different education. And that's not to say Sega didn't, but, like, I was a dumb kid. No one else liked video games as much as I did. So I was, like, just playing licensed stuff all the time. Which got me, like, Castle of Illusion, Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion, which was great. But it was also, like, the Jurassic Park game and all these other Independence Day
Streets of Rage, baby.
Ja, Jurassic Park. Das Spiel ist auch geil.
I remember that on Genesis sitting there. I remember having the blood in Mortal Kombat, being super stoked.
Battletoads versus Double Dragon, Sega Genesis. That game
Ich muss leider immer fürs Trinken oder für Trinken holen in die Küche rennen, weil ich habe meinen Juggernaut-Kühlschrank nicht angeschlossen. Ich muss ihn mal wieder anschließen. Sonst hätte ich jetzt eben schnell rübergehen können, um mir noch was zu holen, aber...
Darn it, son! Santa, I believed in you.
I won. It's all me. I won. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what are your favorite 90s games? Let us know with the hashtag E3 2021 so we can get you up on screen. But still to come here on the E3 stage, we've got our indie showcase, Capcom, and so much more. The party's just getting started, so don't go anywhere.
Ich dachte, jetzt kommt Take-Two. Witness.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
I remember this one time I was at E3 on sitting there for lunch, and we were just sitting there eating, and then we talked business, then we started talking games. I remember talking about Assassin's Creed, and I was saying how I snuck in the room, I climbed on the wall, then I jumped down, I took the knife and I stabbed the person in the back. I looked over to my left and I saw these people talk, they were talking, then they stopped listening like, oh my God, what is he talking about? He just talking about killing somebody? I said, it's a video game. They're like, oh, okay. Oh man, these people thought I killed somebody. They thought I was a hitman. I was like, oh.
Okay. Ist mir aber auch schon passiert. Du redest ja die ganze Zeit so, ja komm, noch eine rüber, nimmst du die Flasche, ziehst sie über den Kopf und so, was? Also, ich bin noch am Zocken. Mir aber auch schon passiert. Ja komm, Take-Two.
Well, we are back here at E3 2021, and here's the truth, guys. Sometimes the most difficult discussions, are the ones that you need to have the most. And with the gaming community already being such a diverse place, it's time for the creative space to reflect that. So here's Take-Two with an important discussion on the necessity of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the corporate responsibility to honor those things.
Take 2, let's go. Macht was draus. Nein, Mann, Witz.
Hello, I'm Alan Lewis, Vice President of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs for Take-Two Interactive. Thank you for joining us today and welcome to Virtual E3 2021. Take-Two, like many organizations, is deeply committed to and actively involved in numerous initiatives to enhance diversity, equity, and inclusion within our society and industry. Affecting meaningful, sustainable change is a continuous process, and there is no one solution that can achieve that goal. We believe that to enact change, especially for those in underserved and underrepresented communities, there needs to be a continuum of activism and engagement with educational programs serving as its core foundation. Beginning with children in elementary school, we have the ability to light a spark of creativity, intellectual curiosity, and wonder that can last a lifetime. Continuing through middle and high school, we can support and nurture students during their formative years and increase the depth of their skills that can provide a pathway to attending one of the 400 plus colleges and universities within the United States that offer degrees in game design. Providing opportunities to attend
Der Sound ist nicht so gut, ne, von ihm.
including need-based
Oder kommt mir das nur vor, dass er
is
kratzt? Aber
also
der
a
kratzt ab und zu, der
critical
Sound bei ihm,
component
ne?
to helping end generational cycles of inequality. And while pursuing their creative and technical degrees, students can learn firsthand from industry leaders that share their experience, acumen, and passion through one-on-one mentoring and internships at our organization. Together, if our
Ich muss mir ein anderes
industry can
T-Shirt
execute
anziehen.
this continuum,
Ich höre das ja
we will
nebenbei, aber
invest
ich muss
meaningfully
kurz...
in the lives of the youth
Ich
from these
zieh, glaube ich, mein Trikot an, ne? Ist das
more than
besser
a
bei der Hitze.
decade before they begin their professional journey. Diversity and inclusion make us a better industry for today, and most importantly, for tomorrow. It allows us to make better entertainment experiences that are authentic, culturally relevant, and reflective of the audiences that enjoy them. Today, we have brought together a few of our important partners who will share their organization's mission and role in this endeavor, as well as their insights on how we as an industry can continue to take these important steps together for the future. We hope that you find their work as inspiring as we do. It is now my pleasure to turn things over to my colleague, Tony Lagans, Director of Diversity and Inclusion for 2K, who will be the moderator for today's discussion.
Thanks, Alan. It's my pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce my esteemed panelists today. We're going to start off with Jim Huntley. Jim Huntley is currently the professor and head of marketing at USC. Jim is a faculty advisor, and he's an executive producer for USC Games Expo and a co-founding partner of PAC-U Gaming. Next, we have Susanna Pollock. Susanna is the president of Games for Change, which is a
Erleichterung.
nonprofit that empowers
Pur.
game creators and social innovators to drive real-world impact through games and immersive media. Next to Susanna, we have Gordon Bellamy. Gordon is a professor of practice of cinematographic arts at USC. He is also the head of USC Bridge Incubator, which is a program that helps to cultivate the next generation of leaders in the video game industry. And last, next to Gordon, we have Layla Shabir. Layla is the founder of Girls Make Games, which offers a series of summer camps, workshops, and game jams designed to inspire the next generation of designers, creators, and engineers. Welcome to all of you, great panelists, and thank you so much for joining our important discussion today. Now, I'd like to dive right in here, and Jim, I'm gonna start with you. In Alan's opening, he mentioned something that was so important, and it was really just talking about the increasing role that diversity, equity, and inclusion it is playing in the video game industry today. So before we get into the big concepts that we're talking about here, let's just break some things down for our viewers. Jim, can you help us understand and talk about equity and diversity and why it's so important in the conversation about the video game industry today?
Absolutely. Equity and diversity has been a challenge for the gaming industry since its inception. It hasn't really changed very, very much over time. But I think the biggest change that people are seeing in the last 2 to 3 years are the lack of it in the modern era and the rationale that there's no excuse behind not having better equity and diversity in the industry from here on out. So what I like about working with companies like Take-Two and some other companies that have reached out to me about an initiative we started to call the Gerald A. Lawson Endowment Fund is that companies are now looking to invest in getting more diversity in their ranks and getting more stories told from different points of view.
I appreciate that. That's great conversation there. So let's talk about just kind of the inequities and why is it so important to have these conversations, talk about that whole aspect and just getting people in the right mindset to understand what's available for them as majors in this industry. Jim, just talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So a lot of what we've been focusing on from a USC Games perspective is making sure that students of color, Black and Indigenous students in particular, because they have the least amount of representation within our industry out of all the various demographic groups. We've been focusing on scholarships, but the challenge that we have, and I think the challenge that society and the industry has, is it starts earlier than that. There's a phrase from, I can't remember who to attribute it to, but there's a phrase that he used that I remember saying, the inequities of our past pay dividends into the future. And that sticks with me because the reality is if you don't have a great opportunity or access to computer science labs and specialized education in grade school and high school and junior high school, the odds of you having a great portfolio piece when it comes time to apply to a program like ours puts you at a deficit. And if that deficit keeps rolling on into the future, generation after generation, the gap between the ability to get into some of these slots in game design and not being able to get them gets wider and wider. So we need to do a better job as a society, and we are willing to do our part and help work with companies like Take-Two to lead the vanguard on how do we get students some opportunity from grade school? Like how do we make sure they can see this as an option? Because when I, as a Black man, get in front of a small group of grade school students and I say I work in the video game industry, you can see the eyes just their minds explode because they've never seen anyone like me and the videos they see on YouTube or other visitors to their classes, to their seminars. So it's important to show that we have a presence here, but it's also important to make sure that the students who look like us, who are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years behind us, also have the opportunities that we didn't in some cases to get a job in this industry.
Yes, thank you so much for your insight. So important there. Susanna, that really kind of speaks to a lot of the great work that you're doing in helping to reach this underserved community. Can you talk about the work that Games for Change is doing?
Sure. So, our mission, as you said earlier, is to empower game designers and social innovators, right?
Kannst du ja auch machen, Luca. Ich werde ja nur sozusagen den laufen lassen und ein bisschen mal so Meinung dazu geben. Die Streams kommen übrigens alle auf YouTube von der E3, weil ich muss den VOD löschen. Ich darf den nicht ich darf das Stream hier, aber ich darf das Video auf Twitch nicht behalten. Deswegen capture ich das nachher, ich capture das nebenbei ja ab und lade das dann auf YouTube nochmal hoch. Da ist es nämlich erlaubt. Deswegen der VOD wird nicht da sein, aber auf YouTube. Neben den Let's Plays. Nur ganz kurz zur Info. Aber ja, kannst ja machen, Luca. Kein Problem.
They all love to do and help them become creators of this content, not just consumers. And we've been finding that the program that we've been running called the Games for Change Student Challenge. We've been running it for the past 6 years. We've reached over 30,000 young people in middle and high school. And we not only give them an opportunity to learn how to make games, but we also combine that with civic engagement. So they have to think about how games can help make their communities better. So right from the start, we want to empower them to think about this really important medium, not only as something they love to do, but they actually can make. They're learning important 21st century and STEM skills that can help them regardless of what career path. But what we really hope to see happen is that they see a future for themselves and they see an opportunity, a pathway for them. And part of our program, an important part of it, is this idea of mentoring and mentoring from near peers and also from people from the community. So as Jim says, it's so important they see themselves in the people that are coming to speak to them. So when we're in Los Angeles, for example, we can reach out to USC Games, for game design students to come and speak to the kids, that we can bring people in from Riot or Activision or from Take-Two to come in and say, yes, this is what I do, and this is something for you. And we do the same thing in New York and working in Atlanta and Detroit. And I can tell you that students are coming back year on year, and we're seeing them use this program as like their college essay, or they're building their portfolio. And I love the idea that, if we can get to them at a young age. They spend their summers with Layla at Girls Make Games, and then they can go on and apply to college, and we're talking about this pipeline or this pathway for them. And so that's the role.
Ich glaube, Take-Two zeigt keine Spiele, ich weiß es aber auch nicht. Ich will jetzt nichts Falsches erzählen, aber ich habe von Erik vorhin gehört, dass die wohl keine Spiele zeigen sollen. Also von Gronk.
Different avenues you can have and career pathways there are in the gaming industry. Just the activity that you can have in terms of having mentorship and role models and representation, and just, having good gamers out there. So there's so many things that you talked about that I want to hit on. Let's just pull Layla into this conversation and just talk about the idea of mentorship and representation. Layla,
Afrikola.
talk about the workshops and the summer programs that you offer
Nicht
to
bezahlt.
girls. How does that help to increase the representation and the mentorship aspects that we've talked about?
Thanks so much for having me. I was on mute. This is
Oh Mann, ja.
still going on mute.
Ich weiß es aber auch nicht, wie gesagt. Ich finde das halt auch in Ordnung, wenn ab und zu mal Spieleentwickler selber reden, so. Ich will ja selber in die Branche wieder einsteigen.
Just for girls, there's so many programs out there that are open to everyone. But I think it's just so important to create that space because, like Jim talked about, it's so important to see people who are like yourselves. For many of the girls that come to camp,
Jetzt Zeit gibt's nämlich keinen Alkohol.
Walking into a room full of girls who love video games. They've been so accustomed to kind of being the only girl on their robotics team, or the only girl that went to a coding camp with their brother, and the girl who's fighting her brothers for the Xbox controller. So those are very common themes and stories, and I think it's important to kind of tie in not just the mentorship but also the community. It's very important to walk into a room and feel like you're not an outsider, and the best way to do that is to show many more faces that look just like you. It's really validating to walk away, not just with the technical skills, but to feel like these are people that I'm gonna, kind of encounter in 10, 15 years and we'll be like professionals, because right now we're just kids making games, but we'll be professionals in a few years. And 7 years out for Girls Make Games, we're finally starting to see, these girls kind of make plans together to go to college, and this year, I would say, like, the first time we got in like dozens of emails from families saying, my daughter is now thinking of college, and how do we get this portfolio going? How do we set that up? So I think touching on Jim's point too, there's so many challenges that, people have to go through just to get everything right. You shouldn't have to rely on luck so much. So if you look at the women who are now excelling and thriving in the industry and you ask them their stories, so many things had to go right in their lives to finally end up in the industry, many of whom ended up there accidentally, like me and even Tony. I think Tony and I touched on that earlier. But it shouldn't have to be luck or accident. We can actually intentionally create these pipelines. And I think it requires all of us working together, like everyone in this room, talking about what we're doing and how do we pass our students on from, we start as young as 8, getting them onto the programs and then passing them on to the student challenge and then on to USC and then finally on to the industry. I think that's basically the magic formula to solving the problem that we're talking about today.
Yes, thank you for hitting on that pipeline challenge and actually solution. You really clearly laid it out there for us. I really, really enjoy that.
Ich möchte auch irgendwann gerne in der Entwicklung von Spielen mitwirken, selbst was programmieren, aber sie hatten auch im Hintergrund irgendein Spiel laufen lassen können. Hätten sie machen können, ja. Aber ich glaube, Take-Two geht es darum, mal wirklich mit den ganzen hier zusammen, mit den Leuten von Gamers for Change, mit 2K oder GGQ, war das? GGQ, ich weiß es gar nicht. GGP ist das hier. Dass sie halt einfach auch mal darüber, also einfach als Gruppe auch einfach mal reden, so, über die Dinge. Und ich glaube, die geht es darum, aber ja. Ich möchte auf jeden Fall auch wieder nicht nur in die Entwicklung, eigentlich will ich richtig in die Branche mit einsteigen. Bin ich momentan noch teilweise dabei, also ich bin mit 2 Firmen am Sprechen aus Köln. Wohne ich ja in der Nähe, ich wohne in Oberhausen bis Köln, ist es mit dem Zug nicht mal eine Stunde. Also kann man verkraften.
feeling of belonging.
Vielleicht wird das ja mal was.
Being default.
Ich bin guter Dinge.
I know that people in their uniqueness do a lot of mental, socioeconomic, and sometimes social gymnastics before they get to be as good as they are, before they get a chance to participate in this panel or participate in our industry by and large. And I think the work that we all share is trying to disrupt some of those mental gymnastics, socioeconomic gymnastics, social gymnastics that young women, people of color, indigenous people, neurodiverse people.
Nein, nicht unbedingt. Mittlerweile, warte. Nein. Man kann es studieren, aber man kann auch eine duale Ausbildung neben Studium und so machen. Das geht, aber du kannst auch dich ausbilden lassen und kannst eine Weiterbildung machen. Also zwingend studieren musst du nicht.
Indigenous people, right? Growing together. And the work that Susanna, you've been doing since before it was cool. Okay? You've been changing games, you know, making that dollar out of 15 cents to before all of us. All of that work, you know, and with the support of corporations like Take-Two, right, is enabling us to move a generation forward. Specifically with GGP, we have a scholars program in partnership with Take-Two. Some go to USC, many go on to participate in Games for Change, and many have been girls who made games. And that's where we find ourselves intersecting, is at that college point of how do we take them towards professionalization? And then we hope to carry them through into employment, into being experts, right? Because that's the real challenge. We're trying to discover people. You don't want just to be entering. You want experts, right? And if things are going to really change, like this discussion, you need owners, right? Layla, owner. Susanna, owner. Jim, owner. All of you, owners of facets of your business, right? That is where we become the batter, not the frosting, right? Where the change is, you know, more than we can count, 2%, 3%, 1%. We aren't even the ones counting, right? We're still being counted, right? Until you're doing the counting, nothing has changed, right? I don't need to ask how many young ladies are in Girls Make Games. You're like, all of them, right? What is the gender balance of Games for Change? All of it, right? These sort of systemic changes, like that is the work I think we all share. I think it's why we all made time today, right? I've been to every E3. I was a booth boy when I started, and I'm still here, right? 25, 26 years later, haven't missed one yet. So I hope that someone out there sees this and begins their path, right? And this is additive, you know, that's why we're all here.
I appreciate that. Yes, exactly what you're saying. There's so much more that all of us can be doing. The accountability piece is really very important, Gordon. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to lay this out there to all our panelists. What can corporations do to really set themselves up for success in the near future and grabbing this new talent, this talent out there that we need to capture to help us build better, more relevant, engaging video games? What can corporations do?
So I was thinking about this in particular as Gordon was talking about the scholarships that he puts forward. So having
Luliv, mal ganz kurz für dich als Info. Ich habe zum Beispiel hier gerade gefunden, Ausbildung, Spieleentwicklung, Grafik, Game Design, Game Art und 3D-Animation. Der Abschluss ist ein SAE, also SAE, wie war nochmal die Abkürzung für... Genau, gucke ich gleich. Game Art and 3D Animation Diploma, kriegst du den Abschluss. Und damit kannst du dann bei anderen Spieleentwicklungsfirmen halt punkten und auch davor legen. Die Sache ist nur, du brauchst kein Studium, du brauchst Geld, weil das kostet. Und die ich jetzt gerade gefunden habe, kostet...
they're mentoring and coming into a classroom, they're volunteering at a game jam, or judging games at the end of the competition. They're involved, and I think that it really has an impact in young kids' lives.
SAE ist das Institut, ich Trottel. Ja, SAE heißt das Institut. Arbeiten zusammen mit der Middlesex University in London, ist in Kooperation mit denen. Machen halt viele solche Entwickler.
Simple, like, oh, our business is more successful if there is more of this, right? And that's about people being of value versus just being valuable, which are two different things. There's lots of exceptional people, right, who are of value in spite of their circumstances. They're valuable, right? There's a difference between saying you're of value and that's a business goal in itself. And I think that's the real change, because it used to be, I mean, just real talk, it used to be about exceptionalism, right? And be like, oh, you're able to thrive under this duress, right? Isn't that cool? Versus, right, you are actually who we are, so we are going to cultivate you. That's who we are year round. That's what we look like, what we sound like, right? Who we are, right? And so
Warte. Also der Studiengang, also das ganze Studium, was du da durchmachst, weil du machst da ein Studium zu, damit du den Abschluss kriegst, damit du dann da dementsprechend dich halt bewerben kannst, kostet plus jetzt nochmal die Vorgebühren knapp 11.000 Euro. Für 18 Monate. Also 1,5 Jahre. 11.000 Euro. Geht noch. Im Durchschnitt liegen die bei über 20.000 bis 30.000.
Right. In that spectrum, in that conversation, looking at value from different sources and kind of recalibrating our minds to that. But like you guys have said, it takes time. It takes starting earlier in the pipeline. I love that you just call that out. What other things can corporations do that are just different than what we've been doing in the past, perhaps? What would you recommend?
I would even add to what Gordon just said.
Mein Lüfter hörst du nicht.
Looking at this challenge as a business challenge is key. That's what.
Ist nicht mein Lüfter. Den hörst du nicht.
Of the social justice marches from last summer, and really talking to our chair, Danny Bilson, who said that, hey, if you were going to tackle this issue, this giant generational issue.
Vielleicht sind das ab und zu die Autos, die hier langfahren, weil die Autobahn ist ein bisschen dicht, deswegen fahren hier auch LKWs lang. Kann sein, dass die das sind, dass ihr die hört. Ich sage ja, ich brauche ein Mischpult. Wenn ich Geld habe, werde ich mir eins holen, weil dann habe ich auch endlich wieder einen guten Kompressor. Ja, bei Spieleentwicklung und Spielesachen kaufst du dich eher mittlerweile ein, machst dann die dementsprechenden Abschlüsse und dann gehst du zu den Firmen und sagst, also komm, bei vielen.
That's where you're going to see the gap start to close in a meaningful way and be able to point out to other people in the industry, like, hey, this is what we can all do together. What if we scale this effort up and really had an impact on society as a whole? That mindset is really going to be what changes the game.
So I like to think about it as like a pie. You know, when we think about from a corporate strategy, we always think about there's a piece of the pie and everyone gets a little piece of the pie. But I think the way we have to approach this is really, the pie is not a fixed size. I think by including more people, the pie gets bigger. So it's not a fixed size that we're trying to all get a piece of, but by including more people, in the industry who, by becoming creators of this medium, who actually expand the medium, expand it beyond just entertainment. And I think that speaks really heavily to me as a problem solver. Is like when I look at video games, it's such an underutilized tool for social change. And I think like that, I can see Susanna kind of has been on the forefront of that. And coming in as an outsider to the games industry, I was just kind of blown away that, oh my God, you can do so much. Like 9 out of 10 kids play video games. Not 9 out of 10 boys, 9 out of 10 kids. We're talking about literally changing perceptions and inspiring and educating generation after generation. And yet that power rests in the hand of like a select few. And I think when you think about it, not just from a corporate responsibility, but as a social responsibility, like what are we putting out there for our kids to consume? I think we need to bring in pretty much everyone, anyone and everyone who's interested in building a future together in that. So between the pie and the corporate responsibility, I feel like there's a lot that gets lost. Like I think there's a big dichotomy between these are people that are doing good and these are people that are self-serving, but it doesn't work like that. We have to work together, and everyone does kind of go between what's good for me and what's good for everyone, So.
Ich habe gerade ein bisschen...
Thank you for bringing that.
Ich habe gerade ein bisschen Internetprobleme. Bitte, ich bitte das eben zu entschuldigen. Meine Internetprobleme kotzen gerade wieder rein, deswegen Ausgabe. Ich rege die Bitrate ein bisschen runter. Tut mir leid, ich habe gerade erhebliche Auslastung. Deswegen, ich bitte den Leck gerade kurz zu entschuldigen, ist gleich wieder vorbei.
Ask their questions that are top of mind related to our conversation today. So we're going to start it off with some questions from our other video game industry experts here. We've got Carrie, she's an executive producer from Private Division. We also have Vanetta, who's a director of talent acquisition with Take-Two, and Nir, he's the head of mobile for Take-Two. So go ahead and fire it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. The first question is for Layla, but certainly open to having the rest of our panelists answer the question. But at the beginning of your career, did you ever imagine being a leader within an industry that is predominantly male-dominated? And what is your advice for other young women that are interested in taking a similar path to where you are today?
Thank you, Juanetta. I don't think I really envisioned being in a male-dominated industry, although I did envision being in a male-dominated world, because I grew up in the Middle East and I was painfully aware of being a girl and how my life was going to turn out to be different from my male peers or my brothers or my cousins or any of that. I was fortunate that my parents were very supportive and they wanted me to pursue whatever dream I wanted. But I think having that mindset and coming from a world that was very much male dominated already prepared me for, hey, whatever I end up doing, there's going to be more boys or men than me. I think the piece of advice that I would really give girls is to honestly not think about your gender when you think about what you want to pursue, because it's all about you specifically. You might end up liking things that people, even your age, your geographic location, your, educational background, or your family might not have heard of or even thought of. And that is all the things that I ended up doing were things that didn't match anything that I had seen in my own environment, but I just kind of pursued what I wanted to. And then 2 is to kind of use a very selective hearing. I think you have to kind of develop selective hearing, listen to the people that care about you, that love you, and encourage you in being more of who you are, and diminish the voices of people who say you can't do things because it's never been done, or that's not how it is, or that's not how the world works. The way the world works is based on the world that we build, and we're continually building a new world. So it doesn't matter how things are done now, they're going to be done a different way as you grow up, and you can be part of building that world. So those would be like my 2 pieces of advice for girls, is to just pursue what you want and, develop selective hearing.
All right. My question is for Susanna, but also open to.
Sorry für die Lags, wie gesagt. Das liegt momentan an meinem Internet. Ich habe wieder absolut
he said.
Der regelt die Bitrate auch nicht runter. Ich habe normalerweise auf 6000, jetzt habe ich gerade auf 3500 gestellt, aber der regelt die nicht runter. Der bleibt bei 6, über 6 sogar. OBS spinnt gerade richtig. Aber es liegt auch immer im Internet, wie gesagt. Deswegen bitte ich, die Lags zu entschuldigen.
In a different way, harder than most. So, my question, Susanna, for you is, could you share an example of how your program has impacted someone that has participated, or a few people?
Sure. So as I said, our program is 6 years old in New York City. We're a bit younger in the other cities that we're operating in, and there are opportunities now that kids all over the country can participate. But we saw in New York a very particularly strong cohort. We're actually in over 125 schools right now in New York City, and there are some rock star teachers that have encouraged their kids to participate, their participants, year on year on year. And that, to me, is certainly the beginning of getting this kind of program off the ground, and particularly in schools where students usually aren't offered this kind of experience. So, one, having the teachers find value and really and work to and making it a part of an annual program within their school system has also allowed students to continue with the program year on year. There's one young woman in particular who won, I think she won the our theme category the first time round when she participated as a sophomore. The junior year, she won again. And by the senior year, she was a grand prize winner in New York City. And I hear that she then followed on with a full scholarship to NYU Game Center. Right. And it was just amazing. And I just remember she was invited to speak at the Games for Change Festival after she won. It must have been the second year. I don't think it was the third year. And she came and we were having a panel, a conversation about, the program. And she was invited to speak on it. And her father came with her and followed her around the entire 2 days she was there with a camera recording her experience in this, professional environment, not only when she was speaking, but when she was sitting and watching the other people on stage. And it was so awesome to see that kind of support within her family. And I'm like, all right, you've got educators supporting this young woman, this pathway. She's got her family. And actually, since she graduated, I've seen other kids in her family come through the program. But it takes that kind of multiple supports from different directions to really support this young woman who is a woman of color from Brooklyn, who found her path, right? And she got the right supports and she got there. And now I also understand that she's launched her own studio and is raising money, on Kickstarter. She's remarkable.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. That's so cool.
Nir, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, hi, I do. So my question is to Gordon. I'm looking at LGBTQ representation in gaming. I've been in gaming for more than 12 years, and it feels to me that...
Ja, tut mir leid, ich muss den Stream neu starten. Ich habe gerade einen Speedtest gemacht. So, tut mir leid, ich musste komplett OBS neu starten. Durch diesen Hin und Her der Bitrate hat sich OBS gerade komplett weggegangen. Ich habe nicht mehr Verbindung zum Server gefunden. Tut mir leid, musste gerade so geschehen. Deswegen bitte ich das jetzt einmal zu entschuldigen. Vodafone macht ja nichts. Dankeschön, Vodafone. Ihr seid die Besten. Ich empfehle euch hiermit nochmal nicht weiter. Mein Video auf YouTube musste ich ja löschen. Weil ihr einfach nicht kritikfähig seid. Und es ist eine Schande für euch, überhaupt zu arbeiten. Danke. Und das Video und das kommt als Anfangsszene für dieses Video. Ich hoffe, euch gehen die Kunden aus. Ich gehe echt zur Telekom. So, Punkt. Ihr seid kein gutes Unternehmen. Kein gutes, nochmal, erwähnt. Kein gutes Unternehmen. So, tut mir leid, musste gerade raus. Ich habe so langsam, kriege ich Zustände hier. So.
Activities you guys have?
Sure. So we have most of our content now, in addition to our Scholars Program and our community service that we do with Take-Two.
Und danke nochmal an Vodafone, dass ihr auch noch auf euren eigenen Mitarbeiter scheißt. Finde ich echt super. Dass ihr es nicht mal da geschissen bekommt. Props.
We just had our second Indigenous Game Creators panel yesterday. Big hit because you know what?
Moin Lu, Dankeschön, dass ihr gewartet habt. Tut mir leid, wie gesagt, viele von meinen Zuschauern kennen mein Problem. Ich habe das noch nicht lange, das Internetproblem. Laut Vodafone noch nicht lange. Gib mir 3 Monate, dann ein Jahr. Und bisher hat sich nichts geändert. Obwohl ich Störung aufgegeben habe und die Störung seit 5 Monaten aktiv ist.
In our ERGs, in our executive suites, like Dr. Liggins, right? These people need to be cultivated as well, right? The same way that we cultivate engineers, artists, and other things that we value, right? Things that we value need to be cultivated. So we're going to be getting to do that work August. Tune in, front page of Twitch. It's going to be a mood. Hope you're all there.
Awesome. Thank you. We probably have time for one more question, so let's go for it. Who's got their last burning question for our panelists?
Oh, I have several questions.
Burn.
If
Burn.
It's one, we'll just speak. I have to come from the affinity group, ERG, BRG perspective. So Gordon, thank you for touching on that. So this question is for both Jim and Gordon, as someone that, you know, represents a member of an ERG.
Ich sage euch jetzt schon, von Take-Two wird nur Gerede kommen, ne?
What advice would you give ERGs,
Bis
affinity groups, BRGs that are either just starting out
20:10 Uhr. Dann kommen Mythical Games. Ich hoffe, die haben endlich Spiele. Also, Mythical von den Mythical Games.
Into the business, so that better versus the pricing that you're talking about.
Also, I mean, to add to that, I think the something that a few of us have touched on earlier is an old adage from the business world: you can't manage what you can't measure.
Also noch knapp eine Viertelstunde, dann sollte es wieder gehen. Tut mir leid, dass die Qualität jetzt so kacke ist vom Stream, aber ich muss auf 3500er Bitrate lassen. Damit habe ich gerade 0 ausgelassene Frames gerade. 6000 ist zu viel, wenn ich nebenbei noch das Video laufen habe und ich capture meinen Stream und ich habe gleichzeitig noch ja, hier alles im Hintergrund am Internet am Laufen. Das heißt 5, 6 Browserfenster und all mögliche Sachen, die ich abgleiche und bla. Deswegen 3500er. Ich hoffe, die Qualität ist dennoch ertragbar. Für euch, ich hoffe.
Here's data that shows that what we're doing is having an impact on our objectives, and rewarding that partner or those partners for that investment and for that support. That's really key to building a positive.
Aber danke schön, dass ihr geblieben seid nach dem Ausfall. Ich füge die Videos dann später zusammen.
But I'd still say make it mobile. God, if you could move that needle like 0.2%, anything, you can't get cut. You can't get cut then, right? There's no way, no one can say budget's tight when you're moving that needle 0.2%, right?
No, the scale at which we all operate, it's pretty staggering when you think about it. When you aggregate how much revenue and profit goes and gross profit goes in the games business, for a meaningful moving of the needle of DEI, comparatively speaking, it's not a huge amount of money. It's, you know, to have a really big demonstrable impact, measurable impact. If we aggregate our dollars and really focus on some key objectives, we can really move the needle in a way that's going to, frankly, when you start seeing things work, people get excited. It worked. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why the Lawson Fund is what it is. It's an endowment because we want to see it have an impact in the aggregate over time, over generations, and support students for decades to come. Not just have it be this fiscal year, what can we do?
Freue mich schon auf Mythical Games und ich hoffe wenigstens ein Spiel sehen, egal welches, Hauptsache wir sehen auf Spiele. Wir werden heute weniger Spiele sehen als sonst, aber es kommen ja noch einige. Das heißt, ich bin auch guter Dinge, dass wir heute noch Spiele sehen werden. Und wenn, dann haben wir morgen auch noch, weil ich bin morgen auch noch dabei, um den ganzen Tag noch mitzunehmen. Morgen wird Spiele schallern. Morgen wird Spiele schallern. Aber ich hoffe heute auch wenigstens auf ein paar gute Games, die auf meine Liste kommen. Ich hoffe auch.
I love that. Thank you.
Good question. We've got time for more. What else do we have?
All right, I'll go if we have time for more. Layla, how have you been able to actually connect with the people in the community to bring awareness for your programs? Like, how do you actually gather people, to participate, and especially like in the very beginning?
Oh my gosh. So the first camp in 2014, we literally like barged into a maker fair with flyers and we were just going around and being like, you look like you would love video games because you're playing with robots right now. So come to our camp. But I think it's pretty much primarily been word of mouth originally, but then when we ended up partnering with the game studios and game companies, that really helped elevate the program and the PR. I think Susanna touched on that. It's like it actually legitimized us and then kind of made us really cool. Like, hey, you can go make games at these game studios. You can actually make a game at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo.
Freue mich auf Nintendo. Ich auch. Definitiv freue ich mich auf Nintendo.
And I think that cool factor has kind of really helped us out. When it comes to speakers and people who want to mentor and be involved, that's been a lot easier because, a lot of our teachers end up being college students themselves, and they come back and they'll say things like, I wish this program existed when I was younger. It sucks I couldn't go to it, but at least I get to be a part of it and give back to the kids. And then same thing for mentors and speakers. There's so much interest in wanting to give back and wanting to welcome new voices into the industry. We haven't really had to do a lot of pushing. In fact, we get pulled in a lot of directions. I was talking to my team the other day. I was like, this is a very fortunate problem to have where we're getting pulled in 100 directions because we're needed in 100 directions, as opposed to us telling people that, hey, this is important, pay attention, and, look at what we're doing. So I would say it's been very organic and really the tide is turning. We're building a new industry. We're building on the industry that we
Ist
have.
ja nicht mehr lange, dass sie reden, noch vielleicht 10 Minuten.
Part of the industry together. So it's really exciting.
Thank you. Thanks, Layla. And thank you to our panelists. You guys have been very inspirational, very thought-provoking, and have left us with a lot of great tidbits to take away, to take back to our corporations and our respective organizations to really make a deliberate impact in our community that we're building and this whole world of diversity and equity and inclusion in the video game industry. So thank you all. Thank you, the viewers, for joining, and have fun at the virtual E3 conference.
So, das war's. Das war Take-Two. Ja. Schade, keine Games. Aber wusste ich von Anfang an schon eigentlich. Hat der Gronk auch gesagt. Da wird's keine Games geben.
Ever since Mega Man X, I've just loved the sort of 8-bit, 16-bit pixel art style. As an artist, I just kind of fell in love with that aesthetic.
Number 1, Mega Man X, favorite game of all time. Whenever somebody
Das Studio Girls Make Games ist sehr interessant, vor allem dahinter steht, aber die Namen von den Games sind legendär. Okay.
Lara Croft is the reason why I started to become really adventurous in my own life and wanted to be.
Muss ich mir auf jeden Fall mal angucken. Speichere ich mir auf jeden Fall mal ab.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I feel like that was the first video game that I've ever played where I've seen so
GTA San Andreas, was sie gerade meinte, wo jeder zeigt das Gefühl, you call me. Ich sag das Wort jetzt nicht, aber you know what I mean. Wegen CJ, ne? You call me.
On PlayStation, man.
Oh, man.
PlayStation. Perhaps we got more bars than half the industry right now. So I recommend that you all go check it out because it's one of my favorites.
I think it might be Apex Legends.
San Andreas war aber auch legendär. Auch Sam, also San Andreas Multiplayer. Habe ich damals auch tot gespielt. Das war so. Neben GTA 4 so das erste Game, was ich wirklich gesuchtet habe. Neben Moorhuhn, Need for Speed die Teile. Also ich habe so viel gezockt, als ich jung war. Allgemein mein ganzes Leben besteht eigentlich nur aus Games. Ich bin mit Games aufgewachsen und ich werde auch mit Games sterben. Na, kann es sein. Ich kann es in eine Collectors Editions packen mit so einem QR-Code und dann ab in den Sarg damit. Tschüss. Und oben steht dann drauf Collectors Edition. Das wird mein Sarg, glaub mir.
Go crazy in that game, have game nights and everything.
Lion King.
Blob, Quest of the Blob.
Because that will teach you about life right quick. That was hard.
Guck ich mir gerade an. Sieht witzig aus, so diese Retro, diese Pixel.
he's on camera. I'm just like cracking
You are
up.
too
Love
cute.
him. Anyway, welcome back to E3 2021. Do not forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for your E3 2021
Okay.
needs.
Muss ich mir echt mal ein Video von angucken, allgemein. Vielleicht spiele ich es auch mal. Ich bin immer offen für neue Spiele.
Nobody likes me. Or do you want to be in an E3 bomber jacket and everybody likes him? All the kids want to look just like me anyway.
Okay.
Ich will die Jacke haben. Nein, ich will ein T-Shirt haben mit E3.
Razer, do you see our lovely little Razer blade?
Can you give me
laptop here?
some T-shirts for the E3 and so?
I got the chair though.
You did, and they're
That's size
amazing. The
M.
lumbar support is on point, y'all.
So S or M,
For you and I, we're
please.
tall folks, so it's like you need that lumbar support. It makes it stand up
that's the
straight.
thing is, if you're not a tall person, you don't understand.
Müsst ihr jetzt noch irgendwas sagen wie die Streamer? Wie machen die das so? Keine Ahnung. Wie machen die das?
Okay, be nice, gentlemen.
The pain I'm feeling.
So check out my panels and my Instagram for my business address, so my email address for the business and check that all out and activate. Nein, mit dem Scheiß fange ich jetzt gar nicht an. Ah, das ist immer so witzig. So, check das aus, check das aus, check das aus, das und kauf das und kauf das. Das ist übrigens das Spiel. Ach ja, habe ich schon erwähnt, dass das auschecken. Oh Gott. Ah, das tut weh. Ich finde sowas halt todeswitzig. Ah, schön.
Just be like, hey, this game changed my life. So you're in the hot seat first, because you're right next to me. Hi.
Diese ganzen gekauften Streamer und YouTuber, Alter. Einfach mal mit dem Hadouken aus dem Game plecken.
It was a game that brought me and my brother together. We were always, you know, bickering brothers, right? It's just how it is with siblings. But both of us sitting down playing that campaign, it was great. But for myself personally, one of the games that had a profound impact on me was, funny enough, Final Fantasy VII. It was the first RPG that I had ever played, and it began this infatuation with RPGs. And there was a point in time, folks, where the PlayStation, I swear to God, just had nothing but RPG games. I feel like every other month there was like a new RPG coming out, but that just started this long-lasting love for that genre. And then there was the first game that I played that literally was just, it was was Batman on the NES. Wow.
Oh,
what a game. Super fun game.
Batman auf der NES.
Let me tell you,
Oh, schön.
not easy. But yeah, those games have always been so big for me. What about you, Greg?
Man, I think if you go back to the youth, there's so many things that put me on this path here, right? But I think for impactful games, the first thing that comes to mind is more modern. I think of Gone Home.
Oh,
if you haven't played Gone Home, of course, right? It's a walking simulator, and when Gone Home hit, I was told by everyone on the internet to go play it and read nothing about it, which means I will now spoil Gone Home for you. But I played that game like so many people did, thinking it was a horror game. And then slowly there's this side story building about, you know, your sister and she's missing and what's going on with it, and you're reading the notes she's left. And slowly over time, it's like, oh my God, like she's falling in love. Oh my God, she's discovering she's gay. Oh my, and then it was like, wait a second. Is this game a horror game at all, or is it all about that relationship? And it was all about that relationship. And, you know, no video game, no work of fiction, of course, can tell you exactly what it's like to be LGBTQ. But for me, as you know, a hetero white male, where everything's great all the time, right? This was a window, at least, into it of what that discovery is.
Gott sei Dank habe ich Liquid mit Menthol.
And what you're going through, and it opened up a window of empathy.
Kann wenigstens beim Einatmen noch ein bisschen irgendwas. Aber ich glaube, ich werde nachher auch eine fette Dusche nehmen, weil ich glaube, anders werde ich hier nicht überleben.
Intimate thoughts on a level that I don't get in a passing conversation with somebody. It was so powerful that when that game ended, I felt like I had a brand new empathy for what you know, LGBTQ people have to go through, of course.
Yeah. Wow. Definitely got to check that game out now.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, I am completely sold. I've heard great things about it as well, but I'm like, okay, everybody, Greg Miller says to play it, I'm playing it. Okay, so Golden Void and I were up in the break room, and I was like, okay, I need you to break down for me, like, NFT, Bitcoin, the works. And he popped out this little diagram. He wouldn't allow me to bring it down here, folks. He's like,
Wasn't very well
he's
done.
like, people are going to make fun of my stick figures.
Is it like a 7th grade diorama where like,
Oh,
you know,
it was a...
yeah.
But what was so sweet about it was Golden Boy's like, you can keep it for you, Jackie. This will just be for you. And I was like, oh, he drew a stick figure of me and it was like tall and lanky. And then he was like, this is me. And he's like, see, it's got a little belly. And he's like, and it's missing hair. And I was like, stop it, Golden Boy. But actually, this kind of brings us to our discussion about mythical games. That's why we even started talking about it.
Yeah, first, I do want to give a huge shout out to my boy Justin Kruger. I've known him for years, and he's over at Mythical, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table. But yeah, Mythical Games is a very interesting company because what they're doing is they're making games on the blockchain. And I know everyone's like, well, you know, sure, NFTs, blockchain, crypto, there's always these conversations around it. But what's really interesting about games is like, what if you were able to play something like, you know, a Hearthstone, and you had a particular card in Hearthstone. I think Dan used Ragnaros as an example, and you owned a version of that card. Like, you own that card. It was like 1 of 100 or 1 of 200, whatever, right?
It'd be like Magic, right? It would be like what you're already doing.
What you're already doing right now. Exactly. And imagine you were able to do that. Now, this is
Hab mir auch einen Ventilator geholt, dass es da es immer wärmer wird. Ich bin von Ventilatoren nicht wirklich überzeugt. Ich will mir so ein kleines Tischgerät holen, das stelle ich hier hinter den Monitor und das reinigt die Luft und macht die kühl. Die ganze Zeit, so ein Durchluftsystem. So, es soll dahinter. Ja, hinter dem Monitor, weil wenn ich das da oben auf die Ecke, also nicht hinter dem Monitor, sondern da oben hin. Und dann geht das einmal quer durch den Raum. Dann habe ich hier immer so diese frische Luft, ein bisschen kühler und dann riecht es so, es gibt verschiedene Sorten, das soll hier so ein bisschen nach Meer riechen oder nach Wald und so soll das. Deswegen, aber Ventilator bin ich nicht so ein Fan von, war ich noch nie. Deswegen. E3 Exclusive? Was kommt denn jetzt? Ach ja, Mythical. Let's go.
ABC, Common Mark. In your own words, what is Blanco's block party?
Oh man.
Blanco's block party is a lot of things.
Ja, voll praktisch. Ist es auch.
Just a Blanco.
I'm looking at you. Perfect, awesome.
Packe ich schraube ich mit dem Dübel da was rein, da oben in die Ecke. Also direkt in die Ecke rein mit dem Dübel und dann hänge ich das Ding da auf. Ist ungefähr so groß.
Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases.
50% of my work is digital, and there's been rarely an outlet for that digital aspect of things.
What the gaming industry has really become is a lot about microtransactions and getting as much money out of the player as possible. What we're doing at Mythical with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script.
By the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole row of Blancos. So.
Play, earn, collect, sell.
That's it. Sorry, I got lost. Can we start again?
I gotta say it again for him. I ain't felt this good in a minute. Own it. I ain't tryna rent it. It feel like it's third down. So I'ma slip farm like Emmett Smith. Yeah, I'm going in, baby. Yeah, I'm tryna win, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. The way we win, it ain't fair. But ask, do I care? Yeah, that's right. On the left side, on the right side. Put your hands way in the sky. On the right side, on the left side. Do what you can to do. Here we go. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. I'ma just live my life, live my life, live my life. I'ma do what I want. Yeah, that's right, yeah, that's right. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing.
Die neuen Level-Up-Sorten probiert? Nein. Mischung aus Fall Guys und Fortnite oder wie? Keine Ahnung, was das ist, aber es ist Block Party. Es sieht. Blancos Block Party. Sieht aber nice aus. Sieht witzig aus.
Quadruple espresso, is that a problem? Hi, my name is John Linden. I'm the CEO of Mythical. So working with Rudy and Jamie have really been a lot of fun because we really have kind of merged 3 different industries into one. So we have kind of obviously deep experience in gaming, but we also have teams from blockchain and we have teams in marketplace technology. And bringing these 3 worlds together, it's been a challenge at times, but also it's really helped us explore how to make this work. And I think that's been the intersection of those 3 industries together has really made Mythical special. I hope that players within Blankos can really kind of be what they want to be. You know, it's kind of a safe place that people can come. It's a great, strong community. And meanwhile, they have this economy behind the scenes that they can earn. They can really transact and be part of the world themselves. And that's really what they need to know. It really has become a great community.
Für die Leute oder für eben nochmal, wenn ihr wissen wollt, wie das Ding heißt, was ich mir hole. Skyscraper Ice heißt das Ding. Kostet 160 €. Ist aber in Ordnung.
Blankos is a game that's all about what we imagine vinyl toys do when we're not watching. What happens when we go to sleep and these toys are left to their own devices, and an exploration of that whole fun world of creativity that these toys escape to.
Ich könnte mir jetzt auch einen von Dyson holen, aber brauche ich nicht. Nicht für die paar Monate im Sommer.
Their own flavor and their own style. And I think that players are going to find that they'll go, oh, I like this toy because it speaks to me.
You are playing, building, and collecting. But then outside of that, you are also upgrading and selling. You don't need to understand NFTs or blockchain at all to play Blankos Block Party. All you need to know is how to play a game, and we teach you that.
The Junction is an amazing place where the Blankos go to express their creativity. Players are going to have a role in helping to bring that world online.
It's just this city full of tons of different designs and colors and patterns. But the point is that you are meeting up with your friends, you're practicing your new skills out together, and then you're jumping into mini parties.
Yeah, okay.
Players can build their levels using our Blanko build tool. They can make whatever level they want. They can set the terrain, and then they could set the win conditions, and they could set the game type. So you can make this level into a shooter, or you can make this level into a race. There are things that we didn't even think was possible with our level editor that they have been able to do. I've seen levels that recreate a particular science fiction movie that I might not be able to say.
I wanted things that felt like beautiful pieces of art. We're just continually adding to this huge library of buildings and houses and vehicles and that kind of stuff. Things that you can throw together into to make your own block party.
In the open beta, we've seen over 20,000 block parties. Once they're done playing it, there's a rating system, 1 through 5. So you can really get that feedback from the players. There's over 70,000 NFTs that have already been purchased in our open beta, and we've been seeing just tons and tons of people jump in.
Now that NFTs are moving into the mainstream, the most important thing for games, for gaming studios that want to focus on NFTs is to really ensure that their gameplay, their player experience is on par or exceeds anything else in the mainstream market today.
We're putting the fun in non-fungible tokens. That's what we're doing. It's going to be really exciting to see the game, the community grow over the next few months. What we're building here with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script, because then it's players that can actually benefit and profit off of all the money they spend.
Part of my art exists in the fine art world, and in that world, I could create a painting and sell a painting, and then that painting goes off to a collector, and then I get paid once, right? And then I have no idea, no control over who gets the painting, no idea if...
Nein, ganz sicher keine Fall Guys Nachmache, weil es ist ein völlig anderes Genre. Es ist von völlig anderen Entwicklern und hat auch, was Fall Guys angeht, einfach... Es hat nichts mit Fall Guys zu tun. Es ist nicht wie Fall Guys. Muss ich leider widersprechen. Also es sieht zwar vielleicht so aus, durch diese Farben, durch diese Form und so weiter, aber... Ne. Es ist nicht Fall Guys, es ist Block Party. Muss ich leider passen. Also klar, wenn du sagst, es ist für dich eine Fall Guys Nachmache, ist das völlig in Ordnung, nicht falsch verstehen. Aber ich persönlich finde es nicht als Fall Guys Nachmache.
The experience that they have. We've seen that in the trend of games coming out over the last 10 years. Players spend a lot of time online, they spend a lot of time in digital space. That's where they want to express themselves, through skins, through cosmetics, through the things that they buy through games. I think that's where, you know, Blankos really shines and what we can bring to the table, but also where I think NFTs play a huge role, right? Like, because it gives you a chance to really own the world around you, the universe that you're customizing, you're creating. You've got a greater stake in this thing now. Rudy Koch, SVP Business Development. Am I just supposed to say that? Just my name? Title? All right. I'm a big-time collector. I collect vinyl toys. I have a whole wall of them at home. I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We all collect.
Krieg die Statue in XL bitte. Ich will die in meinem Zimmer
I
haben.
actually started my career in comic books.
I collect sneakers.
I loved Magic the Gathering. I had hundreds.
These concepts as collectors ourselves, like the box opening, you know, opening a box for your Blanco, or the serial numbers on each of the NFTs that you buy. These are concepts that live in the physical collector's world that we love so much, and we wanted to bring that and translate that into the digital world. And what's amazing is that with the players that we've seen so far and the people engaging with the economy, they are getting these concepts, and it's been a lot of fun to see that all unfold.
With real toys in real life, right? When the way to keep their value is you put them in the box, you put them on the shelf, you leave them there. But with Blankos, as you play with them, they get better. You can customize them. You can make them the way that you want them to be, but also increase their rarity and increase their scarcity by playing with them. Our leveling up process, it's called Grade Up. It draws from real toy and collectible culture. It's kind of a neat turn on everything that you would think about collectibles.
I'm looking to invest in and acquire assets from games that have the ability to move into the mainstream, games that have the ability to become AAA titles. There are mainly three that top my list.
Ich finde dieses Steampunk hier von ihm voll geil. Das ist so ein Steampunk-Look. Feier ich. Muss ich schon sagen, mag ich echt.
Blockchain within their gaming mechanisms, really in the background, rather than having it to be a requirement to be able to participate in the game and participate in the community.
Get yours, yeah. Get the money, get the money. Ooh la 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 la, throw it all on me, yeah.
A really key focus
Body track.
for my team
Das wird
has been
witzig.
making sure that our marketplace is very accessible for really all players in the game. This is going to continue to develop as we add more functionality around cryptocurrencies, being able to use your crypto wallet. But the core focus of our product is making sure that the mainstream audience is able to enjoy the game and have a super simple experience.
Historically, like if you're playing
Characters als Krypto? Wie geil ist das denn? Okay, das ist fett. Ich werde mir das Spiel unbedingt holen. Das ist ja mal eine richtig geile Idee.
Mythical's blockchain uses proof of authority for consensus, which basically is a much lower carbon footprint than proof of work. And we're planning to bridge the
Noch Blankos require any crypto mining. Perfekt. Ich bin ja sowieso so ein Krypto-Typ.
Less energy. By using blockchain technology, you own your game assets, and then you can build another marketplace, you can build another interface, you can bring them into another game, different metaverses, and that's a new paradigm, and it's inevitable, and I think gamers are going to demand it. Traditionally, like when you're participating in a marketplace, you're relying on trust in the company to keep the database accurate. Where Mythical Games is using a blockchain where our smart contracts are publicly accessible. So you have confidence and trust that you're getting what you're buying and your true ownership, and you have it forever. Because traditionally game companies can just say there are 1,000 of them, but who knows if there are 1,000, right? With Mythical Games, we have provable scarcity. And with provable scarcity, as an investor, or a collector, or a gamer, that's really what you want.
I've been drawing since I could hold a pen or a pencil. My granddad taught me how to do an engineer drawing when I was 4. You know, I've just fell in love with the idea of drawing and creating. It's just something that gives me a ton of joy. As I started to look around at art, it always really appealed to me, but I was always really appealed by graffiti art and the music that I listened to. Do I have a favorite? That's like asking me what my favorite child is. It's currently my daughter, by the way, if anyone was asking. So for me, it just evolved over time as I started to learn a bit more about
Das sieht
street
krass
artists
aus.
and see the evolution
Das
of
ist
street
echt,
art, see
echt
an artist
gut.
go from kind of painting an
Das ist
illegal wall
echt
to
gut.
having a gallery showing or something like that. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases, it's about sculpture. It's about taking these shapes and these 3D canvases and expressing their desires, their needs, whatever it is they're trying to say on a different canvas. We know where we sit now compared to 20 odd years ago when all these artists were still just street artists getting arrested for doing throw-ups on
Ihr merkt, wie viel ich
trains.
trinke, oder?
And now,
Das ist...
you know, couple of $1 million at Sotheby's.
Ich bin nur am Schwitzen. Das Ding ist das könnt ihr gleich ausbringen. Ich bin komplett nass geschwitzt.
I'm super excited to talk to you guys about some of the artists that we're bringing into the game, some of the first collaborators, and I think it's appropriate to start with Michael Lau.
Michael Lau is a legend in the space. He's definitely known as the godfather of vinyl toys. He has this really awesome quote, which is all art are toys and all toys are art. And I think like that is perfect for Blankos. And so I think we're really excited to see his style come alive in our realm.
點解想合作？咁其實一路以嚟都好想自己啲 character 可以喐啦，好似可以做一啲 animation 啊或者 game。咁今次真係有機會同一個咁配合到 figure 個 game 合作，所以係開心。
Another artist and designer that we're super excited to talk about is Quix. And what I love about Quix is that one, he's a graffiti artist, but two, he's super hip hop culture. Love his designs, love the samurai.
You know, he has this really iconic, like Japanese mech warrior style. So, I think we are all just excited to see that come alive in the Blankos universe.
My artwork and the style of toys that I do now are pretty much rooted from the stuff that I've loved since I was a kid. I grew up in the 80s, so I was heavily influenced by a lot of Japanese robot shows. Texas history is like my Mickey Mouse. He represents Japanese robots, hip-hop, and graffiti, all rolled into one character.
This brand that we're going to reveal now is near and dear to my heart. I'm actually
Wenn ihr wollt, holt euch auch die
wearing some
Drops.
sneakers that represent them. I will let my friend Nicole here tee it up.
The Marathon Company, from a culture perspective, they've worked with some incredible folks, obviously led by Nipsey Hussle, and we certainly want to honor his memory.
Nip was someone before he passed who was already into technology. It's such an honor to be able to carry on his legacy in a sense and bring them into the world of Blankos.
One Blanco can be so many different things. A Blanco can be a pattern, it can be a unicorn, it can be so many different characters. We work regularly with Kronk. His skill at being able to create characters, make you commit to those characters, they're believable. And then we have JPK, we have industry legends like James Groman, Nikki Davis, Sarah McBisson, Alground Chamako, Junko Mizuno, Hakuta, and Thomas Han. We're not just picking from one person's perspective, which really helps to kind of broaden those cultural references.
I am an avid vinyl toy
collector.
I have just
what?
a house, floor to ceiling,
What?
vinyl toys. To find a game that did such a really great crossover between
Deadmau5 ernsthaft? Ist ja, Alter, okay, geil.
No doubt, by the end of this time next year, I'm gonna have a whole row of Blankos. So. It's art in a 3D form. I think it's a really great online safe haven for street art, where it keeps its integrity and it isn't bastardized. Whether it's on geometry or it's sculpted or it's just tags on walls and stuff like that. I like that. I just like exploring the space. And then you still see this coalescence of cohesion as opposed to a random vomit. Art exhibit games like Blankos, I think is a really great bridge between the traditional mediums of creating art, digital art, or street art or stuff like that, and then into the game engine. And that's cool because all the elements that are familiar to the Deadmau5 fan were really well executed in these skins. Anything else, weenies?
In the back.
So now that the video is coming to a close, download Blankos, blankos.com, bring your vinyl toys to life, build your own levels, buy all the designs from your favorite brands, artists, and designers, share it with all your friends so they download and play.
Ich will nur eins sagen, blankos.com, Early Access, Play for Free. Also, Play for Free.
And our first collab is a name you'll recognize. They're known worldwide for their signature plaids and heritage prints.
I'm incredibly excited to announce that Burberry will be partnering with Mythical Games to launch a limited edition Blanco in their game Blanco's Block Party. Pushing boundaries and discovering new ways to innovate with our communities have always been at the heart of what we do as a brand. Being a part of this creative and pioneering community with Mythical Games is an incredible synergy for us and a perfect evolution of our existing engagement with the gaming communities. This partnership presents Burberry's first exploration into the world of NFTs. This opens up a whole new platform of possibilities, and it empowers digital natives and gamers to own a piece of our brand and actively engage and participate with our house codes. We can't wait to embark on this pioneering journey with Mythical Games as we explore the future of digital ownership in gaming, whilst discovering new environments and a myriad of possibilities within this community.
All right, you got the last word.
PC.
That's a good question here. Let me give me
Bisher, ich weiß nur gerade vom PC, von dem Early, also der Early Access ist auf dem PC. Early Access auf dem PC, weil, ja, soweit weiß ich nicht. Genau.
Party now in early access on PC.
Ja.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Also, watch your favorite content creators on Twitch this week for a chance to get an exclusive new Blanco, only available through Twitch.
Thank you, appreciate it.
On behalf of all of us at Mythical.
Und den Blanco, dem Blankenstein Blanco habe ich mir eben gegönnt. Wer Twitcher, also Prime hat oder allgemein Twitch Gaming, der kann sich den ziehen. Das war das, was ich eben im Dings gepostet habe im Chat. I just claimed Blankenstein Blanco. Thanks for the drop at E3.
They could win a $100 gift card from our partners at DoorDash just by tagging them in a tweet and following them on Twitter. It's as simple as that. But Mythical Games, you know, I said before, it's a different kind of experience, right, Jackie? It's did you learn a little bit about the blockchain?
I mean, I learned so much, and honestly, the art was
Ich bin ja sowieso PC Master Race, sagen wir so. Konsolen sind für mich nicht wichtig, ich brauche PC. Deswegen auch den Xbox Game Pass durchgängig abonniert.
I'm honestly just blown away by the entire concept. You know, you were taking me like 101. It was basically like NFT 101, Bitcoin 101, all of this stuff like kind of went over my head. But when you broke it down for me, I think it was just so intimidating to me before. Like, I was like, I don't even know how to get into this. But then once you broke it all down, I was like, I understand the concept and the proof of authority. Like, this is amazing for us to have that. And then to just bring in art and entertainment and design, like, I'm here for it. I love it. But you're gonna have to...
Bin aber auch gespannt nachher auf Razer. Ich brauche neues Equipment. Ich will eine neue Maus haben, ich will eine neue Tastatur haben und ich bin auch gespannt, was Razer noch so anzubieten hat.
You need to make one of these, right? I saw your art earlier. It was phenomenal.
Stick figure art, amazing. Blankos hit me up.
Oder auch vielleicht Headsets, Kopfhörer, weil ich will eigentlich das Rock Delta haben, entweder das Teufel Cage, weil jetzt habe ich das Astro 50. Nur ich bin am struggeln. Sobald ich aber ein Mischpult habe, wieder mit Kabel. Nicht kabellos. Deswegen, aber ich bin auch richtig gespannt auf Razer. Kennt ihr das, wenn ihr reden müsst, aber aufstoßen müsst und beides gleichzeitig tut? Was haltet ihr denn von Blankos Block Party? Ich find's cool. Und ich glaube, ich werde es auch mal spielen. Aber erst wenn das Full Game draußen ist. Vorher habe ich andere Projekte. Aber ich werde mir Videos angucken.
Oh yeah. Mod Nation Racers, but then more like Mod Nation Racers. Right now, like think about how Core is doing this, how Roblox is doing this. Get in and make your own games. The fact there's already been more than 20,000 block parties.
Was haltet ihr davon? Als Frage, wenn jetzt gerade einer antworten will.
early access right now. It's free to play on PC. It's one of those like, yeah, jump on in. It doesn't cost you anything. That you don't have to buy a guy right away or do
exactly
that. Yeah,
yeah. A very, very cool concept. I'm very excited to see where they go from here. 100%, Greg.
100%.
And also, anyone can hit you up on Twitter for private lessons, correct?
Yeah, totally.
Just make the YouTube video of it, Golden Boy. That's all you need to do.
I'm just trying to get out of frame, guys. Okay.
I'll get you out of here. What do you do when you get one of the hottest DJs on the planet collaborates with one of the sick indie titles we're talking about? Well, I caught up with deadmau5 and Jamie Jackson of Mythical Games to explain how they plan to keep the party going for Blankos and the crew.
He talked to deadmau5. What?
So how did this collaboration come about?
I think Inder forced it on us.
Yeah, Rudy forced it on me. We didn't want to work together again. We would.
No, it was all.
So, die reden jetzt. Ich nutze die Möglichkeit, nochmal eben auf Toilette zu gehen und ganz kurz frische Luft, weil die nächsten kommen jetzt um 21 Uhr, soweit ich weiß. Deswegen, ich werde ganz kurz das laufen lassen. Ich danke euch auf jeden Fall. Schon mal bis hierhin. Ich bin sofort wieder da. Kleiner Augenblick, ich werde ganz kurz ein bisschen Piano machen. Bin sofort wieder da.
I really liked what you guys were doing with like kind of the integrating the tangible good with that same kind of video gamey thing. That was what really got me excited.
First time with Blankos anyway, where we kind of put somebody in the game and tried to create what their character was like. You know, it was pretty cool. It was cool to like figure out how we represented him as well.
What was the inspiration behind the deadmau5 cross Blankos character?
I mean, from my point of view, I knew like how Joel's cat Meowingtons is a big part of his life, and it felt like, you know, we wanted to represent the head, the mouse head, because it's such an iconic part of who he is and what he does, but we kind of didn't want to just do a modification to the Blanco. We wanted to make it a bit bigger than that, so it's actually the first time we've got a full head attachment in the game. And then we were like, well, you know, it'd be cool if when that head comes off, it's not Joel underneath, and it's Meowingtons, and we kind of took a play on that, and I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really cool that they didn't just schlep a mouse head on it and call it a day. I mean, they also integrated the cat, my cat, Meowingtons, who I'm a big fan of, and just the fact that, you know, it's like the mouse head, but when they take the mouse head off, it's actually Meowingtons, which is pretty cool because he's kind of all part of the deadmau5 Joel ethos.
Yeah, I like that we repped through one of your early suits in it as well. I was a long-term fan.
Yeah, I stopped doing that. It was just too much effort. I like the first 2 or 3 shows, I did the suit thing, and I'm like, you know what? Just, it's too much. It's too much. We're going to strip it down a bit.
It's a cool throwback, though.
How do NFTs expand the reach of your brand?
It's a new technology and all that stuff, too. So we're just going through the trials and tribulations of what is it? Because I think that the general consensus right now, if you were to ask a man on the street, oh, what's an NFT? Oh, isn't that like a $10,000 JPEG? You know, is kind of the answer you're going to get. But it's really a lot more than that. It's the underlying framework and technology that allows for, you know, the blockchain provenance, you know, that unique identifier that can be used from platform to platform to platform. So think of it as like what Steam's is to video games is, you know, is like the world's Steam, you know, like, so it's every time you log into Steam or something like that, they're gonna use Steamworks to, like, you know, grab achievements and stuff like that. It's all stored on that centralized system, but blockchain being the similar concept, but decentralized across all computers and stuff like that. And because the way that the infrastructure works with blockchain is that's all very easily swappable. The metadata, not the actual assets, but that metadata that ties to the assets can be interchangeable between a multitude of systems. So now I think that people are just now starting to kind of take in that standard protocol of, you know, fetching and receiving wallet data and stuff like that, tying assets to individuals through game platforms is a big win.
But then what are the benefits of NFTs for players?
So from a Blanco's point of view, it's about trust, really. If you boil it down, it's about trust and proof of ownership. You know, no gamer has truly owned any asset they've ever bought in a game before. You know, it's all just a license, right? And you're kind of just trusting them. There's no way to prove it. Whereas with NFTs, you can kind of, it's proof, you can see it, it's open. You know, if we say there's this many, there's this many. If you own it, you own it. And with Blankos in our marketplace, that means you can also go and sell it as well. So really, it's just about trust and truly owning the assets that you pay money for.
When's the first Deadmau5 Blanko drop?
This summer.
This summer? Like this summer or next summer? This summer. Oh, nice.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Now, let's get back to the show.
One of the things I liked, obviously, in the Deadmau5 presentation here was him being very much like, why are you doing this with your brand? He's like, because nobody knows what it is. Like, it's groundbreaking, it's cutting edge, and like, I like the idea of embracing something that, is this going to work? Is it going to translate to video games? Who knows? The other thing I like that I didn't call it from the original presentation, because I didn't get the presentation about NFTs from Golden Boy, you know? So I didn't
you didn't get the special one-on-ones.
But I really appreciate the idea that the original artist gets money on these. I didn't realize that.
That's
amazing. You make it, and I buy it from the marketplace, but then I sell it 20 times
you know,
over.
you heard what he said, right? Like, you know, he makes one of the artists said, I make a piece, and then that piece gets sold, and then that piece gets resold, and then resold and resold, and that artist doesn't see the value from it. And I think that's something that a lot of people, can relate to. Like, content creators can relate to that. Content gets reused all the time, and they don't see anything from that. And this is like a way through the blockchain to be able to ensure that through these smart contracts, you can do that. So it is beneficial for the creator, which, you know, without the creators, we don't get a lot of these cool things, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Proof of authority in the blockchain.
Girl, there you go.
I'm proud of myself.
It doesn't work. I don't know what that is. If you don't, you know what? Get out of here. Well, I hope you folks at home like indie games, because we've got you covered. We are going to take a quick break, and then our Voices of E3 will discuss the indie gaming industry right before we reveal some of the hottest new indie titles releasing soon. So stay with us. If indie is the future is now. Ooh. That did not go as far as I thought.
My craziest E3 story is that I lost my wallet at the beginning of the day. I had this Pokeball wallet, and it dropped out of my bag, and I thought, well, that's it. My life is ruined. Well, I still gotta get all this footage in. So I still did E3, and then I got a call from Lost and Found, and they'd actually found my wallet, and I felt like that was the biggest W of my life, because I had an amazing E3. I got to go to the Cyberpunk Lounge. I got incredible footage, and I got my wallet back.
So, hi. Alter, das musste gerade sein. Jetzt geht das Schwitzen weiter. Ich hab gerade nochmal Deo aufgetragen, nochmal meine Haare nass gemacht.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Die ist wirklich so leise, nicht wundern, die ist so leise.
Hi, I'm Ariko. I am a self-proclaimed Nintendo lifer. I want to work at Nintendo as long as they will keep me. I am head of indies, and I'm probably one of the handful of people who have worked in all three major regions, so Nintendo of Japan, Europe, and currently I work at Nintendo of America. I am super honored and excited to be here today. Thank you.
Well, I'm Mike Micah. I'm studio head for Other Ocean and Digital Eclipse. I've been making games for
der hat
far
auch
too
eine
long,
Sammlung.
but, my favorite
Die
games
Automaten
these
hinter
days happen
ihm.
to be these really
Geil.
fun small games called indie games.
Hi, Michelle Branstetter, Director of Business Development for Freedom Games. I started in games long ago, PS1, Brew, even earlier than that. Love it, excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and excited to announce more games too.
Hi, I'm Edmund McMillan, creator of Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, and a bunch of other games. I'm an indie game developer. You may know me from Indie Game the Movie. Well, maybe not. It's 10 years old, but I'm here. Hi, thanks for having me.
So in recent years, and particularly over this last year, we've seen more and more people playing games. Indie games have filled the void of social and activities in the day-to-day life just as much as AAA titles. Do you believe that this line between indie games and larger publisher games is becoming blurred in the eyes of gamers?
It's becoming more of a drastic thing. Like there are super indies, and then there's this like marketable indie, which is I think a more acceptable thing that a lot of publishers are picking up. But it's kind of surprising. The real breakout hits tend to be the ones that aren't even being looked at by a publisher, that are just being picked up by, going viral, essentially.
It's right to say that like indie seems to be the in thing right now. A lot of people are like, indie games, go here. It's like a category. Go to the indie games category. But I do like the idea of blurring the lines, because when I was a kid, buying software or downloading software, whatever you were doing back then, I would not disassociate what Jeff Minter was doing from, say, an Activision game at the time. And right now, when I'm sitting there like going through a storefront, I'm not looking for like.
Für Leute, die übrigens nicht wissen, was Indie-Games sind. Indie-Games sind Spiele, die meistens von einem einzigen entwickelt werden oder von so einem kleinen Spielentwickler, den nicht dem AAA Genre, ich sag mal, es sind keine AAAs, sie werden halt von kleineren Entwicklerstudios für 1-2 Personen, wenn nicht ein bisschen mehr entwickeln, und diese halt dementsprechend rausgebracht. So. Das sind zum Beispiel Indie-Games.
Come en masse and enjoy, or just come to take a look, and maybe you don't sell that many games, or maybe you don't like get that many downloads. But to me, that is what Edmund's saying is the quintessential indie in my mind.
I want to add to that, because at Nintendo we're definitely seeing that. I think there's such a ease to access. There's more accessibility to tools and technology now, and so a lot of the smaller developers are able to self-express and really create unique experiences that they want to do. And at Nintendo, we definitely discussed about, okay, how do we define indies? Like, what does that mean? And ultimately, we decided, let our partners decide if they identify as indies, and how do they want to represent indies. And we're just here to really support and amplify their message. And if you look at our Indie World showcases, it's really intentional, where we let the developers talk. They're like the superstars of our showcases. And they're the ones who are on camera, and they're the stars of the show, and they get to tell their stories with their own voices.
Do you feel that having the Nintendo Switch and the graphics style that's popular in the games, and just the wealth of indie titles that are available on the platform, is due to the platform itself, or to the audience that you have, or your connection with those developers?
Yeah, I think we want our content to reflect our audience, and our audience is all genders, all ages. They have all the different tastes in games, and they're from all over the world. And so at Nintendo, we always talk about diversity and innovation. Like, those two words come out all the time. And we have indie teams based in Europe and Japan and the US and elsewhere. And we all have an equal voice. It's truly global when we think about, okay, what do we want to showcase through our campaigns? And so we want to make sure that our global teams have equal voices and the content reflect our audience.
Absolutely. Michelle, I know that Freedom Games publishes many games.
Okay, Luca, Hauserin, bis später.
Do you see those developers, though you're publishing them as indies, and do they identify as indies themselves?
Yeah, most of our developers really do identify as indie. And then I want to say the indie space has evolved a lot over the years. There's a lot of competition in that space now too. But yeah, we have our developers all over the world. They're in Europe, they're in Southeast Asia, a little bit all over the place, and they're very passionate about their games, and we find them kind of everywhere. They're not really, you can't find them in a specific place anymore. They're just the kid you met at the grocery store that has this amazing game you never heard about until now, or whichever. It's everywhere now. And like Eriko said, it's so easy to make games now. Great games. So there's a lot more competition. There's a lot more great games coming out, and it's interesting to see where the space will continue to go over the years. But yeah, we are focusing on that. We have a robust catalog coming out over the next year and a half and going forward as well.
Awesome. Well, I certainly look forward to that. Edmund, I know that many people consider Binding of Isaac to be a genre-defining success. Do you see indies in their role to explore new mechanics, genres, and storytelling approaches as, something that truly defines indies and their freedoms?
For me, the thing that really defines indies is the ability to take complete, financial risk when it comes to themes and topics and gameplay and everything. Like doing something that a large company wouldn't be able to do because they couldn't invest multi-millions of dollars in a project that wasn't comparable to something that exists. And that's the way all big business works. It's stupid to take a risk with that much money. So it makes perfect sense. It's like, no, it's just the way it works. But if you're
Bin übrigens froh, dass...
a small
Soll ich
team
mich mal unbeliebt machen? Soll ich mich mal richtig unbeliebt machen? Ich bin froh, dass Sony nicht dabei ist. Dies Jahr. Die wollten ja nicht.
It's like you can take big risks and you can do what you want. And that's the beauty of complete independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority.
Ed Catmull speaks of the concept of the ugly baby and the hungry beast, and the hungry beast being a large company that needs to keep churning and making money in order to employ all of the people that it has working at it, whereas the ugly baby is a brand new idea that's strange and unpolished, and it needs to be protected to see if it can grow into a beautiful swan or a beautiful indie game. Do you feel like indie studios are particularly good at taking care of ugly babies? And do you have any advice for someone who might have this idea of their own and how to initially vet that idea to see if it's worth bringing into production?
I think one thing that indie games do really well, again, we let our partners identify, but they put their heart and soul into it, right? They have a vision, they have a story they want to tell. They don't really care. It's about what they want to create. They have a vision, and that's what creates a magic. And for Nintendo, as long as that puts a smile on someone's face, for us, we're really excited about that. For me, recently, it was a short hike. I am a mom of two, and I'm super busy all the time and exhausted at the end of the day. And so when I get to put that on and relax and, fly around the island, it's cute, adorable characters. And I even shed a tear. I won't spoil it for people, but, that's a great indie game for me. And so I think that's the magic of indie games.
Michelle, how does Freedom Games evaluate these initially unproven mechanics and ideas?
The developers are extremely passionate about the game. That kind of weighs a lot into it as well. I came from an indie background too. If you didn't live, eat, and sleep what you were selling, it wasn't going to work. So a lot of our indies are kind of the same, but more in a more healthy scenario now. That's something that we consider too. But basically, Triple I is all about passion. It really is, and that's what kind of differentiates it from some other titles or genres is passion, I would say.
Right now, what I love about a lot of really good, talented game developers that I meet is that their motivation isn't driven by money. It's driven by a singular vision that they really have had for a long time usually. They just want to make it happen. And it gets so infectious when you hear it that you suddenly get caught up in it and you want to make it happen. And the reality is, no, if people could really hear it all the time, if people could really predict what a hit's going to be, we'd have a lot more hits. We don't. Like, that's just stupid. There's always people in the room that you're not in. You're never at the table. They're saying, well, you know, this isn't going to do X because they're doing some math on it. They're over, under, or whatever they call it, and all these different methods they use. But they're rarely ever right. But the person who has that singular vision for so long, who's thought about it forever, like, how can you pit those people against somebody who's been thinking about this their whole life and just wanting to do it? You really can't.
Absolutely. I think storytelling itself is something that indie games can do very well, particularly when it comes to telling unique stories. Are there any indie game titles that you have all played that you've found to be particularly inspiring or emotion invoking in general?
I'm a huge fan of games that present their themes through gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever the story, I want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm watching a movie that I'm hitting pause and then I'm doing something else and then coming back and hitting play. I want to feel like it's a dynamic, living world that someone has presented to me, and what I do has some say in what this story is. Or
it's a visceral experience.
They're painting a world with bits and pieces, and you get to fill in the blanks. I think that's more complementary to video games because you're already in that puzzle solving creative mindset, so it lets people be more immersed in than simply just telling somebody a story.
Eriko, do you think that there are more social games that are being developed in the indie space with the lack of social activity in person for the last year, and also the success of games like Among Us?
There's just so many people who love different games. So Among Us has been explosively successful on our platform, and Nintendo was super excited to have it on our platform. Our audience loved it. But look at Hades, for example, which is also on Nintendo Switch. It won Game of the Year.
Ist halt sehr viel Gerede heute, deswegen sind wahrscheinlich auch schon die meisten weg, weil die haben auf das Gerede keine Lust, die wollen Spiele sehen. Und die meisten viele sprechen halt auch kein Englisch. So, ich meine, ich kann sie verstehen, ich kann auch Englisch sprechen. So, deswegen kann ich dem Ganzen auch folgen und finde das auch teilweise echt interessant, was sie reden, aber viele anscheinend nicht. Schade, aber gut, das ist jedem selbst dann überlassen. Aber ich denke mal, daran liegt es, weil wenig Spiele heute kommen. Also bisher. Ich weiß nicht, was nachher noch kommt, die Indie-Games. Ja. Habe ich mir was anderes drunter vorgestellt. Schade. Aber naja.
The thing I love most about, I guess how we're referring to indie games here is like I love the not knowing what's coming because ultimately it's anticipating that I'm not capable of anticipating what's going to be the next thing coming out. Like, I love finding something I never thought I would like, or I've never thought would be a game or even fun. Like when Job Simulator, for instance, came out, I'm like, who wants to? Like, it goes against Ron Gilbert's thing about like getting.
Aber das ist jetzt Indie Games Vorgeplänkel, ne? Die Indie, nicht falsch verstehen, die Indie Showcase beginnt jetzt erst gleich. Das heißt, jetzt kommen wahrscheinlich gleich auch Spiele. Bitte jetzt dann nicht falsch verstehen. Die Spiele sollten dann jetzt erst kommen um 21 Uhr, was jetzt in 3 Minuten ist.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. It's so great to hear the different perspectives about indie games and indie studios, as well as hear your thoughts on what's coming up next and what to look out for. It's been a true pleasure.
Thank you very much.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the U.S. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. And, of course, Golden Boy, just like us. Use the Razer stuff. Use the Razer blade.
Use the Razer stuff.
Use the Razer chair. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
I have actually been wanting a Razer blade for a very long time. When I used to work at Twitch.
Put it in your bag.
Yes, I should. When I used to work at Twitch, you had an option. You can either get a Razer for like Windows users or a Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Macs at all because I'm terrible. Like, you know, my brain just doesn't work that way for some reason. So I went with the original Razer Blade.
Yeah.
That was so fun to carry around the office. Just a sleek black thing.
Sure, play games whenever you want too.
Yeah,
right?
it was amazing.
That's pretty big.
I used to just, at that time, I was playing a lot of controller games. So I would just plug it in and just go nuts. It was a good time. So yeah, it sounded like a shameless plug, but I swear to God, it was the truth.
Well, speaking of a shameless plug, the Razer Blade is a great place to play indie games. And what an indie presentation we just had. Of course, it's not over. We have the indie panel coming up. But there was something said in that panel here. Janet Garcia, of course, from MidMax and Kinda Funny, put up this tweet. That's the beauty of independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority. That was Ed McMillan on that panel right there.
So good.
I think that is the power of indie games, and especially as we're here at E3 talking about the biggest of big AAA games, but also spotlighting so many small indies is, yeah, you can take more chances as a small studio.
It's vital to highlight the independent games business as a whole because there's so much diversity there, and just in the games that they're delivering, top to bottom. You know, you can ram off like a few names like off the top of your head, but like, you know, for me, one independent game that I discovered that I fell in love with was Moonlighter.
Oh my God, yes.
Love that game so much. And I found it out on a whim because
Yeah.
I was playing another independent game. I think it's Momodora, I believe was on the Switch. Great game. And I was like, man, I'm looking for something else. And, you know, I finished that one and I found Moonlighter. And oh my goodness, it just stole me. It captured my heart. Love that game. And I wouldn't have found that, you know, if someone just, you know, take that to a AAA studio or something like that.
Totally, and that's the thing right now is there are so many indies, it's impossible to keep up with all of them, right? And that's, Moonlighter was the exact same thing. My job, of course, every day is to talk about video games, review video games, preview video games, and I didn't know about Moonlighter until somebody on our subreddit was like, this is a great game, you need to play it.
100%.
And that's why I think it's so powerful that E3 keeps doing indie showcases, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to game reviews.
Yeah.
We know why we're here, we know why you're there. So, without further delay, here are some of the hottest indie titles set to come your way
Danke,
soon.
Games. Junge. Jetzt kommen Games. Hoffentlich, bitte. Gib mir Spiele. Liste. Cooli. Dream Tag. Oh, direkt schon mal Low Poly Design. Papierflieger? Live Slide. Sieht schön aus. Hooded Horse. Aliens Saxons. Terra Invitica? Nee, Invicta. Okay. New Blood. Was ist das da um die Hindenburg?
Been a long time, Michael. I heard you were back in town. But I don't remember sending you
Kommt der Amber.
an invitation. I'd kill you myself. But where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you. I'll be watching you, Michael. Good luck, old friend.
Fallen Aces. Doomnor.com. Sieht nach nice Movement aus.
All right, Captain. I got the intel.
Good. Now take it to the uplink.
Ahí está vaina.
The base road blind.
Target is marked.
Oh, thanks. Ciao. So, remind me, what's the deal with this intel?
I guess I'll kill you now. The drone is down. The drone is mine.
Armor activate.
You are safe with me. Connection established. Execute protection mode. All right, I'll download the data.
Von der Overwatch aus.
Turn up. Soldiers, we need you here. Keep your wig on, pet. I'm all over it. So, what we're gonna do with the intel?
We need it for the job. You know, the heist, larceny. Larceny? More like...
Large Nord. Oder Larson. Okay. Cool. Hat was. Hat so ein Overwatch-Feeling. Mag ich wohl. Und das ist ein VR-Game. Das ist fett.
A most ingenious plan to end this war too sweet and straight away. So I asked to see the general, but the sergeant told me no. He said in the trenches where you meant to stay. I said, dear sergeant, pardon me, I see that I've made you upset, but let me tell you my plan to save the day. Oh, let's try being a little nicer. Let us all agree to disagree. Why don't we send some flowers to the Kaiser, and then we'll all be home in time for tea.
Let's try being a little sweeter. You catch more flies with honey, don't you see? If the brass would change their tone, then we could all go home. But the generals never listened. The generals never listened. The generals never listened to me.
Toy Soldiers. Sieht gut aus, ist witzig, aber nicht mein Spiel.
Hamilton, some beast is looking at us. Whoa, would you look at that? Mars is one heck of a planet, so green and beautiful. Let's just be careful, sir.
Ja, nein. Mulende.
Game developers are creative,
Not my game.
passionate,
Sorry.
and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
Ja. Ganz kurz das Fenster auf. Not my game. Ja. Extra Galactica.
What are you really made of? That music got me hyped, huh? I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Anyway, we just looked at the indie game presentation, and I wrote down a bunch of titles there. Extra Galactica is the one that we just saw, and I was telling y'all earlier, my
Ja, meine Liste bleibt immer noch leer für heute. Keins der Spiele werde ich mir holen. Leider nicht, tut mir leid.
Another one that I wrote down on my list. So yeah, I just feel like I'm getting all these retro vibes this year. Damon, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And I liked Extra Galactica. First of all, I love the pixel art style, so that appeals to me. And it looks like the gameplay is a mix of
Wenn ich mir eins holen würde, doch einen schreibe ich mir auf. Falling Aces.
To be honest, he sent me like a 2-page email, so I'll make sure to pass it along to
Ja.
you.
Falling Aces ist das erste Game heute auf meiner Liste.
To me this morning, he's like, dude, this is gonna be in the show, and I was like, what? Like that was one that I wrote down earlier that I liked because I got to get a sneak peek at the presentation. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that game, and yeah, that totally vibed. It was amazing. But Fallen Ace is another one that I put down there, very Doom inspired, and we saw something from the same studio or creator yesterday. Am I wrong?
We saw Dave Oshry from New Blood during the PC Gaming Show before he was unceremoniously cut off by Gabe Newell talking about Steam Next Fest. But they have a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I also love all the URLs they have for each of their games, very tongue-in-cheek. This one was literally Doom Noir. It does feel like a throwback to the FPS of yesteryear, but with that stylized sort of 1920s gangster flair. It looks like a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, I love the narration, right? I was just like, that villain, that voice is just haunting me.
I'm sure it really spoke to you, Michael.
Yeah. The whole trailer was like, yo, Michael, I know you. I'm watching you. I'm like, oh, you're watching me. Oh, I appreciate that because I'm on the E3 stage. You know the vibe.
Oh man, and Michael, I wanted to talk to you about Fallen Frontier Alliance of Salt Sons?
Sacred Sons.
Sacred Sons. I can't read my own handwriting here, guys. And then Terra Invicta. And you and Dan were kind of having some crosstalk about how...
Ja, wie gesagt, Falling Aces, das erste Game auf meiner Liste. Der Rest fand ich, ja, ist leider nicht meins. Tut mir leid, aber sonst... Ich hoffe auf die nächsten Dinge, die da kommen. Ich hoffe.
We have Humankind and we have Civilization, but if you want a different 4X strategy game, that's what Alliance of the Sacred Sons is kind of covering. And Terra Invicta, a grand strategy game. Of course, we have Total War, but maybe you want a little bit of variety. So the thing about independent games that I really like is that you can revitalize
Ich hoffe.
genres of the past.
Es kamen ein paar Games und ja, Falling Aces hier, das ist Nummer 4, würde ich nehmen, weil es sah gut aus. Ist halt so Doom-Style, so grafikmäßig, also so Pixel, Story, aber gut. So. Gefällt mir.
The triple threat of strategy games. I know that I used to play a lot of them when I had time back in the day. I used to play a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft, and I miss like the early days of Civilization 4 when I was in high school and I had time to pour into matches. And so if you're craving that sort of thing.
Schade, dass unter mir nicht der ganze Chat angezeigt wird wegen dem Streamabbruch vorhin.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think 4X games are a fantastic way to hit fast forward on life sometimes. Like, for example, Civilization was a saving grace during the pandemic as well because you'd be like, oh man, I'm really kind of bored right now. Oh, suddenly it is 4 a.m. and I've been playing this for hours. And that looks exactly like what I'm going to get from Alliance of the Sacred Sons. But I also have to say one that really caught my eye here is a game that looks like a bit of a Metroidvania, and that is Moolander.
Oh my gosh, I had that on my
super fun.
list. Yeah.
Like it's the same sort of like irreverent feeling that I got from a game like Guacamelee, for example. But with this, I love that these cows are your enemies. I was getting some Diablo 2 vibes from that hell cow at the end there. I'm just very excited to see what that has in store because it looks like it has a good sense of action, gameplay, and whimsy.
Wow, you really milked that one. An utter disgrace.
Oh, no.
Beat me to it.
If y'all could
got beef
hear the
now.
puns coming from Dan, we really should be writing them down. We did have the pull up earlier, though, and I wasn't able to reference it right away because I just love hearing y'all talk about this stuff.
Wahrscheinlich liegt es auch einfach daran, dass viele Leute jetzt auch gegangen sind. Also ein paar sind auch gegangen. Das habe ich gestern schon, oder das habe ich vorgestern bei Gronk nämlich auch schon mitbekommen. Ich weiß nicht. Viele schätzen keine guten Spiele mehr. Es muss nur noch geballert werden, es muss nur noch... So. Es ist kein COD, also es ist kein gutes Spiel. So. Schade.
Neko, I already mentioned Neko Ghost Jump, but I do want to shout out Tunguska, I forgot the name.
Tunguska.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed that one up. But yeah, the top-down shooter, that looks interesting. I'm very interested in that.
Larcenauts, let's go. Let's compete in VR. I'm down for it.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I think I'd pick Tunguska as well, but Nico is very close behind, runner-up. Well, so many great indie titles. Let's see what GB and Greg thought of the indie games that we saw today. Hi guys, I know y'all love the Nico game. I don't even need to ask, right?
Of course we did, Jackie, but it didn't make my top 3. Golden Boy, what do you have over there? What stood out to you from that indie presentation? 2021.
Ein Spiel habe ich auf der Liste, Falling Aces.
I'm actually newly appointed member of the VR community.
So, was ist denn als nächstes dran?
Yeah, so Larcenauts was awesome.
21:30 Freedom Games.
My boy
Okay.
BMF. Who covers a lot of the VR stuff, is a thrill seeker, big fan of those guys, and I always love checking out their content. Keeps me up to date on all things VR.
Of course.
Then the other one, Fallen Aces, man.
Yeah, Fallen Aces made my list for sure. That was a dope
Literally
trailer.
saw that and I was like, oh, I'm 100% playing this on stream. Like, this is happening because it looks so dang good. And then I would probably go with Tunguska. Another shooter, but for some reason the style was really appealing to me. Like, the style of shooting was really appealing to me.
Sure.
So I'm all about that. Looked really good.
Okay, great. Yeah, on my list, I put Fallen Aces for sure. Stylized first-person shooter, love it. That Doom LA Noire mashup, why not? Let's get out there and do it. And yeah, New Blood, of course, always being cheeky, as they said, doomnoir.com.
It's like they really, I do feel like they like never do wrong. Like, the New Blood's great. They're a great studio.
They know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
They're in that vein of Devolver, where they have a personality and their games do too, and you know what that means when you see that, I think, splash across it.
Exactly.
The other one I want to give a shot was Bark. It was that kid shmup that went by or whatever.
Yeah.
One of my friends in the industry is working on it. He had emailed me to give me a heads up that, hey, it's at E3. You should check it out in the virtual booth if you have time. And basically, he pitched it as a shmup for dads. Like, it's couch co-op. Get in there with your kid. You're piloting. You know, it was a little dog that caught my eye, but you can be a little cat.
Okay.
It's this colorful game that you go through and you're shooting things, but you're not shooting things. Right? You're able to explore that way. And then, for me, to echo what people said over there, Extra Galactica, right?
Stylized. I mean, you do anything that's in a cyberpunk style world, and I'm literally there. I'm all about it. Great visuals. I feel like that is, again, you know, and everyone's going to look at me like, oh, there's a lot of like pixel art game stuff, but you think about what people have been able to create, Greg, in these universes, in this style of artwork. It is gorgeous. And, you know, because Fallen Ace is also bringing back the stylized cel-shaded approach, which was something that I fell in love with when I first feast my eyes on Jet Grind Radio. So there is really a lot of quality here, and this was awesome. Some great games I'm really looking forward to trying.
Me too, ladies and gentlemen. What were your favorites? Let us know. Hashtag E3 2021 so you can get up on the big screen. But when E3 2021 returns, we'll have the latest from Freedom Games, Capcom, and more. Take a breath and hold on. We'll be back after this.
So, ich wurde gerade nochmal angerufen. Moment.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN's Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN's Summer of Gaming begins right now.
More power.
There's definitely some kind of vibe that has built up over the years that, like, it's okay to be mean in a game. And I think that's got to change.
We've all had bad days. We all get rolled because it's the same, like, 12-year-old cranking 90s on us in the Fortnite lobby, and we can't build as quick, and he just builds a Taj Mahal and then just, you know, drops down on you and you're angry. I get it, but
I don't think we should all be okay with just accepting, like, oh, this is how people talk on this video game. Like, that is not okay.
There's a difference between conflict and dialogue. When you're having a conversation, you don't have to agree. And when it's becoming something that's toxic, right, there's no respect.
it's a social contract you enter into as a human when you walk out your front door. That is that you will act with decency. And it follows that this would also be imposed online.
And it's easier to just say, oh, mute your mic or don't say anything, but no, do better.
We just shouldn't foster an environment where saying something bad is okay. It should never be okay. It should never be on the receiver to grow thicker skin.
Having other people in the community that have gone through that and that you can connect with is probably the most therapeutic, helpful part.
Find those people that you connect with and have that support group.
I think just pushing a positive environment is a good place to start.
If you see something, say something. I think it starts with all of us standing up.
I don't know, it just feels like the right thing to do, to speak loudly about things that really matter.
I think over the years, the space has become a lot more welcoming, a lot more open.
There's such an overwhelming presence of, like, positivity and acceptance and diversity, and
great strides are being made, but I also think that, like, more can be done from us as the people that like to play them to make sure that that happens.
Keep playing because you love the game, and no one should be able to take you from what you love.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stella Chung, and in today's fix, Starfield makes a splash at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, Halo Infinite gets a release window, and we finally know when you can go on ball runs again in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is your daily fix. Microsoft came out swinging with a look at Bethesda's first new property in over 20 years, Starfield. The in-engine trailer begins on an alien planet aboard a vessel called the Constellation. The narrator talks about venturing into a field of stars, and we get a look inside the interior of the Constellation, which looks reminiscent of the space-age ships from the 60s. Beyond the cinematic trailer, we still don't know much about the gameplay itself. On stage, Todd Howard said that Starfield is about hope and shared humanity. Bethesda also confirmed separately that Starfield will be the first game created on its updated Creation Engine 2, which means improvement to graphical fidelity, among other things. A tweet shared by Bethesda Game Studios themselves stated, "We've spent years developing it to power the next generation of immersion and exploration." And yes, you'll be able to play it on Xbox consoles and PC when it lands on November 11th, 2022. That's not all Team Green had in store for fans, with a deeper look at Halo Infinite and its free-to-play multiplayer. Our first taste of Infinite's multiplayer came in the form of a fast-paced montage of match moments across a variety of maps. Cosmetic upgrades from Halo games past are making a return, as well as our favorite narrator.
Killing spree.
The free-to-play multiplayer suite will be crossplay and cross-progression. The experience will reportedly be optimized for every device: PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and S. We also got a glimpse at the campaign with Master Chief using his grappling hook to pull himself through some zero-gravity wreckage. There seems to be a new AI construct working with the Master Chief, but judging by its dialogue, Cortana may still play a pivotal role in the story. Halo Infinite will be launching on Game Pass at release, but we just don't know when that release date is specifically, although they did say it was due this holiday after having been originally delayed out of fall 2020. With the remaster of Diablo 2 announced at BlizzConline earlier this year, fans have been wondering just when they can take on the forces of hell again, and we finally have an answer. Diablo 2 Resurrected is hitting consoles and PC on September 23rd. This HD remaster of the classic ARPG will be available on PC via Blizzard's Battle.net and Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. It will include both the Diablo 2 base game and Lord of Destruction expansion. This follows a playable alpha in April, which looked pretty impressive. Despite a few changes, Blizzard is trying to stay true to Diablo 2's roots. If that isn't enough fire and brimstone for you, the remaster will be available standalone or as a part of a bundle, the Diablo Prime Evil Collection. This comprehensive collection contains the Diablo 3 Eternal Collection, which includes Diablo 3, the Reaper of Souls expansion, the Rise of the Necromancer content pack, and a few cosmetic goodies. Pre-orders are available now, and don't forget to pick up Word's Leg so you can open that portal to the Chaos secret level. With E3 now in full swing, are there some games you're still looking for? Did Microsoft blow your mind? Let us know. I'm Stella Chung, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, be sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, and even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all of your mobile devices, subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat, and for all things, everything else, IGN.com.
Dankeschön, IGN. Thanks.
Welcome back, folks. Freedom Games is our next developer coming up. And you know, when you have games that are like called Cat Cafe Manager or Dog Shelter, I think we can assume that things are going to be pretty fun. So, folks, here's Freedom Games.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. I co-founded the studio with two of my friends. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the three of us, we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked. Going into it, we knew that we had complementary skill sets. Having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience, we were able to cover a lot of bases. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, wait, we didn't know how to do that part. Well, I guess we got to figure it out. The four of us who started the studio worked in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Band. And it was the first time that all of us felt complete creative control. That was fun. It was a challenge. It was also scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators. I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process without ever doing it before. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity and the creative freedom is totally worth it.
the retro games. These were our favorites. And
Oh, yes.
we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. A shout out to our community. They helped us translate the demo. They helped us get out the word. The demo has been played over 1 million times. It's just great to get a community like that. They helped us make Corman what it is.
Was ist das denn für eine Pokémon-Nachmache? Uff. Das ist, Alter, okay. Nintendo-Anwalt tippt schon. Nintendo-Anwalt ist gleich am Start.
I had lived in Kyoto for a while where I'd gone to a cat cafe. And it was such a surreal experience for me at the time. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that, we kind of wanted to put in the game. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. Just making the Cat Cafe of your dreams.
I'm from
Schreibe ich mir
a
auf.
really rural town. So is Tanner, the other lead developer on the game. We've been together since middle school, like I said. Yeah. There's no companies, right?
Next game.
Video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. So we decided to just be the first. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's both of those things. There's diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and adopters only want the cutest puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. Essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. We've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad that you're doing this, because a lot of people don't realize how hard the work is and how thankless it is. So 20% of every dollar that Little Rock Games makes from this game is going to be going to the Pet Finder Foundation. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
I first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old, tinkering around with game engines. I started putting games on the web, Flash games and things like that. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. It's usually an area of frustration, but when you can see your character's head just flying off and blood's going everywhere, it's like, you just got nothing but humour there.
You're gonna feel bad in the morning.
I come up with the idea of having like a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition. I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'd be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and then by the time I get home, I'd just like, we ended up deciding that it'll be best if I work full time on the game. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way, whereas no other game had before. It's just flipped my life to where I want it to be. So to finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
Ja. Kann man mal machen.
Good. Just relax, chill in the evening, play with buds, laugh at stupid stuff kind of game.
Oh, this is sick. Yeah!
What is that? Oh, Jesus!
Gonna be an absolute show.
I was pretty laid back in college. I did just fine, but I worked on Dark Deity. I didn't work on my own work. None of us have ever worked on games at all. So for the majority of development, I worked on it in the dorm, yeah. And we would sort of just sit in the dorm room, just like, you know, typing, working away. I learned how to code for like a whole week. I just didn't leave my room, didn't eat, didn't do anything. You know, where we're at, we're all 23. 2 of us haven't even graduated college yet. To be at E3 is pretty exciting.
Whenever you need me. Maybe I should raise my rates. I've failed my people.
Weakness has consequences.
This would make for a fine tale.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, there's no way I could be in management. But through therapy as a child and then continuing my own efforts, I overcame it. Now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, with One Lonely Outpost, loneliness helps highlight the value of connection.
took us a long time to get here. We put a lot of hard work into it.
Shipping games brings tough times, but we've also seen like success together.
Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know and be the best at that.
Making something that people enjoy.
Thank you, Freedom Games, for that showcase. Passionate, diverse, different, unexpected, Damon. That's what I would call it. If you weren't paying attention, Freedom Games is providing 20% of
Bisher habe ich heute nur 2 Spiele auf der Liste. Irgendwie ist das alles nichts für mich.
Gentlemen, it's time to react. I will start with, I don't know, maybe I would speak for everybody. For Greg Miller, I wasn't that familiar with Freedom Games before leading this E3 2021. I am now a Freedom Games fan. Like, I liked what I saw there.
Hell yeah. You're a freedom fighter.
Let's not go that far. I'm a lover, not a fighter. All right? I'm a freedom lover. All right, is that better? Koraman, Cat Cafe manager, To the Rescue, and then Slaughter League all jump out at me. But you guys are the experts. Dan, what did you like?
Well, first I have to give it up for To the Rescue. Not only is it a great way to support the Pet Finder Foundation, but I really like that kind of simulation game. You saw a great pairing there. Whether you're a cat fan or a dog fan, you can come together to celebrate these awesome pets with a fun, like, sort of management sim. It looks really up my alley. But I dropped my notes, so I'm just going to stick with those for the time being.
I'll get them for
you. Thank you so much. You're a
you
true
dropped
friend.
this, King.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The one I really want to talk about, because Michael and I were geeking out about it, was Dark Deity.
Yes.
A strategy RPG that looks like very up the alley of anyone who likes Fire Emblem or things like that.
Sure.
I also like they have an XCOM-esque wound system, which I appreciate. Adds another layer to it, so looks pretty exciting.
I thought it was cool. It was cool pixel art also, but also anime-style hand-drawn art that's going along with it too.
Don't take that away from me, Damon. Listen, if y'all want to get my attention with your video game, if you have anime-style artwork for your characters, I'll at least give you my time of day. I'll say that much.
That was the one. I mean, for Dark Deity, you went, ooh. I wrote my only note on Dark Deity is Mikey likes, because you liked it.
I mean, yeah, and Cat Cafe Manager. Yo, Freedom Games really hit me with my brand.
Yeah, for sure.
I love Cat. Dude, it's so cute. You know, Cat Cafe Manager. I've been to a cat cafe before. You know, you get a little coffee, you go pet the cats. If you're allergic, R.I.P. But yeah, that was really cute. It's obviously like a tycoon simulator management thing. And cute cats. Say less.
Say less. Damon, you love cats. Did Cat Cafe Manager work for you?
For sure. I've been to many a cat cafe, Greg. I have some ideas about how they might be run better.
Well, here we go. See if you can put proof in the pudding and you get out there, you manage your own cafe.
This fool's lying.
No, it's true.
Oh, okay. True. Yeah. Anything else stand out to you?
Cat Cafe Manager habe ich
Games
auch.
are coming so quickly. You see, like, well, this game looks interesting, and then they're on to the next one. There was I think it's fair to say it's a Pokemon-like in there.
Mon's even in the title.
Koraman.
Mon is in the title.
Koraman,
I think there's more to it than that. There's definitely like animal battling.
Well, when it started, I was watching and he started like moving puzzles. Like, oh, I wrote very Zelda-like, and then it became Pokemon. I was like, oh, very Pokemon-like. Actually, I'm sorry, I got this one wrong. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, right now you can get out there and vote. No matter which platform you're watching E3 2021 on, you can vote right now. Cat Cafe Manager is winning narrowly with 32%. Right behind it, Koraman with 26%.
Cat Cafe Manager will ich auch
19%.
haben.
Remember, no matter
Das
where
und
you are
Falling
watching,
Aces.
put it into your chat of choice.
Zum
And
100.
if you want to just roll down your window and yell, somebody else will jot it down. And we'll figure out how to tally it up there, right?
Yes,
Thank
sir. Another thing that an extension from the indie showcase that we saw, like a lot of experimentation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even though we saw some things that are kind of like, oh, that reminds me of this, that reminds me of Fire Emblem, that reminds me of Pokemon, they're still putting their spin on it. And like, I like to see those kinds of things in those games. Everyone has an inspiration, so it's like, I want to make the game, like, make something similar to the game that I love. So
it's all this evolution. I mean, like, think about One Lonely Outpost, for example.
Yeah.
We were joking around like, oh, Space Dew Valley, because it does look Stardew Valley inspired, which in turn is inspired by Harvest Moon. So there's a lot more that you can do with this kind of genre, this type of game. No one really gets to be sort of the be-all, end-all of that category or genre, and I'm excited to see what they can offer here. So it's nice to see a lot of these indie developers wearing their influences on their sleeve. I was really excited about Slaughter League, for example. It looks like that kind of competitive madcap fun of a game like Fall Guys, for example, but with the kind of murdery chaos you'd expect from like a Smash TV or like a, I'm blanking on the name right now, Meat Boy.
Oh, yes. And it's funny you mentioned Meat Boy, right, in the panel before, right, in the panel before, where we were doing the indie games conversation. Ed McMillan talked about the fact that the power of indies is that you don't have to appeal to the mainstream.
Yeah.
And I think that's why this one stands out in terms of a conference so far, and we can all find something else to hone in on, right? Where it's like, yeah, I don't know if To the Rescue, a realistic, sim about running a rescue operation for dogs and cats would stand out or make sense for a big publisher who has to get a big return on their investment. But for this team here that wants to do a dog shelter and wants to have the stuff and wants to get profits out there to people and help, it's great.
It's smart of Freedom Games to, in addition to showing trailers or gameplays for the games, to actually put the creators in front of the camera
100%.
as well.
Yeah.
Indie games can be so much more personal. It's so much more one person's vision or a very small team's vision.
Totally. Yeah, one of the things I loved about it when you were watching their To the Rescue is they showed them at PAX, right? And if you've never had the chance to go to a PAX, I urge you to do it and then go to the Indie Mega Booth when you can go to things again. Because, getting to sit there and get a demo from somebody like, oh, what do you do on the game? You're like, oh, I make the game. It's the most personal way and the best way to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, when we return, our friends at Venn will give us a special edition of their series Origin Stories featuring 100 Thieves founder and CEO Nadeshot. That and more after this.
I always really appreciate queer narratives, trans narratives.
Oh, Pablo, den habe ich auch schon mal irgendwo gesehen.
Tell Me Why by Don't Nod, with a trans character as one of the main characters.
Irgendwo habe ich den schon mal gesehen. Und sein Outfit.
Many, if any, main
Musst du auch mal können.
that are playable. Being someone who identifies as non-binary, seeing someone that is proudly trans represented in a game is just so incredible to me, because it shows that not only game developers but the world is seeing these narratives as important things and stories to tell, because games are just another way of telling stories.
Musste auch mal können.
Innovation. It's happening all around us. We don't know what tomorrow will bring, but we know our broadband network will be ready. Because we're building it right now. It's more reliable, more secure, and 10 times faster than today. 10G will power America's digital future. We're ready for what's next. Are you?
Heilige, was? Ich wandere aus. Ich wandere aus, ich bin weg, Digga. Das war's mit Deutschland. 10G Upload. 10G Download, 10G Upload. Was?
Officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021.
Ich wandere aus.
Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN's Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN's Summer of Gaming begins right now.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello. Now, we know a little bit about this topic, don't you think?
Thing or two.
In esports, the scene is becoming more than the teams, though. Esports orgs are making content, making apparel, and building a brand. One org taking this model to the next level is 100 Thieves, led by their CEO, Nadeshot. And
Jetzt kommt gleich
Alex,
Venn.
you have
Oder
covered all
Vien
sorts of
oder
events
Venn.
with 100 Thieves. So
Yeah.
what do you think is so special about this org and Nadeshot?
Yeah, well, I've known Nade for years at this point. All the way back to when he was a competitor. I used to make the joke, he hates it when I say it, that he's America's favorite gamer. But because he was, at one point, he was like the biggest name in Call of Duty. He was one of the biggest names in
Solange die
esports,
erst noch
right?
labern, verschwinde ich nochmal eben auf Toilette. Ich
To
trinke
this
so
day,
viel, dass ich
and
dauerhaft
I'm so proud to be able to talk about a friend like this, because to see his success has truly been incredible. I could not be more proud of him. And 100 Thieves as an organization, they had such a history, right? From an initial reveal that didn't go the way they wanted to this complete transformation of this brand with a lot of support from great figures in the entertainment and sports industry. It has become amazing what 100 Thieves has been able to accomplish with their drops. Like, they themselves, I feel like there have been a lot of great collaborations over time, but few have been able to make independent products, right? Without collaborations that are just, they're huge. The drops are massive, and their hoodies, their shirts, all the lines that they have, the talent that they sign, everything is done meticulously, and I give him a lot of credit for. Recently, Courage, another friend of mine, is alongside Valkyrie, who is an amazing figure in esports, becoming co-CEOs in the company as well. 100 Thieves have just done incredible work in esports, and I give them a lot of credit for what they've done.
No. I mean, honestly, I feel like they've paved the way for so many orgs. I feel like a lot of orgs modeled their formula of how to approach all these different things, like you were saying, merch and the content creators. But anyway, it's absolutely fascinating, and I'd love to hear more about it. So for more on the Nadeshot 100 Thieves and what's next, here's a special E3 edition and the Origin Story series from our friends at Venn.
My name is Hector Rodriguez, but you might know me as Hex. I know a lot of people in gaming and esports, and I will be bringing them into the studio to share their origin stories.
3 words that best describe you.
Optimistic.
Introspective.
Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
It's really about cracking the code. And that's the same approach that I had with FaZe Clan, right? It's like, here's this thing that is so special that nobody knows.
When I walked into the job, this is sacred space. I am a guest here. I'm here to try and help align things, motivate, set new visions, get more people involved. I didn't start it, I didn't create it. You know, this has to be a very respectful entry into this party.
I'm like, yo, what do you want from me? Yeah. We were 3 years in
Nadeshot?
4
Was
months.
macht Nadeshot
Yo,
da?
why have you won a championship? You know how hard it is to win in League of Legends?
Join us on Venn for new episodes, behind-the-scenes moments, and much, much more.
Esports is 1,000% going to contend with traditional sports in viewership, which means
dollar bills, y'all.
Origin stories.
Oh, Optic Gaming. Hector.
So what's going to happen is Hector will introduce you. Yeah. You'll sit down.
You better give me the best introduction
I can't even wait to give you the intro.
The prodigal son.
Dude, that was just
stab me in the back.
I'm super excited. I'm getting mic'd up right now. I'm about to interview somebody that I've interviewed like 100 times, but I'm gonna try to make it super interesting by asking him questions and talking about that we haven't really ever talked about in public. There he is.
Oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating. And I have to pee.
Welcome back to another episode of Origin Stories here on Venn. My name is Hector Rodriguez. I am your host. Today I have the honor, the pleasure, the true pleasure actually to introduce my little brother, someone who's near and dear to my heart, Mr. Nadeshot, Matt Haig, CEO of 100 Thieves.
Nadeshot auch noch von 100 Thieves und hier ist Hector von Optic Gaming. Zwei unfassbar gute E-Sportler.
I almost did say Optic Nadeshot. Yeah, I did. Did you catch that?
I did catch it.
Usually, I like to start out this show by asking you 3 questions.
Was geht, Lou?
Another question, but the main one is 3 words that best describe you.
3 words that describe me. Well, you just put me on
Wo
the
war's?
spot like that.
All right, 3 words that describe 100 Thieves.
That one's tough too. Let me think.
Can you describe anything in 3 words?
No, I'm not good at descriptive adjectives.
Oh.
Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Let me spitball something that's. Well, because I don't like using 3 words because I'm confident in myself and I don't want to sound pompous. You know what I mean?
No, you're in good company, babe.
I would say goofy, impatient,
yes,
and squirrely.
Squirrely's good.
That's what you always called me. So.
Yeah, but it wasn't because you were like your brain was elsewhere.
Ja, ich habe mittlerweile 2 Spiele auf meiner Liste. Falling Aces und Cat Coffee Manager oder Cat Café Manager. Ich was ich schwitze, wie keine Ahnung, was bei dir, genau das Gleiche. Deswegen ist es auch richtig gut, bei der Hitze kalten Red Bull zu trinken, weil du dann noch mehr aufheizt. Aber ich brauche irgendwas, damit ich wach bleibe. Ja, leider sind die meisten Leute von vorhin weg. Weil es halt 70% Gerede ist heute. Deswegen, ja, sind halt die meisten Leute nicht mehr da. Vielleicht, weil auch viele kein Englisch sprechen und nicht verstehen, was sie reden. Keine Ahnung, aber ja.
How old were you when we met? 2008 Call of Duty 4. Call of Duty 4, that's right. You weren't in Gears of War. My first event was MLG Chicago 2007. St. Charles. St. Charles, yeah. What the hell? How do you know that? I know everything. Were you there? I was not. Do you know I got my ass beat? I almost made it to championship bracket, top 16. Would have been considered a pro player.
Mein Rücken bringt mich um.
Like an 8-year-old kid. Oh, dude, he was like during Call of Duty 2. I heard about that dude. Yeah.
Mit 6 Sachen auf der Liste. Mein Halle ist Neko Ghost Jump. Echt? Neko Ghost Jump. Geht aber auch fit. Muss ich mir noch mal eben angucken, das Game. Ach das, ja. Das, wo du die Perspektiven wechseln kannst, ne? Von 2D zu 3D und um dann Hindernisse zu überwinden. Ist aber geil, weil du hast ein 3D, also bis 2D, kommst da rüber, aber dann kannst du nicht springen auf das, was weiter entfernt ist, musst du auf 3D umschalten und siehst, dass links noch eine ist, was du im 2D gar nicht siehst. Das ist total, Ist aber geil. Vielleicht hole ich mir das, ach komm, ich schreibe mir das auch noch auf die Liste. Kann man ja mal streamen. Ich suche halt die ganze Zeit Let's Plays und ich habe auch viele Listen auf der Let's Play-Liste. Viele Spiele auf der Let's Play-Liste, die ich halt alle machen will. Aber für Stream brauche ich natürlich auch Spiele. Neko Ghost Jump. So, jetzt habe ich 3. Ich werde mir das auch holen, fertig. Ist schon draußen, ne? Kam heute raus. Neko Ghost Jump kam heute raus. Ich finde das cool mit der 2D und 3D-Grafik. Ja, das meine ich ja, dass du immer das switchen kannst. Dass du es immer switchen, dann kommst du über die Hindernisse drüber. Du musst switchen, damit du die Hindernisse überwindest. Weil du teilweise Ebenen gar nicht siehst im 2D-Modus. Und dann hast du wieder 3D, was irgendwie ganz komisch ist. Du würdest da nicht rüberkommen, schaltest du wieder um auf 2D, dann kommst du darüber, weil dann ist wieder Jump'n'Run. Voll geil. Das ist eigentlich wirklich eine geile Idee.
That's what my parents told me. It's like it wasn't until I was able to hit someone that I cried because I didn't know how to release that anger. But once I learned how to punch walls and things, I started doing that in the bed. Yeah, I didn't get angry. I got sad. I was telling Lee Trink the story about me being in Mexico as for my school, it's a Catholic school. Juarez. Yeah, and how the nuns would grab me from the hair here, and then they would just like seriously jerk it. So I was like, oh my God, that hurt. Yeah. Yeah, because they were just disciplinaries. And both of my parents were actually disciplinaries. My dad was super strict, a very quiet dude, but that's because of that. And my mom was just super yeah. And I still became what I became. Just I didn't give a shit. They hurt. I would pretend it hurt, but I'd be like,
Finde ich aber auch nice, das Game.
Yeah, I love that. But I think that's what I appreciated actually a lot, getting to hang out with you. You're 10 years older than me when we first started hanging out. And I always loved your mentality around other people. You're just very tough exterior. And that was something I could appreciate because my dad was a great dad. I love my dad. Dad's my hero. But there was a lot of things that, I don't want to say because we're not in the streets of Schaumburg of Illinois, but just seeing how you interact with individuals. If somebody doesn't talk to you right, you kind of let them know that they weren't talking to you the right way. Yeah. And that was, I don't like competition, and that was stuff that I wouldn't do. But now that I'm older and a lot more confident in myself, I feel like I picked up some tendencies from you. Do you wish that you could go back to a certain situation and be like, yo, my man? All the time, brother. All the time. Do you have one that you can recall right now? Man, I mean, well, what's the situation? Do I have the knowledge that I do of where I'm going to be in life? No, you're just you. I was just me? Yeah. Nah, man, I didn't have shit over me. Who am I gonna step up to, bro? Yeah. I was bro, I didn't get testosterone shots as a kid. Did you know that? No. I was not even in the percentile of growth, so they were worried that I wasn't gonna be on track to be a certain height or a certain weight. So freshman year, bro, I weighed 85 pounds, and I was 4'8". So were you like a good kid, bad kid? Did you get in trouble? Were you the class clown? What kind of kid were you?
No, I wasn't the class clown. Dude, I've told people this before, but I was a super timid kid. I mean, I was really bad in social situations. I didn't know how to make friends. I mean, I had friends in grade school and I like going to high school, but my first job at McDonald's is like what really helped me come out of my shell and start learning how to talk to people and not be so afraid. But yeah, I wasn't a class clown. I kind of just like stayed to the side and I wanted attention. I know that for a fact. Like, I just took this narcissism test. I'm like right in the middle. I'm like a 18 out of 40.
Are you?
I thought I'd be way more narcissistic than that.
Yeah. What do you think mine would be? My score?
I think you'd probably be like a 28.
Is that bad?
It's 40 is the highest.
40 is the highest?
You know Jackson from 100 Thieves? He got a 33.
Jackson got a 33?
He's the definition of narcissist.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, I was like just a quiet kid.
Play sports?
Yeah. Baseball, basketball, B team. I was terrible at that. I was too short, man. I didn't have any athletic ability.
Yeah? I mean, so was Muggsy Bogues, I think.
Second baseman, 4th through 8th grade, the All-Stars every year.
Really?
Yeah. If you can hang your hat on that.
I can. Yeah. I mean, I've seen the pictures, or I've seen the one picture of you as like a baby with a bat.
Yeah.
Just like chubby.
That was me in like 7th grade.
No, you were not. Oh my God. Bro, I literally thought that was true, and I'm like, man, you had to look like you're like 7.
Yeah.
I remember clearly, by the way, the first day that I heard your voice when we were playing on Vacant with Diesel and somebody else. You were playing with somebody else. But I remember, and I'm like, damn, this has got a...
Wir können mal nachgucken. Wartet mal bitte.
Oh, sorry. Not even close.
Okay, go ahead.
River City Girls 2. Coming to the PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch. Stay tuned for more.
Night dive update.
Wir wollen Spiele sehen, also haben wir jetzt hier was von, genau, von Limited Run, genau. Liste her übrigens, weil ich glaube, da sind welche dabei, die ich haben will. Das erinnert mich an Doom 64, was wir auch noch spielen werden. Ja, die habe ich ja jetzt offen, Lou. Ich danke dir aber nochmal für die Info. Ich bin ganz ehrlich, ich will nicht das Gerede haben. Ich will Spiele. Das Gerede von Natured und Hector, ich bin da nicht mehr drin im E-Sport. Deswegen... Ja, habe ich auch. Ich habe meine Liste auch hier. Drive Veteran Edition.
Take a look at this next announcement.
Rise and shine, don't wanna work, I'd rather play. Shake my hips and whip my hair, it's a new day. The magic won't blow, my heart yells, let's go transform and fly away.
Und auf der Liste. Safe Call auf der Liste. Und Aber sowas von auf der Liste. Allein wegen der Mucke. Gente.
And now for today's first influencer apology.
I would like to apologize for my tweets that were discovered. That is not the man I am anymore. 10 years have passed.
World premiere.
Did you miss me? I'll find your damn castle.
What the hell is that sound?
How about you shut up and let me do my job?
Cretans! Can I not count on you to dispatch a few useless troops?
Kommt noch auf die
What are a
Liste,
bunch
ja.
of ravens doing down
PS5 habe ich auch noch nicht. Noch nicht.
This could turn out to be a pretty good day.
Yes, tonight. Years of work finally coming to fruition.
This ends now.
We're just getting started.
Blood Rain Betrayal. Coming soon.
Will ich mir dann für die Switch holen.
Wasn't that a mind-blowing reveal? Let's check in at the Limited Run Lounge to see where the hype level is.
Maximum hype.
Definitely maximum.
Now check out Haven.
You?
All right, let's talk about it. Fine.
I was just gonna ask if you could switch off the light.
Oh.
This planet is our chance to start a new life with our
Aw.
own rules.
We can decide whatever we want.
If they learn we made our way here, they probably won't be happy.
What does that mean for us?
That means we're in deep blue.
Huge dislocated. Arrest in progress.
You started it.
You stay away!
Any other takers? How long do you think this is gonna last?
Nothing is safe, Kay. That's what makes life so exciting. Do you think that failing to comply with an arrest is an aggravating charge?
Oh,
Yes.
sexy.
Good.
Until the last moment, then?
Until the last moment.
Sieht auf jeden Fall nice aus.
And for our next demonstration, we go to Sarah in our AR lab. Take it away, Sarah.
Hey guys, thanks for the intro as always. We are here to give a tabletop demonstration of new AR technology and the endless possibilities for gameplay that can be implemented. Notice the different possibilities for gameplay with an AR setup like this.
Okay, is our next game an AR title?
Nope.
Then why are we doing an AR demo?
I don't know. I've just
always been doing that.
Okay.
Please just play the Skatebird trailer.
Das Küken. Skatebird. Skatebird. Oh, ist das geil.
World premiere.
John Sawyer, cyborg. He's been a man since he was a boy.
Enjoy your flight.
Everything he owns is made of metal. And his favorite possession has 44 Magnum engraved on its side.
Oh, reliable.
His blood type spells AK-47.
Get out of my sight!
Though he only donates other people's blood.
Yeah.
The bounties are ready to be collected. Hunt them down and make a healthy living by making living unhealthy. In
Hunt Down.
Hunt Down. Oh ja, da hast du recht. Pixelgrafik ist immer schön. Das sehe ich auch immer gerne.
This old-school arcade action comedy is now coming to your home screen. Watch out.
I hope all our viewers right now are on the verge.
Of piss pantsing ourselves?
What? No, I was just setting up Axiom Verge 2.
Oh.
Das war okay, das war geil. You're not in control. Okay. Hat auf jeden Fall auch was. Hat auf jeden Fall auch was.
But that's not all. Get ready for a brand new physical edition of The Takeover.
Oh ja. The Takeover. Und auf die Liste, Alter, aber richtig.
Game looks great as always, but how about some
Next.
gameplay?
Auf die Liste, Digga. Was zur
Alright,
Hölle?
enough fists. I'm ready for some
Guck ihn
guns.
dir an.
You finally arrived.
What the fuck? Boah, jetzt, das fängt schon mal gut an hier. Ja, das ist nicht nur die beste Show, das ist Ambrosia. Alter. Dusk. Liste. Meine Liste wird ja doch nochmal voll heute. Mittlerweile haben wir schon 6 drauf.
I'm proud to announce that a classic action-adventure stealth game is getting physical on PS4, PSVR, and Switch. Just don't ask me to spell it.
Republic by Camouflage.
I said don't ask me to spell it.
Spell it.
No.
Tonight, I tell my own story.
You have to help me. They're going to hurt me. They say I'm infected. Can you help me somehow? Can you help me get out of here? Did you do that?
10 geht aber auch. 10 geht auch fit. Republic Anniversary Edition. Okay?
And now, for our biggest announcement of the day. We've been saving this footage and we're proud.
Das Dickste kommt jetzt.
Take a look at this car.
Incredible vehicle.
That's definitely a car.
This is E3.
Wow, that's a great point, but what about going...
Was war das? Ein Ferrari F California, ne? Alter, die Musik! Haben die alle für eine geile Musik? Going Under, available now on Nintendo eShop.
Before we show off the last few games, let's have a little giveaway, shall we? One lucky winner will win a game, a car, and a ton of other prizes.
We have... How excited are you, sir?
I'm very excited.
Yay! You get to spin the digital wheel! It's digital. You don't have to put your hand up. Just... Wow! Look what you won!
Was? Ein 458 Italia?
Controller! Isn't that exciting?
I don't have a console.
But you have a PC, right?
No, it's broken. My mom broke.
We're gonna come back to us later.
A physical release is coming for one of 2020's best multi-genre games. Check it out.
What the fuck? Was zur Hölle? Ich verstehe das nicht.
We here at Limited Run are huge Rooster Teeth nuts. They are consistently the funniest group on the web, but sometimes they get serious.
Sometimes they get...
This should be fun. Taste my fist. No, Team Ruby! Oh, that makes me dizzy. Booyah! So easy. Ooh, neat.
I can work with it.
Ruby ist das, ne? Ruby ist das, oder?
You're not authorized to be in here.
Take that, you big bully. Taking out the trash.
Ja. Ruby.
Can we please get some 2D wrestling in here already?
Welcome to Retromania Wrestling. That's gotta hurt. Over 15
Nice.
So many ways to play. From 16 wrestlers from yesterday and today. Wow! Up to 8 wrestlers in the ring at once. Over 50 possible match
Ich bin jetzt ein bisschen überwältigt von der Show. Die ist ja 5-mal geiler als die 1000. Die ist 50-mal geiler als die andere.
Two of the greatest games in an iconic franchise are getting a physical PS4. Let's check it out.
Yes! So will ich das sehen und nicht anders. So will ich das sehen. Castlevania.
Phenomenal to see that collection on a disc. But what about people who haven't upgraded their consoles in the last 30 years?
Guilty.
No, I'm
Castlevania. Liste um ein erweitert.
told you we had the longest awaited release in Turbo Duo history.
No gaming event would be complete without at least 10 minutes of solid Konami love. Let's keep the affection going with another iconic collection.
Wow, that's it for today. But it wouldn't be LRG3 without one more thing. You didn't think we'd leave you without a mind blower, did you? This next announcement is probably our most requested game of all time, and I believe it will be the game to usher in the next true generation of truly next generation games. To introduce
Was
this
kommt denn jetzt?
unforgettable milestone, one of the actresses from the game, Jeannie Basso.
Oh, it looks like you're muted.
You're gonna have to yell or something.
It's still too quiet.
Plumbers don't wear ties!
Fasten your seatbelts, because I'm about to turn this story over to you. Your mission, should you accept it, is to get these two lovebirds together.
Hi, I'm Jane. God, he's cute.
Jane? John and Jane. Cool names. I guess I could change my name to Tarzan.
You know what? I really have to go, but it's nice meeting you, John.
Wait. What are you doing later? For lunch? Can I buy you lunch? No, I'm serious. I'm really a plumber.
John, plumbers don't wear ties. Now, come on, stop fooling around.
That's it for the show, everyone. Thank you for an incredible year.
No matter when things go right or wrong, we've been honored to bring you something physical to keep through it all. Even when the digital storefronts fade away, we will always...
Was zur verfickten Hölle geht denn hier heute hin? Heilige Mutter!
Alter! It was here!
I knew it!
Alter.
Physical.
Forever.
So muss es auch sein, Jules. Was habe ich verpasst? Alles. Alle geilen Games, die diesen Abend vorgestellt werden. Hatte 2 auf der Liste, jetzt bin ich bei 7. Aber hat gebockt. Also Limited Run. Dankeschön, Limited Run. Ihr habt gesaved. Ihr habt hart gesaved den Abend. Bis jetzt. Also alles, was davor war, geht. Aber das hat's definitiv... Nein, das davor ging absolut gar nicht. Das war Bullshit. So, ihr habt den Abend gesaved, Limited Run. Thank you. Thank you very much for this. Soll ich euch meinen Chatverlauf hier zeigen? Sleepen, Sleeper, alle hier Schlaf, 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 Lul, Schlaf, Schlaf. Castlevania. Wird sich aber gegönnt für die Nintendo Switch. Wie lange geht's denn heute eigentlich? Also bis über 1 Uhr. Over 1 Uhr. Also das werde ich mir auf jeden Fall in der Collection für die Switch holen. Safe. Und die Show war auch richtig nice. Die war richtig, richtig nice. Mach mal ein bisschen leiser, so, damit man hier wenigstens noch ein bisschen nebenbei reden kann. So. Aber ja, die Show, die war richtig nice. Ich kann ja mal eben, ganz kurz, es ist ja eh nur noch das. Kann ich mal ganz kurz hier umschalten. Es war auf jeden Fall richtig nice und das hat es echt gerettet. Das habe ich gerade nur durch Zufall gesehen. Ultimate Edition $174, egal, ist mir sowas von Kack egal, wie viel das Ding kostet. Das wird sie in die Sammlung gestellt und dann wird gesuchtelt. Gesuchtelt, vor allem gesuchtet, gesüchtelt. Der Preis ist mir sowas von Wumpe. Vom Contra, ja, die ist auch geil. Also, auf meiner Liste stehen jetzt für heute Falling Aces, Cat Café Manager, Neko Ghost Jump, Shantae, Risky Risky Revenge, The Takeover, Das und Castlevania. Die stehen auf meiner Liste. Also jetzt für heute. Ich hab die Sounds noch im Hintergrund an. Ich finde die voll witzig. Immer noch am Labern, ey. Was machen die denn so lange? Die sind immer noch am Labern, die bei E3. Die sind immer noch am Labern, die sind immer noch mit irgendwelchen Interviews und... Oh Mann, ey.
But folks, you know, in the games that we love, our favorite characters are brought to life by real people using real motivation to give us a realistic look at the story. And while some of the faces of gaming voiceover are relatively unknown, their resumes
T-Pain stand da eben.
over time speak for themselves. So our Voices of E3 panel will discuss the life of a real-life voice actor in a virtual world.
Oh nein, sorry, nee, ich kann's nicht mehr hören. Tut mir leid, aber ich habe keine Lust mehr, dem beim Labern zuzuhören. Das ist so lächerlich einfach. Ach Mann. Ich habe keine Lust mehr. Ich meine, wen das interessiert, ja, komm.
To pick all your brains and get us flowing and get us moving. So let me introduce the wonderful women of this panel. Oh, I guess I should say what my name is. I'm Kritzia Bajos. I'm also a voice actress, on-camera actress. Yes, part of What the Vox with these wonderful women. But enough about me. Let's get to the women.
Wer ist die hübscheste von allen? Was meint ihr?
Taylor Callie Born.
Welche ist die hübscheste? Ich sag sie.
Mass Effect, Ada Wong in Resident Evil, Soul Survivor for Fallout 4. Passionate about activism, she co-founded the online community of Nerds Vote. Amazing badass all around. We love you, Courtney Taylor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Anjali Bhamani. I have to say specifically, she is known as the international superstar Anjali. Hi.
Goodness.
Well, you know, that's what was requested.
It's a super spy.
Sorry, super spy. So even better.
But I'll take superstar. I mean, either way.
Superstar, super spy. Why can't we have both? Why can't we have both?
Jules, weißt du, was mich übrigens richtig ankotzt bei Twitch? Klick mal oben auf die Zuschauerliste. Wie viele Bots da drin sind. Ich frag mich, wo die herkommen. Das nervt. Hat auf meiner Liste Skatebird, Hunter und The Takeover Republic und die Contra Collection. Die sind auch alle geil. Skatebird auch.
And we're moving over to multilingual, 5 languages, y'all. Carolina Rabasa, Colombiana. 4. I saw 5. A little bit of French. Don't humble yourself.
Oh, I make it up. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Colombiana dancer, actor for screen and games, most known for her roles in Overwatch as Sombra, Razer, Valorant, and many
Lol, die spielt Sombra? Lol.
among many other shows.
Das wusste ich auch noch nicht.
Are too long here. I'm just giving you guys some nice spicy tidbits here. But Carolina Rabasa, thank you for being
Also als ich Overwatch gespielt habe, war mein Main Character wie Sombra.
actor, singer, Matrix revealer, podcast host, passionate advocate for
Findest du?
financial freedom, Guinness World
Oben
Record
rechts? Ja, die geht auch, muss man echt sagen. Unten links ist aber so mein mein favorite character on this screen and in this completely. Ich hab Damage.
Jennifer Hale. That was really well.
I know, we were all ready for that.
And you closed right at the perfect time. I feel like a maestro. Okay, Wonder Woman and voice gaming. Here we go. Let's talk about the stuff that we've been seeing. It's 2021, y'all. Lots of changes have been happening. Obviously, we've had a bit of a Paramount year last year with a lot of stuff happening and changed a lot of the landscape, just a tiny tad bit. So, our industry especially has been at the forefront of, we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Gaming has not stopped. In fact, it's sped through these years and become bigger than it already was. So with that being said, I want to ask you all, what recent changes in this industry are you happy about so far? And what would you like to see about...
Es nervt mich einfach nur, dass so viele Bots im Chat sind. Das ist so lächerlich. Ich meine, wie viele Bots habe ich drin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10. Ich habe 10 Bots im Chat. Wofür? Wofür?
I mean, I think it's been so important to see all people represented. I love that casting is really going in the direction of getting the people who are actually the ones, getting the LGBT community to tell their stories, to get, when I started, there was a lot of really bad accents because there wasn't a huge pool of us to choose from. And now it's great to both, I think, from an acting perspective and also a directing perspective, that you're getting
Twitch, ehrlich, so viele Bots.
who it is their stories to tell. It is their, mother tongue or their mother countries. And so they have, these deep roots. And as actors, we're not worrying about, maybe necessarily falling out of an accent that we don't really do.
I think to piggyback on that, for me, the it's not just the representation, which is exciting in and of itself. The particular stories that are being told are so much more complex and have been over the last few years, that it's no longer all about any one characteristic of someone being the entire focus of their story. It's no longer about the particular culture or about the particular gender or about the particular sexual orientation. Everybody is a sum of these incredibly unique parts that make their story interesting. And so it's become even more inclusive than representative, because everybody can find a hero or a story that they can identify with on some level. It doesn't have to be necessarily, oh, she looks exactly like me, or she comes from my culture, or anything like that, so much as it can be any number of things. It can be emotional complexity. It can be particular plot points. It can be all sorts of things. I think the storytelling has really advanced tremendously. And games are now epic, long movies that the player gets to be a part of.
I love this. Yeah, it is a very exciting time in gaming. Gato, did you have anything to add, or
No, I feel like they've hit it all.
Aber auch einer der besten Games von heute war Orcs Must Die. Ja, Orcs Must Die. Ja. Da muss ich auch sagen, ja.
So I feel like, you know, we're doing less what I call the standing long jump, where you just drop in and jump as far as you can. So that's really exciting. I feel like we're starting to, you know, be able to make as voice actors, we don't get the rehearsal time, we don't get the collaboration time, you know, that you might get working on a play or you know, starting up a television show, things like that. And I'm just so excited to be able to have some time with the script to be able to make, you know, deep decisions on who the character is, and I'm really thrilled that there's the value of that is starting to be recognized.
I feel like also the relationship between the actors and the developers has become closer.
Merke aber, sobald ich aber irgendwie den Talk hier anhabe, gehen die Zuschauer weg. Finde ich zwar schade, aber
to pull the story out of a person is, rather than something that is prescriptive, or like you say, standing long jump situation where it's like, just go, give me 3 and go. And that's the fun part of this, is that collaboration where we're all getting to be a part of it, and that we're all cogs in the whole wheel together rather than completely separate.
Yeah. And sometimes they even let us go to the companies and we get to see people in their natural habitat doing the work, which is so incredible because
ich habe so viele Games auf der Liste, vor allem wie in der letzten Woche, wo ich ein paar Games keine Ahnung mehr habe, was das ist. Ich habe eine ganze Liste, hat ein Zuschauer vom Gronk, hat eine ganze Liste erstellt mit allen Releases und mit allen Games, welche da jetzt auf der Liste standen. Und ich habe mir die Liste gezogen, habe mir die auch abgespeichert, damit ich das alles weiß.
I've only recently gotten to do that, and it has enriched my whole understanding of the process for everyone, as well as being able to speak more knowledgeably about it and talk about how great these things are that everybody's putting all this blood,
wer die Liste haben?
All these blood, sweat and tears.
Connected to what Andra was saying about like getting to talk to the developers or them caring to represent us properly, I think that sure there were a lot of Latinos in video games, but they were always the drug dealers and the illegal immigrants, and you know, we auditioned for the prostitutes and the wives, or the mobster wives, and you know, that I think that now it's not that there is more representation, and that
gehst du drauf, dann steht oben unter dem Titel steht dann Forward-Läden, dann Spieleliste. Und dann kannst du fang mal an zu scrollen. Da sind so viele drauf, die ich auch bei mir drin habe. Gerne, gerne. Gerne, gerne. Und viele davon, wie auch bei der Xbox, muss ich ja sagen, die ganzen Xbox-Spiele kommen ja auch für den Game Pass. Das heißt, die Leute, die das sehen, so Xbox, alles was Xbox steht, only, kommt halt teilweise, kommt halt 90% auch für PC. Deswegen, bitte nicht wundern. Die kommen dann auch halt alle für PC.
You know what? I have a question for Jennifer. There was in the beginning of, was it this year, this past, or 2020? But you had the reaction on Twitter to the trailer, right? And I heard in another interview that you were unsure if to record your very real and authentic reaction and post it on Twitter. It's been a very long road, and I think it was absolutely valid. But why do you feel that you were hesitant in that space, in that moment?
Oh my God! Well, it was a super personal thing, and I was ugly crying like a baby, so that gave me a little hesitation. But you know, I mean, what happened? I didn't expect it. It completely took me by surprise, and I didn't even really understand why I had the reaction I had until somebody on Twitter pointed out. They were like, "This is what representation looks like," and I went, "Oh my God, oh my God!" Like I've been in this business for a while. And I've conditioned myself to accept a certain status quo and not to expect much outside of that, because to do so is to create an enormous amount of frustration and discontent, and those aren't productive states for me. So I've just put a cap on all that. And it's like, when all the things I really wanted to see happened that I never expected to happen. Just number one, being seen, being represented, because all the marketing materials, most all of them, early on in the life of Mass Effect were broshep. You know, there was a little bit of femshep, but it was not much until like when Mass Effect 3 came out and femshep was on the box. That
So,
was just like
wie Mühe der sich da macht. Oh, der hat, ich habe mich gerade verschluckt. Der hat sich nicht nur Mühe gegeben, Alter, der hat alles zerrissen. Der hat wirklich alles zerrissen, der Typ. Und ich bin ihm unendlich dankbar dafür. Und der wird auch noch Timesteps und so einfügen, so, damit man genau nochmal das Ganze sehen kann. Da wird man auch Links hinzufügen und Alter, der macht sich auch eine Mühe. Und das Krasse ist, wir haben jetzt 3 Stunden in diesem Stream und der andere Stream war nochmal, Moment. Der andere Stream haben wir jetzt also 3 Stunden plus 2 Stunden 17. Wir sind bei fast 5,5 Stunden Stream und es liegen noch knapp 4 vor uns. Es liegt noch bis 1 Uhr länger vor uns. Und weil 1 Uhr kommt erst die Show. 1 Uhr ist nicht zu Ende. 1 Uhr kommt dann noch, Okay, wenn um 1 Uhr Limited Run Games kommt, ist das noch eine Wiederholung dann oder kommen die nochmal neu? Wartet mal eben. Ich will mal eben was wissen. Wartet mal bitte eben, nicht wundern.
Also es gab vorher Laterna Magica und sowas, natürlich klar.
Ich wette auch,
Der erste Horrorfilm. Okay, dann war's das. Okay. 1922. 1922, Leute, das ist 100 Jahre her.
Gucken wir, ob er es überhaupt lesen kann, weil die spammen bei ihm gerade zu.
Es gab ja davor noch diese Filme, das ist ja bei Red Dead Redemption gar nicht so fernab der Realität, da wo du in so ein Zelt gegangen bist und dann wurde einfach nur so ein Stummfilm quasi abgespielt mit 15 Bildern.
Oder vielleicht ein kleines Orchester, was Musik dazu gemacht hat.
Genau. Und ich glaube, selbst da sind einige der ersten Dinger auch Schmuddelfilme gewesen. Also ich könnte wetten, dass Porno
Hat er nicht gesehen, die spammen mir alles zu. Das ist auch nicht schlimm. Deswegen frage ich mich,
würde mich auch gar nicht wundern.
Würde ich mir aber auch angucken.
Ach, Kacke, egal. Gut, aber kann man im Endeffekt dann auch nichts machen, weil... Ja. Dann auf neue 4 Stunden. Ja. Weil ich weiß nicht, ob Limited Run nachher nochmal das Ganze... Nochmal das streamt, was sie eben gestreamt haben. Deswegen frage ich. Ich bin mir dann nicht sicher, ob Limited Games das macht oder ob das nochmal neu ist. Weil wenn Limited Games nochmal neu hat, haben wir wieder eine Stunde. Dann bin... Plus Aftertalk... 23, 24, 1 Uhr, 2 Uhr. Also die komplette Stunde 23, 24. Oh. Aber ich habe hier 8 bis 9 Stunden eingeplant für den Stream. Der läuft jetzt hier, wie gesagt, 3 Stunden. Der andere, weil vorhin war ein Abbruch, für die Leute, die es jetzt nicht wissen. Die Videos füge ich aber zusammen auf YouTube. Vorhin war ein Abbruch, jetzt sind wir bei 5,5. Knapp. Plus nochmal jetzt 3 bis 4 weiter. Ach, Gottes Willen. Ich mache einfach Open End, scheiß drauf. Ich glaube, da können wir uns an keinen Zeitplan mehr halten. Und dann morgen noch die Nintendo Direct. Wird aber dann, ich glaube, morgen mit viel mehr Spielen.
What she said? Can I just say that?
In your own way?
Very similarly. Climbing up the ladder, there is no...
So, jetzt kommt gleich... Ja, stimmt, Capcom Showcase. Kommt. In 35 Minuten.
Bringing the collaboration together more and more and more, I think, is the big... That wasn't a really good
Tut mir leid, dass ich das ein bisschen leiser mache, aber mir dröhnt der Schädel von dem Gerede. Deswegen haben wir auch eben umgeschaltet.
Women that are so incredibly different. It means these characters that can be moms, these characters that can be nurses, these characters that can, they're not just sexy ladies running around with guns being badasses. We're all badasses in such a different way, and it can be soft and it can be nurturing and it can be sensual and it can be all of the things. So like encompassing this idea that it is way bigger than we can imagine.
Jennifer, close us out.
All right.
Ja.
What the Vox, Wonder Women in Gaming.
Ich bin gespannt, was Capcom hat. Meine Liste für die heutigen Spiele. Hier.
It's time to change the world. We're linking
Bin gespannt, was Capcom macht.
all boats rise
Aber was erwartet ihr euch denn von Capcom? Mal so als Frage.
The universe is coming to do this for us. We are the ones we've been waiting for, and we're here and ready.
Got chills? Anybody else got chills from that lightning round? Thank you. Thank you so very much. And I can't
Thank you.
My pleasure. This has been a joy, an absolute joy. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for your time. Thank you to E3. Thank you for everybody else. Amber, Chris, Brian for making this happen today. And yes, thank you so much. Have a beautiful rest of your day, y'all. Wonder Woman in Gaming. Out. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Jennifer Hale, why do you insist on making me tear
Okay.
up all the time? God dang it.
Den erwarte ich eigentlich nicht so viel von dem Weiß, das ist okay. Da draußen stehen ein Krankenwagen.
You're gonna see us get there to equality and all the things that you want, Jennifer. I mean, geez, Louise.
Yeah, she's
Voice
great.
acting. Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly. Jennifer Hale, of course, FemShep. Right now, Rivet and Ratchet and Clank just crushing it as she does. And so do the rest of the panel, Courtney and everybody else. But Jennifer was on We Have Cool Friends over at Kind of Funny just this past pandemic, whenever, you know, the year was. I can't keep track.
I know,
and
right?
of course, like, I've interviewed her so many times throughout my career, and she never fails to be such a source of inspiration, her story and what she does. And I think part of that, of course, is tied to how much the characters, these voice actors, you know, play and how much those characters mean to us, Jackie.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really big panel. You know,
Man lese vor. Die ersten Details. So verweist Capcom auf die offiziellen Twitter-Kanal auf 4 Spiele. Darunter bereits das veröffentlichte Resident Evil Village, nachfolgend die komplette Liste. Und zwar The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Resident Evil Village, Monster Hunter Stories 2 und Monster Hunter Rise. Und das sind nur ein paar von denen. Monster Hunter Stories 2?
And I think that you were kind of touching on this earlier, but it's not just not being mean and not being bad. It's about being good and being loving as well. Actually, like calling out negativity and being like, hey, can we be more positive here? Can we be more loving here? And being supportive of each other.
Yeah.
I think like all of us can say that when you are hosting something, like you feed on energy.
Ja, ich weiß, dass sie Resident Evil machen.
Immediately I met both of you and you were just both so loving and kind and you know we were a team.
Mal gucken.
A little bit of animosity here. No, I'm
Resident Evil, aber wahrscheinlich eher was zu Resident Evil Village, weil ein Remake.
you have a choice, right? Like you can be
Es wird bestimmt wieder ein riesig Klassiker als Remake kommen. Ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube, es wird eher Content für 8 geben, für Village.
Oh no, that's definitely gonna happen.
We found the WWE way.
In the WWE way. We put each other over.
Was ich auch noch irgendwann Let's Playen werde, aber erstmal nicht. Erstmal habe ich die Sache, die ich noch vorher Let's Playen möchte, bevor jetzt die neuen Games alle rauskommen. Weil wenn die neuen Games alle rauskommen, muss dann pauken. Süchteln. Sobald ich Feierabend habe, ist die Aufnahmetaste und der Stream an.
I am just so happy to see is how much voice acting has taken such a role, like a center stage role, as it should have, you know? Because there was like a point in time where, especially like animes and stuff, like you didn't know, like they didn't get credit to the voice actors, but now like voice acting, it's emerged in such a way where there's, you know, it's just top to bottom, man. Hey, Jennifer Hale.
Kann mir nur ein DLC vorstellen. Ja, ich weiß, aber ich denke auch mal DLC, sowas wie DLC. Oder vielleicht eine andere Version, oder vielleicht, ich habe keine Ahnung. Wie findest du Lady Dimitrescu?
going to get better from here. The acting, the
Wenn ich jetzt sage sexy, ist das dann komisch?
for future generations to come.
100%, yeah, and I think that starts with game developers being able to take their craft seriously, be able to make compelling stories, then be able to cast compelling actors to be compelling characters. I think you look back to everything Naughty Dog's done, the original version of
Ja,
Telltale,
sexy.
Walking Dead, and the way you saw Dave Fennoy
Würde ich jetzt nicht mit einer Beziehung eingehen, weil ich glaube,
stars as voiceover artists, and now artists, actors, right? And don't even get started on Troy Baker.
Oh yeah, Troy Baker doesn't deserve more love.
Outside of voice acting, of course, music is an important part of the games we
das wird nicht gut sein.
drama, or even just
Ich glaube, das wird auch nicht klappen.
the rest of your life. Thank you, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. So, who better to talk about music and gaming than the hosts of Rolling Stone on Twitch, Tia and John?
Allein aus dem einfachen Grund, wenn ihr sagt, Sharks, krieg ich einen Kuss? Ja, Moment, wart mal eben. Ich hol ganz kurz meine Leiter. Das funzt nicht ganz so gut.
Hey everyone, I'm Tia Hill.
And I'm John Weigel, and we're the hosts of Rolling Stone on Twitch.
Yes, and welcome back to E3.
Aber sie wird zu mir passen.
We're so happy that E3 is back this year, and we're really happy to
So zwischen
That's right, and you can see us anytime you
Vampire.
want, 6 p.m. Eastern Time on weekdays, Monday through Friday, where we talk about music news, have live
Und Vampire Gothic.
and have very special guests come in pretty much every
Passen
day.
wird's, aber
So definitely make sure you follow us on Rolling Stone on
wird mich eher erschlagen. Nee, aber ich mag Resident Evil Village. Und ich werde es auch definitiv noch Let's Playen. Ich sehe heute auch absolut nicht Gothic aus. Das heißt nicht das, wie ich sonst angezogen bin und auch nicht so gestylt, wie ich sonst bin. Ich habe einfach mein Trikot an und einfach irgendeine Jogginghose, die kühl ist.
Would be the soundtrack to our video game.
Yes.
That we're currently in.
Exactly. And this would be the cover of the video game. If our channel were a video game, it is a drawing of John and I that we had on the channel.
It's a beautiful drawing. It is done by
Finde ich aber immer nett, wenn ich mal nicht so gestylt bin und dann die Leute in den Chat kommen und dann sehen die mich irgendwann mal, wenn ich gestylt bin. Ja. Dann ist immer so, was? Nacht, Leute, bis morgen. Yo, Diggi, haust du rein? Dank dir fürs Reinschalten. Schlaf gut. Ich hoffe, ich sehe dich dann morgen bei Nintendo Direct.
So starting off for the first track in the video game, probably the most important thing because it's the first thing you hear, the title screen.
Right. This is like, you know, of course, when you start the game, like, you know, the Halo starting screen where you see all those ships flying everywhere and you hear the, oh.
Exactly.
That is kind of like what we're going for here. Maybe not the exact same song.
Yes.
But Tia, what song did you select for our title screen / press start screen?
So I picked Miss the Rage by Trippie Redd.
Ist immer halt so ein Unterschied, wenn die Leute mich dann irgendwann gestylt sehen oder ich habe mein Vampire-Outfit, sieht das dann ein wenig anders aus.
Sounding. It feels like you're kind of in outer space or you're being transported through something, and I feel like that's the vibe that I wanted to bring to whatever this video game that we're making is. So I felt like this really captured something that would feel like you're being jetted into a video game universe. So I had to pick.
So, ich werde aber jetzt nochmal ganz kurz auf Klo gehen. Ich mache das so lange mal ein bisschen lauter und dann bin ich gleich wieder da. Kleiner Augenblick.
The instrumental for this track and have even just been bumping the regular instrumental. So I think that it would be a great fit. It's also very video gamey, very kind of synth driven, has that vibe to it. So I really dig that.
Thank you. I'm glad that you like that one.
Yes. So, okay, now we're going to move on to the next one. And this one is a choose your character screen. And we've definitely all been there. I feel like I spend a lot of time in the character selection bay in like a Mortal Kombat.
I really like to take my time. And when I'm thinking specifically of a time I take my time, if I'm ever playing The Sims, you know I love The Sims, I will spend a good hour making my character.
That's like me in Super Smash Brothers. First of all, I can never pick the character because there are just too many now. There's just so many. And then when I'm going through to pick every one of them, I finally pick like freaking Captain Falcon like always. But then I'm like, okay, like let me like make him pink. So that takes an extra few minutes.
Exactly. Then when you're playing with other people, they're like, come on.
But anyways, what song, Tia, did you select for a choose your character screen?
I picked Tierra Whack Cable Guy because, like you were saying, it's you take your time when you're picking your character, and so this is a song that the song itself is only a minute long, but it's something that if you were to loop it over and over again, it's very unobtrusive. It's really smooth, it's really nice, and it calms you down enough so while you're making that, important choice of which character you're trying to get, you're calm with the music in the background. So I thought this was a nice choice.
This the title of the song really makes me believe that Larry the Cable Guy would be a selectable character in whatever game that we're having.
Exactly.
Which would be very interesting.
Exactly. So what do we have next? The starting town.
Yes.
This is important.
Where you begin your journey.
Exactly. And this makes me think of Link again, my favorite.
Yes.
Or when you're playing Zelda and he's just like running around the town and you're just like getting your bearings in any video game. Just
you're meeting up with the Koroks, you're having a good time.
Talking to the NPCs. Figuring out what's going on.
Trying to break some barrels for some rupees, for some sweet green rupees.
Exactly.
This is the song that you want to hear in your starting town. This was my selection.
Yes. So what did you pick here?
So I selected, this is Old Town Road by Lil Nas X.
Servus.
I feel like some people know this song out there, maybe just a few.
It's not that big though.
But specifically, when you take this song for a starting town, what I want it to do is loop. So you know that part in the song where it's just the chorus. It's like take my horse and the whole time I want to ride when I can no more. I want no verses. I want just a loop of that single chorus over and over and over again until the user gets super like annoyed and tries to.
Mal gucken, ob ich morgen pünktlich zu Nintendo Direct komme. Alles gut. Musst du morgen arbeiten oder?
Right. And that's how I kick you out of town. That's how I kick you out of town. But the thing is, there are more Easter eggs that populate in the first town later in the game, so you got to go back. So you got to use your time real wisely.
That's how you get them. Is it the regular Old Town Road? It's not any kind of remix, right?
No, it's the regular old. We're talking no Billy Ray Cyrus on the track, just Lil Nas.
Ja, Praktikum. Was machst du denn, wenn ich fragen darf? Ich habe Urlaub für die Leute, die denken so, warum gehst du nicht arbeiten? Ich habe Urlaub. Noch über eine Woche.
Where I feel like it needs to be something relatively calm.
I felt that for the loading screen, this is the only track in this entire listing that I picked out from an actual video game.
Oh, yes.
This is from Celeste, the original soundtrack. It's called First Steps. It is, I believe, the second track off of the soundtrack. Celeste is a video game.
Ich habe nämlich extra für die E3-Zeit und danach für die ganzen Spiele und die Sachen, die ich noch vorhabe, extra Urlaub genommen.
Old-style video game vibe.
That's perfect.
And that's what I really love about it. And I feel like for a loading screen in specific, it would work perfectly because you're waiting and you're hearing just a beautiful kind of, 8-bit lullaby tune to help you wait.
And then it makes you not irritated when things aren't loading at the appropriate time. So that's perfect.
Exactly.
You need something calm. That's nice. I like that. Well, next we have the in-game world music, which is really honestly some of the most important music because this is what you're going to be listening to probably the most throughout the entire game.
Most of the time. If you've been like in a lot of games too, there is a song. Sometimes songs vary by level in a lot of video games, but there are some games that a song persists through the entire game. And if it's going to be that way, like we're going to have it right now, it's got to be good. It's got to be something that I'm going to want to listen to and not mute my TV and turn on something else in the background.
Very, very real. That is very, very real, which is why I chose a Glass Animals track.
Bei MacGuy sind kleine Kranwagen und das ist mega anstrengend. Was machst denn du da? Einfach so Lager oder machst du Verkauf oder irgendwie sowas? Oder halt einfach so einen Laden ein bisschen am Laufen halten?
This is from their album Dreamland, and a big thing that they wanted to do was make it feel like you're in a dream. So all of the songs really sound like you're being dropped into this world that they've created. And if you listen to Tangerine specifically, there are all these little sounds. There's like laughter in the background and all these different sound effects, which kind of remind me of when you're playing a video game and you just hear like, the pitter-patter of the footsteps.
Indistinct chatter in the background and things like that.
And just nice things that really builds the world and bring it to life and make you want to kind of live in that video game. So I felt like this was a good choice for something like that.
And I feel like the Dreamland idea really fits with the kind of aesthetic that we're building out for this game. Very like spacey, 1980s, Dreamland-esque. Like I remember I used to play on my Game Boy Advance.
Muss Sachen einräumen und manchmal sehr dumme Menschen beraten. Ich mach das zweite, durchgängig. Aber nicht mehr lange. Das ist so die nächste Sache, die ich neben den Streams und so mache. Ich suche mir... Darf ich das? Ach, scheiße, ich suche mir zum Ende des Monats oder zu Anfang nächsten Monats einen neuen Job. Oder Mitte nächsten Monat. Beim Job, wo ich jetzt bin, verdiene ich zu wenig und während ich noch zu wenig verdiene, bin ich auch dermaßen unglücklich, weil ich einfach unterfordert bin. Klingt arrogant, aber ich bin überqualifiziert und unterfordert. Und das überqualifiziert sagt mein Chef. Deswegen, falls ich doch noch eine andere Richtung einschlage, sagt er selber auch, Hauptsache du machst was.
epic feeling.
Dann halt später im Jahr dann die Ausbildung zum Fachinformatiker Systemintegration. Oder ich starte direkt in die Spielebranche ein, je nachdem, ich muss mal gucken. Hab viele Möglichkeiten hier in NRW, deswegen.
I feel like a big orchestral track is exactly what you need for something like this. You need something intense, you need something big that's going to make you feel like, oh my gosh, this is a moment in the game that I'm playing.
Exactly.
Perfect choice.
Make it feel huge. You're about to finish this game.
Mein Praktikum geht insgesamt 3 Wochen. Diese Woche ist die letzte und ich wurde insgesamt mehr als 5-mal beleidigt. Schmeiß sie doch raus aus dem Laden. Ich werde jeden Tag 5-mal beleidigt. Nein, ich werde jeden Tag 5 plus 3 mal 10 beleidigt. Ich werde eigentlich nur beleidigt.
I feel like my favorite title card for a game over screen is usually Fire Emblem for Nintendo. When there's just a sword jammed into the ground and it looks like everybody's dead around you and it's horrific, terrible. So I figured I'd pick a song for this that fit that idea. So let's go to it. So it's
great one.
If anybody knows Evanescence, this is Bring Me to Life. I feel like it's good in both lyric and concept with death and being dead in a game. And again, the more you hear it, the more you die.
Mir wird immer gesagt, sei immer höflich, was mir behindert ist. Ja, aber du musst höflich sein gegenüber Kunden. Du, ich habe schon Sachen gehört. So. Sagen wir es so, es kam mal wer, ohne jetzt wen anzugreifen und ohne, dass es jetzt irgendwie an Twitch falsch rüberkommt. Das ist ein Zitat. Ich hatte einen Kunden und der hat nur wegen eines Problems mit seiner Rechnung, hat der Original zu mir gesagt, ja, ihr scheiß deutschen Nazis zieht immer Geld von uns Ausländern ab, ne, aber wir gehen noch für euch schuften wie Sklaven. Das hat der mir gesagt. Ah ja. Ja. Da bin ich auch nicht mehr höflich geworden. Dann habe ich dir ein paar Takte erzählt und habe danach gesagt, und ich wünsche Ihnen nicht alles Gute und bin weg. Solche Leute mache ich mir nichts draus. Solche Leute tun mir leid, weil die haben weder Erziehung genossen, noch schulische Erziehung. Also ich meine, mit schulischer Erziehung meine ich, die haben weder in der Schule aufgepasst, dem wurde es nicht beigebracht. Und vor allem haben die auch keine Erziehung genossen, weil der Typ, ich kann das Alter ja sagen, der Typ war 19. Der war 19. Das ist traurig. Traurig, traurig, traurig. Sehr traurig, leider. Dumm und traurig, ja? Not exactly an 8-bit song, but it is a track that gets me really riled up and really excited to continue playing. So.
That's perfect. That's a perfect choice.
Glaubst du, dass in normalen Haupt- oder Gesamtschulen heutzutage noch gut Unterricht gemacht wird? So zum Beispiel, damals sage ich jetzt nicht, ich bin 22 geworden dieses Jahr. Aber als ich zur Schule gegangen bin, hatten wir Geschichte, wir hatten saustrenge Lehrer. Ich hatte Religion bei einer Nonne, die, muss ich sagen, die beste Religionslehrerin war, die ich jemals hatte, weil die war halt einfach offen und die war halt auch direkt. Persönlich mag ich sowas. Ich hatte Chemie und alles. Ich hatte wirklich, muss ich sagen, strenge, durchsetzungsfähige, kluge, aber auch faire Lehrer. Obwohl meine ganze Schulzeit eigentlich ein reiner Mobbinghaufen war. Also nicht ich die, sondern eher umgekehrt. So, ich war immer das Opfer. Das war ich schon immer. Ich war das Opfer, bis ich zur Volkshochschule gegangen bin. Damals sage ich immer noch in Osnabrück. Bis ich zur Volkshochschule gegangen bin. Danach bin ich ja ein bisschen in Osnabrück arbeiten gegangen und dann bin ich umgezogen hier. Also ein paar Jahre bin ich dann arbeiten gegangen und bin ich umgezogen. So. Aber weg aus der Stadt. Und deswegen, so, muss ich sagen, wenn ich teilweise das mitbekomme, Und an solchen Leuten, wie ich eben gesagt habe, sieht man, dass sie nicht mehr wissen, was es bedeutet, jemanden heutzutage Nazi zu nennen. Der weiß nicht, was Nazis sind. Die denken immer nur an Ausländerhass. Aufpassen. Und nein, ich bin keiner. Und nein, ich muss das nicht ansprechen. Die Leute, die das gelernt haben, wissen, was vorgefallen ist. Und ich glaube, den Geschichtsunterricht kann ich mir sparen. Da ich noch auf einer bin und du lernst überhaupt nichts und musst kaum was lernen, du kriegst gute Noten. Genau das ist es. Das ist nämlich so. Und ohne wen jetzt damit angreifen zu wollen. Aber es ist schade. Es ist scheiße und es ist schade zugleich, weil man teilweise nicht mehr die Sachen beigebracht bekommt. So. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie alt du bist, aber ich bin halt 22 und ja, ich habe noch Sachen beigebracht bekommen. Meine Noten, ich wollte gar Newton sagen, also, ne, ist auch egal, meine Noten waren auch nicht immer gut. Aber naja. Einer aus meiner Klasse macht immer nur Scheiße und zündet alles an, wie zum Beispiel im Boden oder am Tisch. Ja. Schule heutzutage. Ja, Lehrer, können wir gleich anfangen, so, ich habe zum 86. Mal meine Hausaufgaben nicht, aber lassen Sie mich eben noch das TikTok fertig machen. Bin 16. Sorg dafür, dass du auf eine Uni kommst oder auf eine Volkshochschule. Da hast du Unterricht, weil das Privatschulen sind. Zumindest nicht alle Volkshochschulen, aber die Volkshochschule, wo ich war eine Privatschule. Seitdem halte ich mich fern von öffentlichen Schulen und teilweise auch von öffentlichen Veranstaltungen, die nichts mit Gaming zu tun haben. Außer in meiner Szene. Meine Szene, in Anführungszeichen, die Kulturveranstaltungen, das sind nämlich Kulturveranstaltungen, die mache ich selbstverständlich jedes Mal mit, weil die halt einfach geil sind. So. Szene sagt man auch dazu, ja. Aber Szene klingt für mich so aggro, obwohl das die friedlichste Szene ist, die es überhaupt gibt. Die ganze Familie ist das. Die ganze Familie, die hier mit reinzählt, aber ist ja auch Nebensache. Ich war davor auf einer katholischen Privatgrundschule. Hast du da was beigebracht bekommen? Ich glaube mehr als jetzt, oder? Ich war auch auf einer katholischen Schule. Domschule Osnabrück. Die schlimmsten Jahre meines Lebens, aber ja, es war nicht alles schlecht so. Ich war immer der Typ, ich habe mich nie mit den Leuten so gut verstanden, außer mit 1, 2 Stück, aber dann immer mit den Lehrern. Weil die gemerkt haben, ich interessiere mich dafür teilweise. Ist ja auch mal ein Thema, worüber man ja reden kann. Ist ja völlig legitim. Da waren alle mega schlau und dann kam ich, der immer schläft und einfach nicht motiviert war. Sagen wir es mal so, es gibt ja 2 Gründe, schlecht zu sein. Entweder man begreift es nicht, oder man fühlt sich schlecht, weil man sich dann automatisch gegenüber den anderen benachteiligt fühlt und deshalb sogar noch weniger macht, weil man dann aus diesem Kreislauf nicht rauskommt. So, als ich zum Beispiel Sachen nicht gecheckt habe in Physik oder Chemie oder Biologie etc., dann habe ich mich aber dafür eingesetzt, dementsprechend, dass ich das bekomme. Das heißt, ich habe dann mal, ich sag jetzt mal, mir ein Buch genommen, ja, gelesen oder irgendwelche Sachen so, allgemein im Internet halt nachgeguckt, wie das dann ist, damit ich das auch dementsprechend weiß. Egal, ob das 3 Seiten weiter ist oder so, aber ist halt so. Deswegen, wenn man unmotiviert ist, such dir ein Thema aus dem Bereich, was dich motiviert, was dich interessiert. Und durch dieses Interesse an diesem Thema hast du automatisch sehr oft auch das Interesse daran, zumindest bei mir, aber du hattest sehr oft das Interesse daran, dann die anderen Fächer, wo du sagst, ja okay, das konnte ich jetzt nicht so, aber mit dem Wissen jetzt kann ich vielleicht das andere aufstocken. Und somit hast du diese Aufstockung von Sachen, von Themen. Für eine Sache motivieren und das auf andere übertragen. Hat bei mir super geholfen. Hat wirklich geholfen. Ich hatte ein paar Mal in Physik eine 2 und ich habe in Chemie fast jedes Mal eine 1 bekommen. Und sonst 3, 3, 3. Religion hatte ich eine 4, aber nicht ganz so gute Noten. Aber eine 4 oder eine 3 kriegt ja jeder, der jetzt nicht gerade Heil dir Satan ruft. Dann kriegst du eine 3 minus, aber...
Hello Reddit, I'm Yuri from the Monster Hunter community team at Capcom USA.
モンスターハンターライズプロデューサーの辻本です。今回はレディットに寄せられておりますコミュニティの皆様の質問にお答えしたいと思っております。
Last month, we collected a number of your questions and sent them to Monster Hunter Rise director Yasunori Chinose. Unfortunately, he was unable to record a video of his answers, but he gave them to me right here. I'll be delivering them to you on his behalf. All the newly added monsters are my favorite. If I were to choose one that I like the most, it would be Magna Malo. I've been working on Magna Malo for so long, and it took me a long time to complete it, so I have strong feelings about this monster.
Bei der Schule, wo ich jetzt bin, sind die Lehrer alle nett und da hast du spezielle Fächer wie Informatik oder was? Oder WAT. Oder meinst du jetzt oder was oder WAT? Weil ich kenne nur Informatik, WAT sagt mir jetzt nichts. Aber sind gute Fächer, die man auch braucht. Aber ich war früher der Nerd, der ich heute auch noch bin. So, bei mir in Informatik in der Schule war wirklich so, ja, wir öffnen jetzt mal ein Word-Dokument und üben jetzt mal Steuerung C, Steuerung V und üben jetzt einmal, wie man Texte auch richtig formatiert, wie man einen Text aufsetzt und ich sitze da, oh. Hatte das Ganze nach 2 Minuten fertig und saß einfach eine Dreiviertelstunde lang da rum und hab, keine Ahnung, alles Mögliche umdesignt, alles Mögliche noch formatiert, alles Mögliche strukturiert und Alter. Und dann auch noch, nachdem ich mir scheiß viel Arbeit gemacht habe, kommt unser damaliger Informatiklehrer, das habe ich dir aber nicht gesagt, das solltest du nicht schon machen. So nimmst du sozusagen, dann bist du irgendwie schneller als die anderen, ist auch kacke. Ich so, ja, toll. Wenn ich morgens aufstehe, bin ich schneller als ihr. Wirtschaftlich, Arbeit, Technik. Ach so. Ich liebe Informatik, aber ich langweile mich immer zu schnell, siehst du. Deswegen will ich mein Hobby, was ich damals hatte, wieder aufleben lassen. Und dafür brauche ich Motivation und ich bin teilweise auch unmotiviert derzeit, was aber auch an meinem Job liegt. Sobald ich jetzt wieder einen Job habe, der mich motiviert, wo ich sagen kann, ja geil, den mache ich jetzt, dann kann ich nebenbei mein Hobby nämlich wieder aufleben lassen und das ist Spieleentwicklung. Beschäftigung, lesen, ausprobieren und coden. Ich will endlich coden lernen, richtig coden. Und da stehe ich auch vollkommen hinter. Ich werde mir auch einen Laptop holen. Ja, also ich habe einen Laptop, aber den muss ich nochmal komplett routen. Und dann wird auf diesem Laptop gecodet. Und auch Spiele entwickelt. Einfach, sei es jetzt nur ein Jump'n'Run zuerst. Ja, na und? Irgendwann ist immer das erste Mal. So, aber ja, dieses Langweilen hatte ich auch. Das hatte ich lange genug. Und das war immer so, weißt du, mit einer Hand eben Steuerung C, Steuerung V, dann drückst du, keine Ahnung, Steuerung Alt und halt alle möglichen Tastenkombinationen. Und bei mir Informatik war der Rest, also fast der Rest der Klasse so, Steuerung V, hat der es eingefügt? Ja, hat er. Das war so die Zeit, so mit 2 Fingern tippen bei denen. Und ich hänge die ganze Zeit, ja, was ist denn? Das war immer. Wenn ich endlich Ferien habe, fange ich gleich wieder an, das Programmieren zu lernen mit Unity. Mach es, Digga. Ich habe das leider aufgegeben aufgegeben nicht, aber ich habe es leider pausiert aufgrund von, ich habe absolut die letzten Jahre liefen nicht gut bei mir, sagen wir es so. Die letzten Jahre liefen absolut nicht gut bei mir. Nicht nur jobtechnisch, absolut Katastrophe, finanziell Katastrophe. Ich habe viele von meinen Familienmitgliedern verloren, also durch Tod. Ich habe Freunde sehr, sehr viele verloren. Dann kam Corona, hat mich noch mal mehr in den Arsch F-Punkt als sonst. Und mittlerweile geht es ein bisschen wieder bergauf. Meine Motivation kommt so langsam wieder. Aber die letzten 2 Jahre, 2,5, die letzten 3 Jahre sei einfach. Die letzten 3 Jahre, Papierkorb und Papierkorb lernen bitte. Einfach aus meinem Kopf bekommen. Das war krank. Das war wirklich krank. Deswegen mach es. Mach dein Hobby, mach deine Sachen durch, lern es. Ich fange bald auch wieder an.
One day I was playing to check the game. I saw one of Yomogi's feline helpers lying on the ground. So I asked my team what was going on and was told that they were testing on a situation where the feline ate a bad dango that Yomogi made and collapsed. That was a good idea, but unfortunately it didn't make it into the final game. That's because while Yomogi was having an important conversation, the feline was unconscious. That didn't make sense, so we had to say no to the idea. I wanted an iconic scene that would be recognized as Monster Hunter Rise just by looking at the food scenes. I decided to use elements that were different from those used in the past, such as meat and fish. I personally love sweets, and since the theme for this game is Japanese, I decided to use Japanese sweets as motif. And who doesn't like sweets, right?
武器種の方はですね、やっぱり新しい武器を加えるとしてもですね、今まである14武器種とはやっぱり違う遊びっていうのをしっかり、提供できるような武器種である必要がありますので、今後については、
Ich mach gleich lauter, wenn das von Capcom anfängt. Jetzt gerade habe ich nur das Gerede, was die letzten gefühlten 4 Stunden so lange schon her ist. Bis auch Limited Run Games war echt nur Gerede, deswegen habe ich das gerade ein bisschen leiser gestellt, damit man sich auch mal so unterhalten kann. Weil wenn die reden und die Spiele vorgestellt werden, rede ich nicht so viel, weil man will natürlich auch Soundtrack hören, man will was kurz wissen, was so in Games da ist, also was neu in Games ist und so. Ist ja aber klar. Deswegen bin ich ein bisschen still.
Dual blades for speed, 100%. But nothing feels so satisfying though when you get that hit with the hammer and it's so heavy and it's just whoa.
But then you get caught and they're on top of you. It's just too slow.
Not fun.
I understand.
You gotta get in, you gotta get out.
But there's a certain. I agree with you, Jackie. There's like a certain kind of satisfaction when you finally get the wind up,
right in the feels,
and the hit, right out of the park.
Especially against the T-Rex.
Okay, well, it's not it's not officially a T-Rex, Jack.
Okay,
you know
sorry,
what? I'll let the internet and your YouTube comments correct you on that.
Oh no!
That was a great one. Thank you so much for that, Monster Hunter AMA, of course. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions you want answered at E3 #E32021, you can get your comments on the little ticker that goes by. And of course, we're running polls throughout this. We've been running polls all day long about the old Capcom, because of course we are coming up pretty dang quick on the Capcom presentation. As a rundown again of what we know officially for Capcom, of course, is be hosted by our friend Seltzer. Then we know we're gonna get stuff on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're gonna get stuff on Monster Hunter Rise. We're gonna get stuff on
Die
Monster Hunter Stories 2.
Pokémon-Spiele wegen dem Logo, nein.
Resident Evil Village.
Nein.
They've officially said. Of course,
Das machen die
I
nicht.
still hope for more on Resident Evil 4 VR. I hope more on that Resident Evil multiplayer
Capcom
game.
macht die
And
nicht,
then if you
nein.
really want to start dreaming, I know earlier you want to talk about Lost Planet, like that's gonna
Sorry, guys.
Pokémon ist von Pokémon Company, Niantic und ja, Pokémon Company und Niantic sind die. Und Nintendo selber. Aber die Entwickler Niantic, Pokémon Company. Soweit ich weiß, wenn da jetzt nicht noch einer mitmischt.
I'm not super into puzzle mystery games, just being completely honest. But I mean, Ace Attorney just totally plays to me. Obviously, I'm a big weeb. I absolutely adore anime. So just seeing the protagonist being like, objection, like I'm just like, I am absolutely 100% here for it. Also, there's a character in there named Herlock Sholmes.
Of course.
I mean,
That's
that
how you get
alone,
our
I'm just
copyright.
like,
That's
I'm
copyright.
exactly. I was like, I love this, so I'm
You don't have to
definitely
pay
here
anybody.
for it.
You don't have to pay anybody on
It's
that
so
one.
smart,
Yeah,
right?
exactly, right? Yeah, you'll be getting it, of course, Ace Attorney, the Chronicles here, the great Ace Attorney Chronicles, 2 games that were released in Japan, finally coming here on July 27th. And it's about time, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you've been waiting for, all right? The Capcom presentation is starting in 5, 4, 3,
Good countdown.
2, 1, go.
Let's go. Capcom. Bitte macht was draus, bitte keine Vorträge mehr. Ich will Spiele sehen.
Welcome to the Capcom E3 Showcase. I'm your host, Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer, and I'll be your guide as we walk through the latest releases, news, and updates from Capcom. We'll hear from the Resident Evil Village team, share some news from the world of Monster Hunter, and get the latest on Ace Attorney. Then we'll wrap up with some updates from our friends at Capcom Fighters. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Our first stop today, Resident Evil Village. The Resident Evil franchise continues to pioneer the latest and greatest in survival horror. The team has been blown away by the response to Resident Evil Village, which launched last month. It brought the world another chapter in this decades-long story as the franchise celebrates its
unfassbar geiles
25th
Game.
anniversary this year. I'm honored to be able to
Also definitiv Kaufempfehlung Resident Evil Village. Geil.
on Resident Evil Village with a special message for the fans.
Kommt auch noch als LP.
Another time. Bye-bye.
There's nothing to fear.
Oh.
Everything to me.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
Hi everyone, my name is Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's played since we launched the game in May. We hope you're enjoying this new chapter in survival horror. As a reminder, everyone who purchases
streamleckt ein bisschen
Resident
von
Evil
denen.
Village will gain free access to our online multiplayer title Resident Evil Re:Verse, where players go head-to-head with their favorite Resident Evil heroes and bioweapons. I'm now happy to announce that Resident Evil Re:Verse will go live next month across all supported platforms. So head into the fray to celebrate the Resident Evil 25th anniversary.
Okay. Ja, dachte ich mir.
Thank you, Kanda-san, for that wonderful update. Next up, some long-awaited news from the world of Monster Hunter. Whether it's adventuring alongside monsters or battling them with friends, we've got something for you. First, let's dive into the brand new story-based RPG entry to the series, Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin.
This was his fate. Red may have been strong and skilled, but against the awesome power of nature, he was merely a man. He never stood a chance.
All around, things just kept getting worse. But I heard that Guardian Ratha had survived and returned to Hekolu Island. I went there to see Red's old monster again. Then, of course, that's when I met you.
You were given Red's kinship stone, and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny.
This is the legendary monster, Ray's Wing Ratha, the monster with the wings of ruin.
It's said that a beat of its wings can bring about waves of destruction.
Many people believe there's a connection between the strange happenings and the wings of ruin. The pits are appearing everywhere, and they're emitting a strange light.
What's this whole idea of forming kinship with monsters? How do you control them?
It's not about control. Monsters help riders of their own will. And the bonds between monsters and riders are just like your bond with Tsukino.
What kind of power does Ratha really have? Why are all of these pits appearing? And who are those people who want to take Ratha for themselves? All I have are questions.
If there's worry or doubt in your voice, Ratha will become anxious too. He needs to know that you will protect him no matter what.
I can sense the flames of his life force weakening. The burden of such great power is too much for his body to bear.
A voice. Can you hear it?
Riders can bond with monsters. Surely you can groove with fellow humans.
They have the power of kinship. They're friends. They're monsties. Humans carry the strength of everyone they meet. That makes them strong. My friends here taught me that. I believe in the strength of humanity.
Liste drauf. Nice.
Looks pretty epic, right? And how about that
Nice.
announcement?
Wird sich
The
gegönnt.
canine companion Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise will be joining Monster Hunter Stories 2 as one of the new
Ja.
monsties in the first free title.
Plus Figur finde ich auch geil. Wird sich auf jeden Fall gegönnt und wird auch als Projekt kommen.
Peek at the game with the Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin trial version starting on June 25th, which also carries your progress over to the full game release just a few weeks later on July 9th. That's not the only way to join the hunt. Millions of you made Monster Hunter Rise a huge success earlier this year, and we have even more content coming, including a new collaboration on the Rise. Let's find out more.
Ja, jetzt kommt Rise.
Let's go! This is for my fellow hunters!
Rathalos is no runt. Moon's blessing emerge. Get ready. I have a good feeling. What will it be? Moon's blessing emerge.
Nakamura is like my second home.
You think you can take on Rondine?
There has never been a better time to be a Monster Hunter fan, with all the new updates to Monster Hunter Rise and the launch of Monster Hunter Stories 2 this summer. We can't wait to hear about your own stories of adventure. Well, that's not the only thing Capcom has in store for us this July. Fans of Phoenix Wright will have new chapters to explore with the release of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. North American and European future attorneys will finally be able to get their hands on the Great Ace Attorney.
Da muss ich passen, das ist überhaupt nicht mein Spiel. Das ist überhaupt nicht mein Genre, also mein Spiel. So allgemein, das Ganze, so ist, ich guck's mir an, aber ist überhaupt nicht meins, tut mir leid. Wenn das ist, was ich denke, aber wir schauen mal.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This country is incredible. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
Who are you?
Herlock Sholmes. You must have heard of me.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
Let us engage in the art of deduction, Mr. Naruhodo.
Nicht meins, sag ich jetzt schon. Sieht gut aus, ist aber leider nicht meins. Tut mir leid.
It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Objection! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
You're the best lawyer in the world.
So we have 10 new cases and 8 mini escapades where you can take on the role of a defense attorney. Now, we all want to see some gameplay, right? Let's take a closer first look at 2 gameplay features new to the franchise in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles: Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination.
Hello, I'm Jonathan, Capcom's marketing brand manager for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
Where to?
The Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The Capcom team is thrilled to present 2 new gameplay features, Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination, coming to the Ace Attorney series.
While investigating to prove your client's innocence, players will come across conspicuous situations that require further examination with the help of Ryunosuke's legal aid Susato and the brilliance of deduction from Detective Herlock.
Nee, da würde ich auch nicht Nein sagen. Da gebe ich dir recht. Aber so ein Show-Up geht fit doch. Und Videos würde ich mir wahrscheinlich auch angucken, aber selber spielen erst andere, sagen wir mal erst andere Spiele.
Ryunosuke and Susato will then discuss to correct the flaws in Herlock's deductions. At this point, players will be prompted to search for clues that help identify the errors in the detective's logic and reveal the truth to the mystery. As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his deductions based on the new information. Upon uncovering the truth, Ryunosuke and Herlock enter into a semi-metaphorical, semi-literal dance that brings them to the conclusion of the dance of deduction.
In courtroom battles, players will attempt to convince 6 jurors of the innocence of their client. Their progress will be displayed and represented by 2 scales of justice, one black, representing a guilty verdict, and one white, representing a not guilty verdict.
Objection!
In summation examination, take the stand to face off against the jurors, all of whom provide explanations as to why they've reached their guilty verdict.
You'll have to identify conflicting statements and sway the jury in your favor. Examine each statement carefully and select 2 contradicting jurors to call out the flaws in their logic.
Objection!
Be ready to provide evidence from the court record to help prove the contradiction in their claims. When you successfully point out one of these contradictions among the jurors, you might just change their minds, too. With a slam of their fist, each juror you persuade will send a fiery ball towards the scales above and literally tip the scales of justice in your favor. Bring each contradiction to light and persuade the jury to help prove your client's innocence.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
This has just been a small taste of the exciting new gameplay features in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are very excited to get this game in the hands of both new fans and diehard fans alike. Thanks for watching.
It already seems like I have a bunch of games to catch up on. There are some exciting new
Yeah.
adventures and titles to look forward to. Well, that's a look at the new premieres from Capcom. But what
Not
about
mine.
esports? Let's close out today's showcase with a few words from 2 of the stars of Capcom Fighters, Rob TV and Vicious. They'll tell us what's been going on with Capcom esports, including updates on the Capcom Pro Tour, Intel World Open, Street Fighter League, and all the other content on Capcom Fighters. Over to you guys.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom esports presentation for E3 2020.
Nein, also ich weiß nicht, E-Sport interessiert mich jetzt nicht wirklich, muss ich sagen.
Here with competitive Street Fighter 5 player and host extraordinaire.
Aber können wir ja mal trotzdem laufen lassen.
What's going on, Rob?
Oh my goodness, Vicious. Host extraordinaire. That just sounds beautiful. It has a ring to it. And I think that's the perfect word to describe what we have for everyone today. Street Fighter 5, Capcom E3. It just feels right and you feel the electricity in the air. Nice! Nice! What? That was nasty. And there might be some people at home, Vicious, who don't fully know what competitive Street Fighter 5 is. The long and the short of it is this. We travel all around the world, state to state, country to country, and we try to bring our opponent's life bar from 100 all the way down to 0 and feel pretty goddamn good doing it.
That's right, Rob. If you think you're the best in your region, sign up for Capcom Pro Tour to prove it and become possibly a world champion at Street Fighter V.
The double perfect, the way he looked at the camera.
Yikes! Don't ever expect another man's controller.
So in this year's CPT overall, it's a series of tournaments that have
Ich will das Shirt von dem haben.
for each tournament, but that money alone, that's not what's really at stake here. It's about making it to the granddaddy of them all, Capcom Cup.
Item just reset in grand finals of Capcom Cup.
So behind me, you can see in all of its glory, the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 official stage and set, and that's a place that you are very, very familiar with.
That's right, we take all of our events and broadcast it live from this stage, and we check out all of the top competitors from each and every one of these regions. And speaking of, the Capcom Pro Tour has shaped up a lot. 2021, we have 32 events going on in the Capcom Pro Tour, spanning across 19 different territories. So there's so many opportunities for players from around the world to get that ticket into Capcom Cup this season. I'm absolutely excited because, again, that is a big change from what 2020 was into what we could expect for 2021.
And Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour.
Not only can you catch the Capcom Pro Tour live on the Capcom Fighters channel, you can do so on a plethora
Das rote, das von Street Fighters, was er anhat.
Twitter and Facebook.
Das von Street Fighters will ich haben.
You can also check out the VODs for all the competitive studying you would need to become a successful Street Fighter V player, as well as catching some of the
Da, sein Street Fighter T-Shirt will ich haben.
Capcom Fighters. We have No Neutral, the official pre-show of the Capcom Pro Tour. We have sets where we take players from around the world and play off in an exhibition first to 10. Not only that, actually, we do have Street Fighter League that's happened season after season, non-stop action, 6 teams of 3 duke it out in this battle tournament series to see who will walk away with the championship and the $150,000 prize pool.
Street Fighter League is something that you don't want to miss because normally we only have 1v1 content. But now you actually have your teammates at your back, and every decision that you make is not just about you anymore.
Look for more news on Street Fighter League later this year.
It's Oki time. What's gonna happen?
Nice.
He checks it. He checks the movement. What's happening?
It's so good.
Let's not forget, the Intel World Opening is happening right now. Top players representing 11 regions around the world are competing for their place in the World Finals happening next month. Be sure to check out the official website for more information, including current standings and broadcast schedule.
To commemorate this event, everyone who logged in during this period will receive an exclusive competitor title and dojo object. You do not want to miss this.
I highly recommend everyone to stay tuned for future Capcom Pro Tour updates on the Capcom Fighters channel.
And again, we've had so many events so far. We started off with the Japan region. We've had a couple of more events going on afterwards, but the action does not stop. In fact, we're going to be continuing off with the Midwest region for the Capcom Pro Tour. I know you're definitely excited about that.
100%. I mean, of course, your boy is from Ohio. Make sure you guys tune in to see the tournament.
You do not want to miss some of the best Street Fighter V players in the world compete head-to-head.
So it's you.
I dare you to find better Street Fighter. I dare you.
This is a game about being a world warrior.
Capcom Cup tournament play.
Obviously, they got a rivalry.
I'm the best in the world.
This game has changed the lives of so many people here.
Ooh! Nice! Oh, the pop-off! That's what I'm talking about.
I told you it's gonna go to the limit, and I ain't lying to the peak.
This is the ultimate Street Fighter V experience. This is Capcom Pro Tour.
Thanks, guys. It's been a really exciting season so far, and I can't wait to see how this plays out on the road to Capcom Cup. Remember to check out Capcom Fighters' Twitch and YouTube channels for more information and to watch the latest matches. So that's a wrap for Capcom at E3 this year. Let's recap what we all saw. Resident Evil Village is back with the latest installment of
Also die Fights von Capcom, ich glaube, die werde ich mir echt mal reinziehen. Ich glaube, ich folge dem Channel. Die Fights will ich mir angucken, die E-Sport-Fights. Die will ich mir auf jeden Fall angucken.
Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, and Monster Hunter Rise. And don't forget to go back in time with the great Ace Attorney Chronicles to tap into the family history of Phoenix Wright and solve new cases. Finally, don't miss out on the esports fun. Make sure you catch the latest matches with Capcom fighters. There really is something for everyone here today. But don't go anywhere yet. Join the conversation on Twitter and make sure you check out the Capcom virtual booth on the E3 portal to watch all these videos again and more. I'm Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer. Thank you for being part of the Capcom experience at E3 this year.
Welcome back, and that is a wrap on Capcom's presentation. I thought that
Jo, das war Capcom.
go that rhymed, and then I was like, that didn't rhyme. So
Wie man sieht, jetzt kommt Razer.
I was like, that doesn't
Ich hoffe, die stellen neue Produkte vor.
day 3, and I'm just feeling it, folks. I'm feeling it, yeah. Not gonna lie though, that certainly got me amped. We saw a lot of great titles there, and we're gonna go into more depth about Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and all the stuff that we saw dropped with Resident Evil, but we wanted to focus on Monster Hunter a little bit more here. Without a doubt, I am absolutely hyped for Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin. That was a new trailer that we saw, and that one got me in the feels.
It's the one where, and I think I saw this on the internet, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but the first use of monsties, it seems like people weren't familiar with the term monsties, and now we all are. So hashtag monsties, get it out there right now.
I am all for that hashtag, yeah. But for me, when it comes to these narrative stories, the story has to be good, you know what I mean? And it's hard to tell with these game trailers sometimes. Like, I'll be like, okay, this gameplay looks fantastic, or the animation is
Ja, es kommt ja gleich.
am I gonna get into this story? And somehow this trailer conveyed that. I think for me, what stood out.
Bin mal gespannt, was Razer jetzt hat. Vielleicht haben die jetzt ja endlich mal neue Sachen so anzukündigen, was sie für neue Techniken haben und so. Ich switch mal eben auf mein Tablet rüber, da mein PC gerade keine gesunden Geräusche macht. Jo, dann bis gleich.
Monsty. I'm sorry, I apologize. I even just said the hashtag.
Why they didn't change the name to Monsty Hunter, I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I mean, Monsty Hunter, I like that too. But anyway, yeah, like that resonated with me, because I think that you know, we all have that challenge, right? We all deal with anxiety, we all deal with fear, and we kind of have that monster within us that we're always battling, right? So that sounded so cheesy, but it definitely connected with me.
No,
like,
I understand. And like for me personally, again, somebody who does love the core Monster Hunter series, I didn't give Monster Hunter Stories 1 really a chance.
Yeah.
And so seeing this trailer for it and being like, oh man, this plays a lot more like an anime than it does a Monster Hunter, right? That's interesting, and it is interesting to see that world, the mechanics we know, and not mechanics, I guess, but in terms of, you know, what weapons you're using, what monsters you're seeing, what the world building techniques are, and how they're using it in a different story. I'm with you that the trailer actually looked interesting, where I'm like, oh man, I must not have given the first one a shot.
I just think that sometimes, you know, these trailers, they go so hard with being like, look at all the action, look at how cool this is, and like, here's these awesome visuals, and I felt like they were like, no, like, this has a lot of heart to it.
Yeah.
So I definitely...
there was very little gameplay in it to be at all, right?
Truly,
when they finally got to a battle, I was like, oh, this is what battle even looks like. I didn't realize that's how it was going to shake out.
Yeah, they definitely laid heavy on the cinematics. Also, you know, we were talking a little bit about Monster Hunter Rise.
Of course.
And I mean, man, they have a ton of stuff dropping through June and July. Like, all these
they have
collaborations.
That for stories too, right? Like, they had all this different stuff in there. They had a whole Monster Hunter block there, and I feel like we didn't even scratch the surface of it. We will. There's still much more to talk about on Capcom, but yeah, Monster Hunter Stories 2 did grab my attention. July 9th, of course, but then the trial June 25th, so you can try it before you buy. Get it out there and get it that way. Which, of course, this has been the E3 of demos, if you ask me. We're gonna have a ton more reaction to Capcom and what we thought, but first, we've got some news from the folks at Razer. Take a look.
Wir hatten auf YouTube übrigens vor 2 Wochen am 29.05. einjähriges. So, let's go with Razer.
Today, we have come a long way here together. For gamers, by gamers, and today we're one of the biggest gaming brands in the world. We span hundreds of millions of gamers, from PC gaming to console gaming to mobile gaming. But what I'd like to talk a little bit about today, to kick things off, is PC gaming, something near, dear, close to my heart, and pretty much to talk about the decade of the Razer Blade. So in 2011, we launched the world's first true gaming laptop. And this caused quite a bit of controversy back then, because gaming laptops were not gaming laptops in the true sense of the word. They were gaming luggables back in the day, super thick, super heavy. And the Razer Blade was the first true gaming laptop in the sense it was super thin, super light, and super powerful. And it ushered in a new generation of gaming laptops. And since then, over the past 10 years, the entire industry has moved to follow in the footsteps of the Razer Blade. In 2013, we launched the world's thinnest gaming laptop. 2016, we invented the world's first Thunderbolt 3 external GPU. In 2018, we launched the world's smallest 15-inch gaming laptop. And since then, we've now got the entire Razer Blade family. We've got the Blade Stealth 13, we've got the Blade Pro 17, and of course, we've got the Blade 15. And the Razer Blade has been both a critical and commercial success. It's been called the very best gaming laptop in the world and continues to win accolades over and over again. And at this point, many of our fans, many of the Razer community is asking, what's next? So we go down and we talk to every single one of our fan base, for gamers, by gamers, we talk to the press. And one thing that we've heard consistently over the past couple of years is, when is Razer going to make an AMD gaming laptop? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm incredibly excited to be able to announce that we're now working closely together with AMD, and we've put the very best designers and engineers together with the top AMD engineers, and what we've created in a single line is the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. And with that, we are bringing back the legendary Razer Blade 14. How do we do this? How did we make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop? Well, we took a look at the 14-inch gaming laptops today. Now, many of them have tried to follow in the footsteps of the Blade 14 that we created some 10 years ago, and many things have changed since then. In terms of form factor, many of the gaming laptops out there are portable, but we feel they could be thinner, could be slimmer. Now, over and above, in terms of GPUs, there's been not much innovation. Don't get me wrong, they've got a great GPU in there, but they max out at a RTX 3060. In fact, in terms of total graphics power, or TGP, they max out at just 80 watts. And we feel it could go much higher with, of course, the right materials and with, of course, the right cooling thermal solutions. Now, as we talk about materials, unfortunately, most of them still use really non-premium builds. Now, one thing that we do at Razer that all of you are familiar with is that we look at doing really premium builds. We've got CNC'd machined chassis. We want to make sure that you've got the best possible no flex kind of a chassis, but many of the ones out there don't have that. And of course, cooling. Many of the 14-inch gaming laptops are still using solutions that we pioneered some 10 years ago. At Razer, we've really pushed it ahead. We've had vapor chamber cooling for years now. We are in the next generation of that. We've done that for laptops. We've done that for phones, over and over. Now, in terms of having all this last-gen tech, many of them are still limited in terms of the ports that they've got. They've got only a couple of Type A ports, a couple of Type C ports, so on and so forth. And they've got truly uninspired keyboards. They're using single color backlit keyboards. Why? Because they don't have space or they don't have the imagination. But at Razer, we've got loads and loads of imagination. And what do we want to imagine? Well, a whole lot of ultras. Ultra what? Well, ultra powerful. We want it to be ultra powerful.
Ich will mal gucken, es soll leider nicht noch eine zweite Limited Run Game Show heute geben. Also ist das die gleiche von vorhin.
And of course, ultra immersive. That's a lot of ultras to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. But let's talk about how ultra powerful the new Razer Blade 14 is. Now, together with AMD and Razer, we have designed and engineered in a single line the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. This is not any normal gaming laptop that we're talking about. We're talking about the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. And to this end, we wanted to pick one of the most powerful CPUs on the planet today, and we've picked the AMD Ryzen 5900HX. This is truly an incredible CPU. We are talking about a HX class, an extreme class AMD processor, and it's an unlocked processor. Unlike many of the other laptops out there using the HS class processors, we are using a HX class unlocked processor. A Zen 3 mobile processor in a cutting-edge 7-nanometer level. It's an 8-core x86 CPU, and it's got an up to a whopping 4.6 gigahertz of power. This is an insanely great CPU. And joining me here today talking about this partnership to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop is Jason Banter, VP of Product Management of AMD.
Razer is known for some of the most innovative gaming laptops in the industry. Razer has established a design, quality, and performance standard that is second to none. That's why we at AMD are excited to partner with Razer for the first time, bringing Ryzen, the world's best mobile gaming processors, to the Razer laptop lineup. Engineers from both companies partnered together, start to finish, to bring the best components, the best performance, and the best experience together in the new Razer Blade 14. The new Blade 14 features an unlocked Ryzen 9 5900HX processor, enabling elite gaming performance on a thin and light notebook with amazing battery life. The 5900HX delivers 8 cores and 16 threads of Zen 3 core performance. A max boost clock of up to 4.6 gigahertz quickly dispatches workloads, reduces latency when gaming, and performs 3D renders at breakneck speeds. The 5900HX also doubles the L3 cache size compared to the 4000 series. This massive on-chip memory is vital to unlock the full performance of discrete graphics for gaming. And all of this is based on 7-nanometer process technology. The AMD Ryzen 9 HX series was designed to deliver the most immersive gaming experience you can get in a laptop with zero compromises. From all of us at AMD, congratulations to Min and the entire Razer team for outstanding execution on this project. We're proud to be a part of this generation of Razer Blade laptops and look forward to expanding these opportunities for gamers in the future.
Thank you very much, Jason. So that was Jason of AMD talking about our partnership. But the CPU, of course, while we've picked one of the most powerful in the world, is just half the equation. What's on the other half of the equation? Well, the GPU. We've picked one of the most powerful CPUs in the world, and we've also picked one of the most powerful GPUs. And we're talking, of course, about the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 30 series. Now, our engineers and NVIDIA, we've been working together for many years. We've been optimizing it. We've got the best GPUs in the world with NVIDIA. They've got up to 8 gigs of VRAM. And one thing that we did is that we've managed to push the total gaming power up to 100 watts of power. We're not talking about the 80 watts that everyone else is doing. We've pushed it all the way to the limit, up to 100 watts of TGP and in something as small and thin as a 14-inch form factor. Now, of course, we start with the RTX 3060. It's a great GPU. That's what everybody else is also using, but we wanted to start with that.
Der hat was drauf, das Ding.
Our thermals guys said, you know, we're crazy at Razer. We're the mad scientists. We can take it a notch further. So what have we done? Well, in the new Razer Blade 14, we've got an RTX 3070 option. That's a truly powerful GPU matched with a truly powerful CPU. But we're Razer. We want to take it up to 11. We are going all the way up to the moon. And what we've done with the new Razer Blade 14 is that we have now added as an option a crazy and insane
Titan RTX.
RTX 3080.
Okay, die drei.
Imagine that, the most powerful GPU on the planet with one of the most powerful CPUs on the planet. It's truly, truly powerful. And of course, joining me here on screen today from NVIDIA to talk about how we've put this crazy RTX 3080 into an ultra-thin form factor of the new Razer Blade 14 is Matt, VP, Global GeForce Marketing at NVIDIA, on screen.
Thanks, Min, for inviting us to present at your event. Once again, we're excited to partner with Razer on the development and launch of a Blade laptop. This time, the all-new Blade 14 powered by GeForce RTX. For the first time, gamers can experience an RTX 3070 and 3080 laptop GPU in a 14-inch form factor. It packs incredible performance in an ultra-thin, sleek design. Wherever you go, you can play the most stunning and graphically demanding games because the RTX 30 series includes second-gen RT cores that enable fast ray tracing. Enjoy realistic lighting, reflections, shadows, ambient occlusion, and more. All of those make your games more immersive. Ray tracing is featured in many of today's most popular games. NVIDIA DLSS also has been widely adopted by games. Many refer to it as magical. DLSS provides a huge boost to performance using AI rendering and looks as good or better than traditional methods. Dedicated tensor cores built into the RTX GPU do the AI processing. Now, in addition to the high frame rates pumped out by the GeForce GPU, NVIDIA Reflex low latency technologies give gamers the competitive edge in their favorite games. NVIDIA Reflex is now supported in 7 of the top 10 competitive shooters. But we're talking about laptops, so efficient power usage is incredibly important to making gaming laptops as thin and cool and quiet as possible. That's where our Max-Q technologies come in. Every aspect of the laptop,
Ja, die kenne ich schon, Max-Q.
software, PCB design, power delivery, and thermals are all optimized.
Die kenne ich, die Max-Q.
With the help of AI, high-performance gaming laptops are faster and better than ever before. Let me give you an example. Dynamic Boost 2. It automatically distributes the power across the GPU memory, and the CPU for maximum performance, whether you're gaming or creating. We can't wait for gamers and creators to experience the incredible power and the portability of the new Razer Blade 14. Min, thank you for your great partnership.
Thank you very much, Matt. And that is the ultimate AMD gaming laptop, ultra powerful. And we just talked about
Ultra. Will eigentlich jemand mal sagen, dass das Ultra ist? Ich weiß gar nicht, Ultra?
The world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. Let's talk a little bit about how it's ultra thin. Now, how thin have we gotten it? Well, it's not just ultra thin. It is the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. Let it sink in. Think about it. I just said
Ach, es ist Ultra? Hätte ich jetzt nicht gedacht, Digga. Aber danke dir nochmal, dass du mir sagst, weil ich habe es ein bisschen überhört, es kam so selten vor.
We are talking about 16.8 millimeters thin with a 3080. Mind you, it's 0.66
Okay, das ist wirklich dünn.
thin. And the reason for it is because for the past 10 years,
Das ist
we've been
wirklich
bringing
dünn.
together the very best thermals engineers on the planet. They've got all kinds of innovative solutions. They've been pushing the limits. And what we've got over here in the Razer Blade 14 is the next generation vapor chambers. And we've designed this from ground up. We are light years ahead of the competition. Many of them are still copying what we've done 10 years ago. And today we're 10 years ahead. We're a full decade ahead. We've designed the next generation vapor chambers in the Blade 14. Each of these tiny little fans have got 88 fan blades. And we worked with fluid dynamics scientists. We made sure that every fan blade was designed from the ground up. 88 fan blades. What does that mean? Every single fan blade in our fans is about 0.1 millimeters thin. We have designed fan blades the width of a human hair. In addition, of course, we are using T6 grade aluminum CNC chassis. You've got to kind of touch it to believe it. You've got to understand that's what a Razer blade is about, that premium quality. And of course, that super durable anodized finish. Ultra thin, the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. So let's talk about how fast it is. Ultra fast. We've got the fastest 14-inch display. We've got two options. We've got a FHD 144 Hertz, and we've got a QHD at a blazing fast 165 Hertz. It's 100% DCI.
Muss aber schon sagen, Digga, wir reden hier über einen Laptop. Das ist schon krass. Das ist wirklich krass. Für einen Laptop? Joa, kann man mal machen. Wie viel kostet der? 4.999 $. Ich wette, der kostet 5.000. 4 oder 5.000, schätze ich, kostet der.
We're talking about Wi-Fi 6E. We've got Bluetooth 5.2. Now, some of the gaming laptops, or the 14-inch gaming laptops, don't even have space to put a camera there. Webcam, it's a Windows Hello. Lots of ports. We've got, on one end of the chassis, we've got a Type A, we've got a Type C Gen 2. The Type C, is Gen 2 charging. It's got a display port. In addition to that, we've got HDMI 2.1, which has an output of 4K, 120 Hertz. Now, on the other end, we've also got another Type A, another Type C. We've got lots and lots of ports. Ultra connectivity. Let's talk about how responsive it is. Ultra responsive. It's got a full anti-ghosted keyboard. We've pioneered this many, many years ago. Now, one of the things I'm really proud of is how buttery smooth. This is like melted butter. The precision touchpad is. It's a beautiful touchpad. You've got to touch it to believe it. And unlike all the other inspired keyboards, we've got a per key Razer Chroma RGB keyboard. It's a fantastic keyboard. It's an incredible keyboard. It's got a beautiful key travel.
Das ist krank. Also für einen Laptop ist das, Alter.
It's ultra responsive. And now let's talk a little bit about.
Du musst dir das einfach mal durch den Kopf gehen lassen. Das ist ein Laptop. Es ist ein Laptop. Als ich damals noch Laptops hatte, Alter, ich bin angefangen mit dem MacBook aus. Boah, 2005. Der war dann auch noch so dick und hat auch noch geklungen wie die Rückturbine von einem A380. Das war echt krank. Alter, fucking nochmal. Ist krank.
You'll know it if you own one of our Blade laptops. We do not compromise, and some of you may suspect we may have put a really tiny battery in there. Absolutely not. Because on a single charge, the Blade 14 runs for up to 12 hours. That's an insane level of battery life in the Blade 14. Now, the team has put together a video, a quick ad to kind of show it to everyone. I'm sure you're excited to see it. And let's show it for everyone. Here you go.
Yeah, this is what I'm made of. This is for the throne and the kingdom. The king's here, yelling freedom. Do or die, do it now if you believe it. You reap what you sow every season. Yeah,
Was liegt, Bob?
feel what you eat when you feast it. Yeah, it's death before the sign of no treason. No, in that time of war, no retreat. Never lay down and die on my feet. I live the reaper in
Der kostet dort locker 3.000 Euro. Der kostet locker 3.000 Euro. Locker. Soll jeder sagen, was er will? Ich sage, der kostet 3.000 Euro. Und ich brauche Mods.
King.
And at this point of time, I'm sure all of you would like to see the actual real thing. This is not a figment of my imagination. This is not a figment of the imagination of a gamer out there. But here it is. The legendary Razer Blade 14. Back in flesh.
Alles sehr klein.
CNC aluminum.
Ist ja auf 14
You can
Zoll.
see it's ultra thin. Imagine that we've got a HX class CPU in there. We've got a 5900 Ryzen, of course. We've also got a 3080 NVIDIA GeForce GPU. All in an ultra thin 16.8 millimeter form factor. It's super thin. All right, I'm sure you guys would like to see the display. This is a 165 Hertz display. As you can see, it's just truly beautiful. And yes, there is a webcam. All right, so check it out. And it just sounds beautiful. So, this is the new Blade 14. It's so compact, packing a 3080, imagine that. And really quickly, to take us through this is the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. It's ultra powerful, it's ultra thin. It's the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. Just imagine I'm saying that
Was will der mit dem Feuerzeug?
Ultra fast, it's got ultra connectivity. Look at all the ports on both ends. It's got an ultra responsive gaming keyboard, and it's ultra immersive. You know, you've seen the upward firing speakers, and all of this with 12 hours of battery life. Today, together with AMD, I'm incredibly excited to announce the ultimate AMD gaming laptop, the new Razer Blade 14. Now, at this point of time, you want to know the price, you want to know availability. Well, I'm sure with a product like that, you're probably quaking inside thinking, is this going to be a $5,000 laptop? It's got all the insane features. It's got the most powerful CPUs and GPUs, right? You know, is this going to be a $3,000 laptop? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Blade 14 starts at just $1,799. When is it available? Well, not in 10 years from now. It's available right now today. By the end of this keynote, you can order it. And where can you order it? Well, you can order it online at Razer.com or at any of our global...
Alter, ganz ehrlich, ich glaube, ich kaufe mir den. Ich wollte eh einen Laptop haben. Ich verschere meinen anderen, Digga. Pack was drauf, dann hole ich mir den. Das ist jetzt kein Witz. Digga, das ist ja gar nichts.
The new Razer Blade 14, the ultimate AMD gaming laptop.
Das ist ja gar nichts.
That's the first product that we've got today. And we've still got a big show ahead. So what's next? Insanely small, insanely powerful. And what am I talking about? Well, it's
Tastatur.
all new USB-C 130 watt GAN charger.
Ein
10
GAN
years
Charger,
ago,
okay.
When we first launched the Razer Blade, one of the big innovations that we did was we went and redesigned the charger. 10 years later, we're now really pushing the limits of what we can do with power. So, here is a traditional power brick. It's shipped in many of the other gaming laptops out there. Not a Razer laptop, but this is often in many of the other gaming laptops. This is 130 watt size of a power brick, all right? It's almost 3 inches tall. It's got about 6 inches wide. How big is the new Razer GAN charger? Or how much smaller is it? It's up to 59% smaller. It's so tiny, it can fit in your pocket. And it's not just smaller, it's also up to about 17% shorter. It's an incredibly small charger. So I thought you guys would like to see how small or how large the chargers are.
Nee,
This
ist kein
is a
Troll.
traditional 130 watt power brick. It's pretty big, it's pretty heavy. It's something that will ship with your traditional luggable kind of laptop. So how small is the Razer GAN charger? Boom, it's just hiding behind it. It's just so tiny. The same amount of power that it's packing from 130 watt, and this is a 130 watt charger. And this is already considered one of the smaller 130 watt chargers out there. You can see how tiny, how small it is. But we've got another surprise for all of you. This charger can only do one thing. It charges your 130-watt laptop or gaming laptop. This charger doesn't just charge your laptop. Boom. It charges up to 4 devices simultaneously. That's how powerful, that's how insane this product is. This is the Razer GAN charger.
Lass das Ding mal defekt sein, dann wird's mal eben ganz schnell zur Bombe.
Truly compact power. Here's the side profile. Here's the front profile. You can see the 4 ports, 2 USB-Cs and 2 USB-As. Truly compact power. And here's a perspective shot. Truly, we've designed this so that this is the perfect charger that you can buy. It allows you faster charging up to 4 devices. It's mobile and travel ready with global adapter plugs. And in summary, it's small enough to fit your pocket. Charge up to 4 devices at once. Faster charging, 2 times USB-A, 2 times USB-C, mobile and travel ready. And it's got safer power delivery features. Now, what does it work with? Well, lots and lots of selected devices. As long as it's got USB-C and charging, it works with a whole slew of Razer Blade laptops, Apple MacBooks, both the Pro and the Air, Windows laptops like the Dell XPS, tablets, smartphones, smartwatches, and much more. So, is this $500? Is it $300? Well, absolutely not. The Razer GAN charger is just $179.99. You can pre-order it right now, and we're shipping within the
$180, also ungefähr 150 € oder 160.
Any of our Razer stores and at leading
160, 165 €, ungefähr so viel. Geht aber fit.
GAN charger, and you'll want to be making your pre-orders right now because this is truly the ultimate charger. Next up, Pixel Perfect. Well, a couple of years ago, we launched the Razer Raptor 27. What do we have with it? With a new Razer Raptor? Well, still a 27-inch form factor. It's got an IPS display. It's got a beautiful QHD resolution display. Now, what we've done is we've upped the refresh rate from 144 Hz from the previous generation to a faster 165 Hz refresh rate. In addition, we've looked at how to ensure that there's tear-free adaptive sync. It's not just using NVIDIA G-Sync, but it's also compatible with AMD FreeSync Premium. And we've got one of the best display panels in the industry. It's got a 95% DCI P3 color space, HDR, high dynamic range display. And something I'm really proud of is that this is the world's first THX certified gaming monitor. And we've worked really closely together with THX, specifically with the gentleman, Eric Gemmer, who's got decades of experience in making sure that he certifies the very best displays in the market. And joining me on screen here today is Eric, talking a little bit about our partnership.
Hi there, I'm Eric Gemmer, THX's Director of Imaging Technology. I'm pleased to announce that THX has certified its first ever gaming PC monitor, the newly refreshed Razer Raptor 27-inch. If you don't know, to become THX certified, a monitor like the Razer Raptor must pass 400 different tests run by the certification team and me. The THX certification process makes sure that the screen in question will perform remarkably well, and our testing process includes ensuring panels are lit consistently, colors are accurate, and the image is pristine and clear. The result is a stunningly good screen that is good for fast-paced gameplay and other challenging scenarios. More importantly, THX certification plus the Razer Raptor's fast refresh rate of 165 Hz and 1 millisecond response time means the screen will keep with your superhuman reflexes. If you're a creator, the THX certified screens, like the Raptor, have the added benefit of being a great option for color grading. If you've ever worked on an artistic endeavor and the colors you see look off compared to other screens, don't worry. THX's certified screens and our exacting attention to detail means the Razer Raptor 27 serves as a benchmark for color accuracy, so your next project will look true to your artistic vision. If the Razer Raptor is your main entertainment screen, you're in luck, because like all THX certified screens, the Razer Raptor 27 includes our renowned THX Cinema mode. When it comes time to enjoy your favorite blockbuster movie or TV shows, it'll look spectacular and pixel perfect by correcting for color, brightness.
Ich will den haben, aber ich glaube, der kostet auch wieder ein Taui oder so. Safe. Der kostet locker über ein Tausender. Aber ich würde den so gern haben.
Superb entertainment screen, and we hope you enjoy the quality THX certification brings to the new Razer Raptor 27.
Thank you very much, Eric. So that's Eric, who's had decades and decades of experience in terms of making sure that the very best displays in the world are certified in accordance to THX's highest standards. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the new Razer Raptor 27. It's got a forged aluminum construction. It's got a beautiful construction. It's got a unique 90-degree tilt that you can flex it and have it positioned any way you like it. And it's got lots and lots and lots of ports. It's got a beautiful integrated cable management. It's truly unique. You can see it from the rear. And when you touch the back of the new Razer Raptor 27, it's got a beautiful textured fabric backing. Now, the display is optimized in terms of software. We've had optimized gaming modes, as well as immersive cinema modes that you can use. And over and above, of course, it's integrated with Razer Chroma RGB. So it fits the entire Chroma RGB family. With Chroma as the world's largest RGB platform, you can rest assured the new Razer Raptor will fit in terms of the entire desktop or battle station that you have. Now, one of the things that we've done to update the new Razer Raptor 27 is to include VESA compatibility. New Razer Raptor will allow you to use monitor arms with a VESA-compatible mount, and this is also backward compatible with the previous Razer Raptor 27. And of course, the mounts are sold separately, and I thought I'd share a little picture of how a triple screen monitor might look on your desk, and it looks just beautiful. Now, at this point, I'm sure many of you guys would like to see a video that we've put together for the new Razer Raptor 27, and here you go. All right, so at this point of time, let's do a quick demo of the new Razer Raptor 27. Let's call up the Raptor 27. All right, here you go. It's got a beautiful, beautiful screen. It's forged out of aluminum. It's a beautiful monitor. Let's turn it around so people can see the integrated cable management. As you can see, it's got a truly unique cable management system. All right, let's turn it to the front again. And one of the things that we've updated, the new Raptor 27, is, of course, the VESA mount. And with the VESA mount, now you can have a triple screen monitor. There you go, boom. Display over here, right on your battle station. If you turn it around, you can see how it looks. It's truly, truly unique. And we're really excited to be able to present this here today, the new Razer Raptor 27. Thank you very much. So, in closing, it's got an ultra-fast display. We've upped it to 165 Hertz. It's a beautiful display. It's got adaptive sync.
Ein Taui, ein Tausender. Der kostet, ich sag 999.
It's the world's first THX certified monitor. And it's a VESA mount compatible, sold separately. And it's got this really clean, ultra clean cable management system. And lots and lots of ports. So how much is the new Razer Raptor? Well, you can pre-order it right now at just $799, and we will be shipping within the next 30 days. And of course, like most Razer products, you can order it at Razer.com, Razer stores globally,
$800.
and leading retailers. And also, you can order the new Visa mount, which is optional, at just $99, available today at Razer.com and at global Razer stores. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Raptor 27. Pixel perfect. So that's what we have today at our Razer keynote at E3. Remember to join us after this. We've got Razer Store Live. Every month we run this. We've got great new products that we announce. We've got giveaways, and we stream it live from one of our Razer stores somewhere in the world. But that's not all. We've got one more thing to share with everyone, and it's safe, social, and sustainable. And what am I talking about? Well, no other than Project Hazel. We announced this at CES.
Ach, die Dinger, ja. Ja.
And at CES, we had some truly insane press coverage.
Oh ja, und die würde ich mir sogar auch holen. Da bin ich stumpf.
Project Hazel, will you make it into reality? And it wasn't just the press. We had resounding response from the community. Every single one asking us to make Project Hazel a reality.
Ich sage, die kostet aber 50 Euro oder so. 50 ein Huni oder so, mindestens, also fast ein Huni.
We've heard your feedback. We continue to hear your feedback on Twitter, on Facebook. Ping us anytime because we listen to all the feedback for gamers, by gamers. And what I thought I would do today is that I'd give everyone an update on the project because we are going to be making Project Hazel a reality. So what kind of updates can we give? Well, when the pandemic first started, we converted one of our manufacturing facilities to make surgical masks. Today, we at Razer make high quality, certified surgical masks and we ship them worldwide. We've donated over 1 million masks worldwide in the US, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, etc. And we continue to do that. High quality surgical masks meeting the very best standards. And what we've done is that we've taken the learnings from that, the engineering, the design, and we've put that into Project Hazel. So Project Hazel is going to be using replaceable N95 grade filters. We've now designed in a secure silicon face seal. These are just some of the updates since the last time.
Würdet ihr euch eine holen? Ich ja. Safe. Ich würde mir eine holen.
Make sure that Project Hazel follows the lab testing with BFE rating that we've done for our surgical masks. That's the safe aspect. Now, what about the social aspect? What are we keeping? What are we not keeping? Well, first up, the clear, transparent design. We're definitely keeping that.
Aber dadurch zu reden, Nili, glaube ich, unmöglich.
So that in low light conditions, you can still see the face of the Project Hazel user. And one of the big things that we've added this time around is anti-fog coating. So we've got an anti-fog coating on the inside of the Project Hazel to ensure that the social function still remains even during use. Now, what about sustainability? Now, many of you will be aware, sustainability is at the core of what we do over here at Razer. We care a lot about the environment. One of the things that concerned us the most when we were making these one-off surgical masks was the sustainability of the surgical masks. Well, Project Hazel has got a reusable mask design, and every single filter lasts 3 times longer than single-use surgical masks. And what I'm really proud to say is that every filter uses 80% less material than traditional surgical masks. Now, I'm sure many of you are waiting to try out Project Hazel, and I'm going to talk about availability at the end of this. But if you can't wait to try Project Hazel out, we've got something really special for all of you. You can try the Project Hazel filter online and see how it looks on your face. You can check it out on Instagram, check out Razer, and here's a quick video to show how you can use the Project Hazel filter on Insta.
Will ich jetzt mal machen.
Now remember to tag us with your Project Hazel filters because we will be watching out for all of you. And we might have some pretty cool giveaways for Project Hazel when the time comes for shipping. So we've got a quick video to show you the updates that we've made since the last time we announced this at CES. Here you go.
Doch bockt. Das bockt.
So, I'm sure many of you are asking, when can I get one? When do they ship? Well, with the insane demand that we're expecting for Project Hazel, we've put together a plan so that we can get as many of these units out to you as possible. We're going to have limited quantities right from the get-go. So once we start manufacturing, we're going to be doing sale by drops. We'll have all the database of everybody who wants a Project Hazel, and we'll send you information once there are units available. And our first drop is going to be happening early Q4.
Okay.
We're still perfecting it. We're taking in all the beta feedback. You're going to see units out in the field, but the first drop is going to happen early Q4 once we've got most of the testing and certification done. And it's going to be available exclusively on Razer.com. And you can sign up now for all the information at rzr.to/project-hazel. So thank you very much for joining us here today at the Razer keynote at E3. I'll be seeing you guys soon. Goodbye.
Ja.
And the Razer presentation is over. Laptops, monitors, and face masks. Oh my!
You want that Project Hazel? You getting into one of those?
Oh heck yeah! I thought it was one of their like April Fool's jokes things.
It's
I really didn't think that was going to be happening.
Well,
so,
they underestimated all of our desires to be able to see each other's mouths while you actually talk to one another.
I ain't gonna lie. When it said it was see-through, I was like, but I wanted to hide my face.
Oh, I'll tell you, somebody hard of hearing, being able to read your
Thank you for
lips is
singing
so
up.
clutch, like it's
Yeah.
So.
I mean, regardless, it's super cool.
Da hätten wir es aber so. So, Digi, dann würde ich dir auch sagen, ich wünsche dir auch eine gute Nacht. Ich danke dir fürs dabei sein. Mach's gut und sehen uns dann nachher bei Nintendo.
What did we hear about? It's got the RTX 3080 built in, right? AMD Ryzen 5900 HX processor. But can it run Minesweeper? Can it run TurboTax?
Minesweeper, I mean, that's the big question.
The big one right now.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is absolutely lovely. I like feel uncomfortable touching it because I'm
How
just
light
like,
is it? Lift it up.
all right.
Toss it off the side, see what happens.
Yeah, you wanna catch? Just kidding, come on. They would kick me out of here, I'd never come back. But it is really, really light and lots of ports. I felt like I heard that a lot.
Yeah, when they were talking about all the USBs on the side.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though, that is clutch.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because I'm always like, oh man, I wish there was more ports whenever I have any laptop, so I'm here for it. But it is extremely light, and also the THX, THX spatial audio.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing.
100%. Yeah, you know, I give PC gaming a lot of trouble, but I do play that SWTOR. You know, that sweater out there, that Star Wars: The Old Republic, and yeah, I would like to take that on the road.
Wow. Okay, now
I'm a Sith, Taylor Sith, no big deal.
Wow, that joke.
It's not a joke. That's literally my character.
Taylor Sith?
Yeah.
I absolutely love that, actually.
Thank you.
I would be a Sith, too. Did you see? Yesterday, I thought I had very Sith Lord vibes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about Capcom.
Sure, yeah, we got cut off. We were only into Monster Hunter before, right?
Yeah, where to begin?
No, one more thing. I told you all. I was like, Capcom talked about what it was. Golden Boy over there. Oh, I want Lost Planet. Oh, I want this.
Yeah.
Like, they were very clear about what they were going to have, and that is what they had. They did not go beyond that.
Well, you know, we always think, hey, maybe they're going to sneak something in there. They 100% stuck to the agenda on that. So we talked about Monster Hunter at length, but the Great Ace Attorney. First of all, I absolutely love the character Sherlock Holmes. I love that they made him. Oh wait, I said his real name. It's supposed to be Holmes Herlock Sholmes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I cannot believe that I messed that up. But anyway, absolutely adored that character. I loved how they made him very grandiose, and he's totally over exaggerating, and you have to prove him wrong.
Sure.
And like I said from the beginning, I'm here for the animation. This just looks so beautiful.
Of course.
Also, this is so anime. Dance of deduction, summonation, examination.
They know their audience. They know the Phoenix Wright audience.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, of course, these were released in Japan. They hadn't been released here yet. Still haven't, obviously. We're coming up on what is it, July 27th. Yeah. And 10 new cases. I'm a lapsed Phoenix Wright fan. I remember back in the day playing them and enjoying them quite a bit. I haven't done it in a while, so I didn't even realize these were prequels. We're going back into the history here of his lineage. So yeah.
And now we're gonna actually have access to these games here in the United
Ich habe noch bisher keinen Preis rausgefunden für die Maske, aber die werden sie wahrscheinlich dann irgendwann mal releasen, den Preis. Da weiß ich jetzt aber ehrlich gesagt auch gar nicht. Da bin ich komplett raus.
Anyway, just wanted to rub that on your face. How y'all doing over there?
Thank you. I think also, Greg, don't crush a boy's dreams, all right? Just because I was hoping for Lost Planet, I knew it wasn't coming. They stuck to the schedule, and I don't blame them for it, because you know what? There's going to be even more awesome Capcom games on the line, I'm sure. But there were some awesome things that they showed today. Of course, I'm joined by our colleagues here. We got Dan, Michael, and Damon. And Damon, I'll start with you, man. Okay. Because yes, obviously, they stuck to the schedule. That was what was expected from them. I have to say, I appreciate how punctual they were.
It was punctual. They didn't waste our time with any sort of long interviews or musical performances or anything like that.
Ich werde aber jetzt, glaube ich, weil jetzt wird im Endeffekt, es wird nur noch geredet. Es hat keinen Sinn mehr, dann jetzt irgendwie was zu machen. Deswegen, es wird wie gesagt nur noch geredet und da würde ich nämlich den Stream beenden. Und ja, dann nachher weitermachen mit der Nintendo Direct. Ich glaube, jetzt kommt nichts mehr. Außer Limited Run Games und das hatten wir vorhin. Da wird es definitiv nichts Neues geben. Ne, wird's nicht. Deswegen würde ich sagen, den Rest, ich schicke euch einmal zum Erik rüber und zum Gronk. Da gibt es dann auch weitere Sachen, der sagt da auch noch was zu. Ich werde jetzt da auch noch ein bisschen reinschauen und werde dann aber auch pennen gehen. Wir sehen uns dann morgen ganz normal in der Dings wieder, in der Nintendo Direct. Ich danke dann aber auf jeden Fall fürs Zuschauen, für die lange Zeit. Ich werde die Videos jetzt hochladen, zusammenfügen und dann öffentlich machen. Und dann wünsche ich euch auf jeden Fall eine gute Nacht. Und wir sehen uns dann morgen wieder. Mach's gut und ja. Bis morgen. Bis nachher. Whatever. Mach's gut.